Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Venomized Spider? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not everyone is born equally. The world changed because of a baby in Qingqing City, China, with the ability to radiate light from its body. This phenomenon caused many people around the world to begin manifesting different kinds of superpowers, known as meta-abilities or quirks. As society evolved, some individuals used these abilities for harmful purposes, prompting the government to create a new occupation, heroes. Over the years, pro-heroes emerged as the protectors of civilians, working to maintain peace and confront those who threatened it. These so-called heroes who think they're doing good ignored the call of a frightened woman who was being forced into something she didn't want. This woman was Inko Midorya, and her son, Izuku, could only watch with tears in his eyes, shaking in fear. At the age of 4, he learned that not everyone is treated equally in society, especially since he was born without any special abilities. All he could do was close his eyes and stay quiet. As the rain fell around him, Izuku felt broken. No one helped. They just ignored the situation and went on their way. Izuku's POV. I gasped as I woke up from my bed, sweat covering me. I took deep breaths, shaking as I got out of bed to check the time. It was still early enough for me to get ready for school. I walked to the bathroom and checked the mirror, seeing my reflection. The years since my mother's passing had been hard. I barely slept, and when I did, I had nightmares replaying that day in my mind. Looking at my body, I saw the scars from bullying and my pale skin. My tired eyes looked lifeless, and my unruly hair reminded me of my mom. I couldn't help but shed more tears. I felt overwhelmed and wished for it all to end, but even wishing felt difficult. No one believed me, a boy without a quirk, and it was hard just trying to get by. I sighed, getting up from the floor, flushing the toilet and then taking a shower. Let's start the story at Aldera Junior High in a class that has Izuku, who is taking notes on what happened earlier today with the debut of MT Lady. He tried to be as quiet as he could, but no matter what he did, he was always a nuisance to others. He worked hard to get better grades, but instead of being praised, he faced punishment and blame for things he didn't even do. It felt like no one cared, neither the teachers, the principal, nor his classmates. He tried to stay calm while focusing on what his teacher had to say as the class settled down. Teacher, all right everyone, settle down. You all are in your last year of middle school, so that means you need to decide on what you want to do for your future, he said while holding a stack of papers until he threw them up in the air, giving the students a smile. Oh, who am I kidding? I know all of you want to be heroes. This made the students cheer as they revealed their quirks. The only ones who didn't were Izuku, who had his head down, and a blonde-haired male with his feet on his desk. Yes, you all. Now it seems you're applying for UA. This made the students murmur about how UA is hard to get into and has a low acceptance rate. Bakugo jumped on his desk and declared, of course I am. I aced the mock test and practical exam. I'm the only one who has the strength to be number 1. I'll be the greatest hero with power and fame. Not even All Might can stop me, and it all starts at you. Then the teacher said, oh Midorya, you're also applying for UA as well. He said this with no enthusiasm, making Izuku look up to see his classmates laughing at him, telling him he wouldn't make it and should just give up. Izuku's POV. I couldn't take it anymore. My breathing was getting ragged, and just as I was about to say something, Katsuki Bakugo exploded my desk, pushing me back against the wall. Deku, do you really think a quirkless loser like you can even be on the same page as me? Izuku replied, I'm not going against you, Kachin. It's just that going to UA has been my dream, and there's no harm in trying, right? This only made Bakugo angrier, calling me a waste of space. Before it could continue, the teacher told Katsuki to take his seat and not to cause any more trouble. All I could do was take my seat while getting glares and snickering from my classmates. I tried to calm my breathing, but it wasn't working. I just wanted it all to end. Time skip. After that, it was time to go home, and I still felt the weight of their words. I thought maybe going over my notes could help calm me down before I went to work. As I was about to get my notebook, a hand suddenly grabbed it. When I looked to see who it was, my heart sank. Bakugo said, we're not done yet, Deku. One of his friends asked, hey Bakugo, what do you have there? When Bakugo looked at the title, he scoffed, Hero Analysis for the Future. You never learn, do you? Izuku pleaded, why funny. Can I please have my book back? But then Bakugo destroyed my book and threw it out the window. Izuku thought, why does he always do this? Bakugo said, you know, Deku, I'm pretty much a perfectionist, which means I'm the only one who should get into UA. The rest can just say how I made it from this rundown school. So here's something you should do, don't apply for UA or any of the other courses, okay? He smiled as he let go of my shoulder. As Bakugo and his friends walked away, he added, oh yeah, there's a way for you to get a quirk. Just jump off the school building and pray you get a quirk in your next life. All I could do was shake, and when they left, I hit the ground, feeling overwhelmed. I started pounding the ground with my left hand while pulling at my hair with my right, tears streaming down my face. Why do you hate me so much, Bakugo? Why? Why? I started muttering while placing my hands on my face with a wide grin, but I wasn't happy at all. I just laughed. Izuku said, let me go, I don't belong in this world. Meanwhile, somewhere deep underwater, a shiny black boulder began to move, forming a few cracks. Nobody's POV. Izuku was at the fish pond, retrieving his book. That's not food. Idiot. If I really did that, it would keep me from going to UA. But maybe if I do, it will be worth it. He thought, scratching his head in frustration. He sighed, holding his book tightly, reminiscing about his childhood dreams of becoming a hero. When he was told he was quirkless, most people around him lost interest, except for his mom, who always supported him. Izuku shook his head, trying to push away the tears forming in his eyes. As he walked toward it, tunnel to go home, he clenched his fists, trying to ignore the hurtful comments from his classmates, including Bakugo. But will it make a difference if he pondered. I'll make it no matter what. I need to show them I'm worth something. I want to be the kind of hero who puts smiles on their faces when they're saved. He started laughing, mimicking All Might, unaware of the danger approaching him. Suddenly he heard a voice and a sound. Turning around, he was startled to see a large amount of slime. A medium-sized body suit, the slime creature exclaimed. A villain? Izuku panicked and ran, but the slime villain pounced on him, surrounding him. Izuku struggled to escape. Don't struggle, this will take about 45 seconds, and then I'll be able to avoid him. Haha, you're really my hero, kid, the slime villain taunted. Izuku gasped, I can't breathe. Am I going to die? Please, someone help me. Just then a large figure appeared. Fear not, citizens, for I am here. The slime villain was shocked and attempted to attack the figure, but it was too quick and took down the villain with a powerful punch. The villain was blown away, releasing Izuku, who opened his eyes just enough to see who had saved him. All Might? He murmured before losing consciousness. As Izuku lay there, a rock nearby cracked, releasing a mysterious black substance. 5 minutes later, a voice called out, Hey, wake up! Izuku felt someone gently nudging him and he groaned, slowly opening his eyes. I see you're still kicking. Izuku had his eyes wide open and screamed while backing away. Sorry about that. Usually, I don't slip up this much, but since it's been a while since I came back, I must have lost my sense of direction. Izuku gasped, I can't believe it. It's All Might in the flesh. He looks even cooler in person. This resulted in All Might's grin lighting up. Oh no! I should get an autograph. Izuku exclaimed. But when he opened his book, he saw it was already signed. He thanked All Might over and over again, saying it would be a family heirloom. Izuku then asked, Where's the villain? All Might showed him the villain in a plastic bottle. All right, I best be on my way and take this villain to the police, All Might said. What? He's already leaving? But I have so much to talk to him about. Izuku replied. Well then, stay safe, civilian, All Might said. With All Might in a crouching position, he leaped into the air, not knowing he had a traveler on board. When All Might felt something was off on his leg, he looked down to see Izuku hanging on. Young man, I love my fans, but this is too much. Let go! All Might shouted. If I do, I'll fall. Izuku yelled back. Oh right, All Might said, realizing the situation. I just have some questions for you, please. Izuku pleaded. All right, just close your mouth. Both Izuku and All Might didn't realize that the bottle containing the villain had fallen out. Izuku was seen on a building with his hands on the ground, sweating. I think my life just flashed before my eyes, he said. All right, I must be on my way, All Might said. When he was about to leave, Izuku decided to voice his thoughts. Please wait. I need to know. I cannot wait, All Might replied. Is it possible to become a hero even without a quirk? Izuku asked with his eyes closed, making All Might stop in his tracks. You're quirkless. All Might exclaimed. Suddenly he clenched his left side in pain, steam escaping from his body. Darn it, I'm running out of time. Izuku, oblivious to what was happening, continued, sharing how nobody but his mom believed he could be a hero. When he opened his eyes to look at All Might face to face, he was shocked to see clouds of smoke revealing a skinny man with messy blonde hair, wearing clothes that were too baggy for him. What? Where's All Might? Did he leave or are you a fake? Izuku asked, overwhelmed with questions. I can assure you, I'm the real All Might, the man said, but then he started to cough, causing Izuku to panic. The reason I'm like this. All Might sat down and showed Izuku a large wound on his left side, making Izuku widen his eyes. Pretty gross, huh? I got this 5 years ago, All Might explained. 5 years ago? You mean with the toxic chainsaw? Izuku asked. All Might smiled at that. You know your stuff, kid. But no, he wouldn't take me down so easily. It was another villain who was worse. This wound damaged my respiratory system and destroyed my stomach. I went to every doctor to heal the damage, but they couldn't do a thing. Thanks to that, I'm limited to about 3 hours a day in my hero form. Izuku was shocked and couldn't say anything. The public can't know that their symbol of peace is nothing but skin and bones. Otherwise, if villains found out about my condition, they'd wreak havoc. That's why I always smile, even though I hold fear. You wanted my answer about being a hero without a quirk? Sorry, kid, but it's not possible. When Izuku heard that, his last string of hope snapped. What do you mean it's not possible? This can't be real. You're kidding, right? It's just a joke. You said that anyone can be a hero, so why? All Might looked at Izuku and sighed. Kid, you just don't get it. No matter how much you train, you'll just be a liability. If you want to help, become a police officer, a firefighter, or even a doctor. But a hero? You'll only get yourself hurt, so stop chasing a dream that's unrealistic. With that he left, leaving Izuku on the roof, finally hitting the ground. Izuku laughed and cried, feeling lost and alone. Is this karma for me to watch my mother die in front of me? Is this punishment for being weak? Is this what you wanted for me? To feel pain and to feel like I don't belong in this world. Izuku's POV. I opened my eyes wide and, seeing that it was nighttime, realized I was still at the building. When I checked the time, I sighed and saw a message from my boss saying that I was fired. I felt a surge of frustration. A video had shown a villain holding someone I knew hostage, but All Might had saved him and received praise for his quirk. Heroes wanted him to be their sidekick when he graduated. I shook with anger, feeling tormented and betrayed, as if I was nothing but dirt to them. I screamed in frustration. I felt exhausted and decided to go to the one place where no one could find me, Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. This place held happy memories for me, but now it felt like a reminder of my struggles. I started to cry and yelled, "Why is it so unfair?" In my anger, I punched an old fridge, feeling the pain but not caring. I walked towards the water, letting it cover me. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. Suddenly, I felt something dark approaching me. I tried to fight it, but I let it consume me, thinking maybe this was for the best. My body moved on its own, pulling me out of the water and onto the sand. I looked around, feeling lost and desperate. Why can't I just die? Is that so much to ask? I shouted into the emptiness. You don't deserve to die, that's not right, a voice replied. I looked around but saw nothing. Am I going crazy? I laughed weakly. You're not crazy yet, just overwhelmed, the voice said. Then I noticed a black substance nearby. I tried to push it away. Don't struggle. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here because I saved you from yourself, it said. I stared at the black substance as it began to form a face with sharp teeth and white, pupilless eyes. I am Venom and you are mine, it said with a massive grin. In that moment, I felt a conflict within me. One voice urged me to reject this thing, while another whispered that I could finally take control of my life. I looked at Venom and introduced myself. My name is Izuku Midorya. Nice to meet you. Venom smiled even wider. This was the beginning of my journey, the day I decided to become something different. This is my story of how I would become a hero, someone who would fight for what I believed in. It's been about a week since I've met my savior, the one who chose to be with me until I die. The one who believed in me. Yeah, it sounds corny, but I'm grateful. Are you done talking to yourself? You sound like one of my previous hosts, Venom said. Sorry about that, Ven. Just have a lot on my mind, I replied. Yeah, I can tell. But let's forget about that and focus on what you're going to do from now on. You're talking about being this so-called Spider-Man? Venom, I told you already I don't want to be a hero anymore. Who said anything about being a hero? Listen, Izuku, we can do whatever we want. We can help those who need it and protect the innocent. We can make a difference. I paused, considering his words. Venom then showed his face towards me. Think about it for a bit. Until then, I'll be resting for a bit. And with that, Venom resided back into me. I looked at the time and thought, I don't really have a choice. I got up to get ready, looking in the mirror to see my reflection. I looked a bit better. All the bruises that I had for years were gone, the bags under my eyes were non-existent, and my skin complexion wasn't as pale as before. But it didn't hide the pain in my very soul. No matter how much I'm going to change, I'll still feel like I'm not good enough. Once I finished getting ready, I put on my clothes, grabbed my school bag, and headed off to school. It took me a few minutes to get there, with my classmates looking in my direction, but I didn't care and just took my seat. After going through lesson after lesson, holding in my frustration as much as I could, it was finally lunchtime. I sighed a bit while eating my lunch alone. Suddenly, I felt a slight buzz at the back of my head, causing my body to move on its own. I turned around just in time to catch someone from falling and also catching their lunch. Whoa, nice reflexes. Thanks for catching my lunch, dude, the girl said. When I looked towards her, I suddenly blushed because this girl was someone I didn't want to see at all. She went by many names, but the one that always stuck was the shocker. Her real name is Kyokajiru. She looked at me until she got out of my hold and grabbed her lunch. Well, thanks again for the save. See ya around. And with that, she left, making me let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, just calm down. Deep breaths, I told myself. So, did you enjoy what I did for you, buddy? Venom asked. Venom, what did you do? I replied. Oh, just did a little upgrade on your body. No biggie, but you need to train this body of yours after school. You're still going on about that. Yes. Listen, Izuku, I'm far away from where I'm from, so the best I can do is help you. But I think it's better we cause a little mayhem. I sighed while taking my seat, looking over towards Jiru. You like her, don't you? Venom teased. What's there to love about me? I only made sure she didn't fall, that's it, nothing else. You poor soul, Venom replied. It was now the end of school, and I found myself on top of a tall building, wearing a dark green hoodie, black long pants, and white sneakers. So why exactly are we on a tall building? I asked. Venom then revealed himself. Because, my new host, we are going on a full course on how to be your own Spider-Man. I've given you glimpses of the basics, so you need to figure out how to use the knowledge practically. What's the point of all this? I questioned. Venom sighed, causing me to feel a bit of pressure in my head. Now, training to be Spider-Man, Venom Edition. First, the basic aspects of a spider. I'm able to HRSS their powers, but you need to master the basics. Only those basics will help you. Now look at your hands closely. I did just that and was shocked. What is this? Venom, why are you helping me? Because I want you to live. I want you to make a difference in this society, little by little. Izuku, we need this. This is your calling to take the first step. I looked up and took a deep breath. I started climbing and climbing until I reached the top, looking down below, and then I smiled. Izuku's POV. Jumping over buildings and doing parkour while sticking to walls, I felt free with the wind blowing through my hair and a smile on my face. I then landed on top of a building, taking a moment to catch my breath. Now you have a rundown on how you're able to move around using your strength, agility, and flexibility. For a few months now, it's time for your next lesson, Venom said. What's that, Venom? I asked. You'll be web swinging. But I don't have the chemical reaction to create my own webs. I don't have any tools to make my own web shooters. That's why you have me, Izuku. Time to be Spider-Man. With that, I saw Venom covering me, his black substance wrapping around my body until I looked at myself and saw I was wearing a black suit that showed off the muscles I had trained. With Venom's help, the suit had a large spider emblem on the front and back, with large white patches on the back of my. Wow, Venom, this is amazing. Yeah, I know. Now let's start with you shooting your first web. When he said this, I crawled on the building until I stood up, checking the sight in front of me. Okay, I can do this, I said, aiming my arm towards a building. I used what looked like the rock and roll sign and, out of reflex, sent a single strand of web that hit and landed on a building. Well, tally-ho. With that, I jumped and let out a joyful scream. Ehawa. Woo woo. You know what this needs? Some sweet tunes. I'll play the song while you get into the zone, Venom said. Listening to the song Venom picked, I felt at ease doing tricks in the air and swinging around. Once I landed, I lifted my mask just around my mouth to take a breather until I calmed down. That was amazing. Yeah, I can tell from your heart beating really fast. Alright, the next lesson. Are you prepared to take down the bad guys? Wait, you mean? Yes, but only the ones who deserve it, robbers, people who hurt others, and those who don't care about civilian lives. Yeah, you're right. The ones who hurt me. They need to be stopped. I couldn't help but smile, feeling a weight lift from my chest. With my mind now clear, I put my mask back on and jumped, web swinging away towards my new apartment. I had been evicted from my old place because of being quirkless, but I couldn't hold a grudge against the person who did that. They had a family who treated me like a human, so for now, they were safe. Thanks to the money I had saved for years, my new apartment had a lot of space big enough for 10 people to live in, with a master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, a bathroom with a large tub, a dining room, a kitchen, and a big balcony for when I swung away. I sighed in content, laughing on the bed while looking at my phone and seeing a picture of me and Jairu. I didn't know why she decided to get to know me, but I wasn't complaining. Maybe this was good. I hope so. I put down my phone for a bit and grabbed a bar of chocolate, with Venom showing himself and enjoying it while I watched TV. It had been about 4 months, and I had been doing small things like stopping a burglar or taking down bad guys. I thought I was supposed to take down the bad guys, Venom. I would say yes, but not right now. Now isn't the time. Then can it be the time? I said this while hanging upside down, viewing the latest news on my phone. If there was a time I would enjoy watching a hero fight, that time was long gone since I was 4 years old. I put away my phone, looking at the sky as the stars began to show themselves. Suddenly, I heard my phone ringing and looked to see who was calling me. When I saw the caller, I answered. Hello. Hey Midorya, this is Jair, your only friend that you talk to. Hey Jair, what's up? It's the weekend now, and I thought you would be somewhere with your parents. Well, unfortunately, I couldn't go since their gig is rated for adults only, and there is no way I'm dealing with that. So what about you? Me? Well, I'm just hanging around. Reading a bit. Really? Are you studying or? Izuku, no I'm not studying. I'm just reading a novel that's interesting to me. Jairu, well then, tell me a bit about it. Izuku, well, now let's see while I'm going through the pages. I wasn't really reading anything, just walking on the side of a building, thinking until I got on one. Izuku, okay, the story tells about a young man having difficulties in his life, and he has to go through multiple paths in order to find his own happy ending. Jairu, wow really? This must be really interesting. So what paths does he choose if you're not finished with this novel of yours? Izuku, well let's see. Considering his personality, he's been through a lot when he was younger, which made him reach his breaking point. He had to choose a path, and there are multiple of them, but the main paths were shortened to at least 5 paths. Jairu, 2, so tell me what these paths are. Izuku, nope, can't say since I haven't reached that part yet. Maybe I'll tell you when I'm done. Jairu, that's not fair. Chuckles, but I hope you do tell me. I'll call or text you later. Bye, Midorya. Izuku, yeah, see you later, Jairu. With that, the call ended, leaving me to sigh, which made Venom show his face in front of me. Venom, oh, what's the matter? Did you want to talk to her more, little Izuku? Izuku, maybe. Anyway, why do you keep changing my ringtone on my phone? Venom, I don't like hearing the same ringtone more than 3 times, so I change it. If there's one I like, it stays. I didn't say anything but laughed. With that, I jumped off the building, feeling the air until I landed on the ground safely, retracting my suit. I made sure no one saw me and decided to walk around for the time being. Well, what do we have here? It's the quirkless reject. I stopped for a second to turn my head to see 2 guys who are always with Bakugo, the ones I used to know since I was little. I could only sigh while trying to stay calm. #1. Hey man, where the hell have you been? You've been avoiding us or something. I thought we were friends. He said this while putting his arm around my shoulder, but I didn't say anything. #2. Yeah, you know Bakugo's really going to be upset if he thinks you've been ignoring him. This made the 2 of them laugh, but I felt all too familiar with their taunts. #1. Hey, not going to say anything, you quirkless freak? The one with his arm around my shoulder suddenly grabbed my collar and pushed me toward an alleyway, laughter echoing behind us. #2. Let's teach him a lesson for ignoring us. Suddenly, I couldn't help but laugh at their ridiculousness. Izuku, oh man, I've been trying so hard not to laugh at you. This is priceless. This made them angry, and I calmed down while looking at them with a serious expression. Izuku, it's illegal to use your quirks when you don't have a license. #1. You think anyone's going to care for someone like you? You're nothing but a loser. I felt a surge of frustration but chose to ignore their words. Venom, so how does it feel to stand up to them? Izuku, it feels good to not let them get to me. Venom, good. Now, let's focus on something more positive. As I walked away, I decided to leave the past behind and focus on the future. The sound of someone sighing inside a cafe filled with pastries, desserts, and beverages for anyone who wanted to enjoy it, but not for Izuku, who was sitting while drinking a bit of coffee and eating a chocolate cake. Man, you should loosen up a bit. Your body language is making my mood gloomy. Izuku could only chuckle while looking at Jairu, who was enjoying her beverage of green tea with a satisfying smile on her face. Izuku, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Jairu, can you blame me? I've been coming here ever since I was 5. This place brings a lot of happy memories. Izuku, right, happy memories? He said this while having a thoughtful look in his eyes. Venom, oh no, don't start being gloomy today. You need to talk to the girl. Izuku, and what if she doesn't want to have anything to do with me? Venom, and what if she wants to keep talking to you? Think about it, you've been through so much that no child your age should have gone through, but yet you've still continued to survive this world. So, grow some confidence and enjoy yourself with a friend because you need to say something right now. Hey, are you doing okay? Jairu asked. Yeah, just spaced out for a bit, Izuku replied, taking a bite of his cake while Venom internally enjoyed the taste. So what exactly are you going to do? Jairu inquired. This made Izuku stop eating, making Venom protest internally. Hey, I was enjoying that. Don't let that delicious goodness escape. Venom exclaimed. Izuku cut him off while looking at Jairu, wondering why she asked him that question. Is there a reason why you're asking me that? Well, I've just been wondering if you're going to UA or a different school, Jairu explained. Maybe I'm considering looking for a job, Izuku said thoughtfully. Really? And what kind of job are you looking for? Jairu asked. I'm considering seeing if they're hiring at Shield Industries, Izuku replied. Wow, really? Why there? Jairu was curious. Because I feel like I need to be there, like a calling. But if I do consider it, I'll go to UA, just not in the hero course, Izuku clarified. Then which course are you considering taking the exam for at UA? Jairu pressed. General Studies or the support course, that's about it until I finally graduate from junior high. I'll need some time off, Izuku said. Midorya, listen, I don't know what you've been through, and I know my words might not help, but you have me, and I'll be there for you, okay? Jairu offered. When she said this, Izuku felt happy for some reason, but it suddenly disappeared. He thought to himself that she was just saying that to make him feel better, but it was working, even if just a little. His heart felt empty. Izuku smiled at her while taking another bite of his cake. Thanks for this, Jairu. I appreciate it. It's nice for me to get out of the house once in a while. Yeah, I'm glad, she said, looking at Izuku. She noticed his smile seemed forced, but she didn't want to say anything. Suddenly, she heard a noise coming closer, and before she knew it, she was grabbed and protected. Jairu! Izuku shouted. Hey, are you alright? Izuku looked into Jairu's eyes as she appeared to be in a daze. Venom interrupted his thoughts. Izuku, now's not the time. We have some crooks to deal with. Hearing the screams around him, Izuku's body moved instinctively. Kyoka, listen to me. We need to get out of here, do you understand? Jairu nodded and told him to be safe. As the chaos around them intensified, clouds began to form, providing the cover Izuku needed. Venom, suit up. Copy, Venom replied. With his suit on, Izuku used his webs to stabilize the building and quickly helped people escape safely. Once he was done, he noticed the structure was about to collapse. He swung towards the culprits responsible, ignoring the cheers from the crowd. When he cornered the crooks in an alley, they begged for mercy, but Izuku remained resolute. A few days later, Izuku lay on his bed, exhausted from the recent events. He felt bad for Jairu, whose favorite place had been destroyed, but she assured him she was okay and wanted to know if he was fine. Izuku sighed, staring at the ceiling. Venom, you're thinking about it, aren't you? Can you blame me? I've always been curious about the Shield Industries since they moved to Japan, he replied. I don't know. I've seen too many scientists who think they can change the world for the better, Venom said. Izuku felt sympathy for Venom's past experiences. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That was ages ago. Just enjoy your rest. You did well helping people, be proud of that. Izuku shook his head. There's nothing to be proud of. Even if I save lives, I also take them in the shadows. Suddenly his phone lit up. Another day of being Spider-Man, he said. Yeah, let's get on with it. I hope there's something interesting out there, Venom replied. With his suit on, Izuku jumped off his balcony and swung into the night. Days passed since Izuku debuted as a vigilante. Some civilians cheered for him, while others wanted him to quit. Children were amazed by his actions, unaware of the darker side of his work. Izuku tried to avoid crowds at school since the disappearance of his former bullies had raised questions among students and their parents. Sighing, he walked with Jairu, who wanted to catch up. Can you believe there's a vigilante? Jairu asked. Really? You seem interested, Izuku replied. Of course. He's been doing this for weeks, and people are cheering for him. I'm not sure the heroes feel the same, Izuku said. Then they don't understand why he's doing this, Jairu replied. Are you sure it's a guy? It could be a girl, Izuku suggested. With a body like that? I can tell, Jairu said, blushing slightly. Izuku chuckled. Are you into bad boys? This vigilante wears black. Jairu lightly punched him. You better be careful, or I'll use my quirk on you. Venom chimed in. No, don't let her use her quirk on us. Izuku laughed. I thought you could adapt. I thought so too, but it seems my abilities are limited for now, Venom admitted. Jairu looked at Izuku curiously. Hey, you okay? You look like someone stole your favorite toy. The only toy I had was when I was 6, he replied, feeling awkward. They arrived at Shield Industries, and both were fascinated by the building. Once inside, Izuku was amazed by the inventions created by David Shield, which supported heroes and helped civilians. A big deal. I've seen better, Venom said. Really? You, the great Venom? Yes, and I deserve more praise. The equipment here is okay, but not advanced, Venom explained. Izuku was intrigued. Wow, maybe we should scan the area for anything unusual. No need. That person will find us. Venom replied. Izuku and Venom stopped their conversation as Jairu pulled him to look around. While Jairu observed the inventions, Izuku wandered off to explore. He stopped in front of something that caught his attention. Quirk-based genetics? He read aloud. Oh no, Venom said. What? Izuku asked, concerned. Is something wrong, Venom? Venom? Well, it's similar to something that happened to a host of mine from back in the day. Izuku, you want to talk about it? Venom, not really, no. Izuku, okay, well I won't touch anything. You're interested in quirk genetics as well? Izuku turned his attention to someone on his left, a slim and attractive young woman of slightly above average height with a round face. She had wavy blonde hair that reached halfway down her back and was wearing a white lab coat that covered her and reached just above her knees. She was looking at Izuku with her glasses shining while Izuku stared blankly, not saying anything. This machine is really special, using the codes that contain the X factor of a person's DNA, allowing it to be implanted into specific organisms that are similar yet different from the human body. Izuku, you must really know your stuff. Of course. My dad went through a lot to have this building developed for a few years in America. It's too bad his partner isn't here. Izuku, wait, you said your father. Are you perhaps related to David Shield? Yep, she said with a big smile on her face. Izuku blushed but calmed down. Forgive me for not saying anything earlier. My name is Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield, the founder of Shield Industries. Izuku was shocked and amazed. Melissa, so what are you doing here? Are you just observing, or are you here for something else? Izuku, you can tell? Venom, is she psychic? Because our cover's been blown, Izuku. Melissa, your body language is one thing, and the way you're always fidgeting indicates you're either very shy or have severe anxiety about something. Just my guess. All Izuku could say was that Venom agreed. Izuku, we need to be on this girl's good side. Venom, I agree. There's no way we're dealing with this girl on her moods. Izuku, well, you might have guessed it right. I am a bit shy. Venom, not true, you have PTSD to the worst degree. Izuku, not helping Venom. Izuku, but yeah, I am here for something, and I was hoping it's possible to get a job here. Melissa looked at Izuku, observing him. Melissa, you look promising. Tell you what, I'll let you be my intern for 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks, I'll observe you and give guidance if you're having any problems. How's that sound? And you don't have to worry about your age, so what do you say? Do you agree? She extended her hand for a handshake, and Izuku smiled genuinely and shook on it. Izuku, I hope I can do my best in these 2 weeks, Melissa shield. Melissa, I hope I made a good decision. Please just call me Melissa. After this, I need to go talk to my father. Since you're my first ever intern, here's my number so we can keep in touch. Izuku Midorya. Melissa, right, we'll keep in touch, Izuku. See ya. With that, she left, leaving Izuku with a smile on his face. It didn't take him long to find Jairu, who wondered where he had gone. When he told her he got a job as an intern, it made her happy but also a bit sad. Izuku reassured her that he would still go to school and take the entrance exam with her, which brought a small smile to her face. With that, the two left the industry, one of them thinking, Jairu, I'm glad he's getting better, but something still doesn't seem right. It's like he's hiding something. Izuku, please do this alone. As the coming months passed, Izuku was having good days and some bad. During this time, he was able to officially intern under Melissa Shield, getting introduced to the founder of the industry, and enjoying a good school life with his friend Kyoka Jairu. With the help of Venom, he made a lot of progress as Spider-Man during the day, saving others in need, even if it was in small ways. People cheered for him, heroes tried to stop him, and crooks attempted to take him down, but none succeeded. While Izuku balanced his double life, he worked out and helped the community by cleaning trash on the beach. He also assisted Jairu with her workouts and provided tips involving her quirk, which helped bring them closer together as they supported each other. During the day, Izuku was just your average quirkless kid who went to school, avoided bullies, hung out with friends, and worked as an intern. But at night, he transformed into the web-slinging vigilante who helped those in need while avoiding the police and pro-heroes. In the evenings, Izuku allowed Venom to control his body, as Venom sought out those who did bad things for fun. Venom was clever in his own way, thanks to the hosts he had before, and with Izuku he was able to strategize and accomplish his goals. However, he kept his nighttime activities hidden from Izuku for now, and Izuku understood. As the months passed, we find Izuku in his junior high uniform standing in front of the building known as UA High. I gotta say, the building looks amazing, Izuku remarked. I've seen better, Venom replied. Really, Venom? Izuku questioned. Yes, I've seen buildings better than this one, Venom insisted. Before Izuku could respond, someone shouted his name. Oi, Deku, don't get in my way or you'll regret it. Izuku turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo walking past him, and he thought to himself, this guy is really something. Why does he feel the need to shout at me when there's plenty of space to walk around? Venom exclaimed in frustration. Izuku cut Venom off, trying to stay calm. Okay, there's not much time for me to think about him. I just need to get through the exam for the general course, finish it, wait for Jairu, and then I can focus on my other activities. With that, he started to walk only for his spider sense to go off, making him quickly catch someone who was about to fall. Are you okay? It's probably not a good sign to hit the ground, huh? When Izuku said that, he got a good look at the person he saved. She was an average-height teenage girl with wide, warm brown eyes and bobbed hair with baby bangs, along with 2 longer strands of hair framing her face. She has small eyebrows and a permanent blush on her cheeks. When she looked at Izuku, all she could do was thank him and run, leaving him confused and a bit hurt. Izuku thought to himself, did I do something wrong? His head down, but just then, someone touched his shoulder, making him look up to see Jairu, who had a smile on her face. Hey, come on, let's go, she said, grabbing Izuku's hand. All he could do was let her drag him inside, and then they went their separate ways to do their exam. I'll meet you back at the gate, okay? Jairu said. Yeah, good luck in the exam, Izuku replied. Yeah, you too. Izuku walked to his seat to take his exam for the general course, taking calming breaths while looking at his test. This is just too easy. It feels like a kindergarten-level test, he said to himself. Considering how your brain works, you would think that, Venom replied. Izuku smiled and wrote down his answers. Once he finished, he waited until time was up. Later, Izuku was close to the gate, waiting for his friend while looking through his phone. You ever have that feeling that something doesn't seem right, Venom? He asked. Elaborate, Izuku, Venom replied. I just have a feeling something doesn't feel right. I need to go where Jairu is, Izuku said. Are you able to? Venom asked. You're able to enhance my senses so I can pinpoint her scent and hear her voice? But I need your help to increase it, Izuku explained. Fine, just don't cry like you used to when you start smelling things you're not supposed to, Venom sighed. Izuku walked to a secluded place, took deep breaths, and closed his eyes, using his senses. It took a few seconds to find his friend's scent, and he felt her emotions. Fear was the main one. He then heard her struggling along with another scent close to her. This made Izuku open his eyes and get serious. Venom, suit up, he commanded. Copy, Venom replied, covering Izuku head to toe with his spider costume. Izuku jumped high enough to get some breathing room, fired a web toward a building, and swung fast to his location. I better not see her getting hurt, he thought. Meanwhile, everything was going well for Jairu. She had stacked up enough points to ensure she could pass the physical part of the exam. Alright, I think that's enough points to get me into UA. Oh man, I can't wait to tell Izuku, she said to herself, stopping for a moment and blushing. Why did I say his first name all of a sudden? I mean sure, he's easy on the eyes. And his fluffy hair and cute freckles. No. Stop thinking about that. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise that caused her to cover her ears and feel the tremors while sitting on the ground. That was when she saw it, the robot known as the zero-pointer. All she could do was look at the robot, unable to move as other examinees ran away. I can't move. My body won't listen at all. I need to. Just then, she heard something that made her turn her head. Once she got close, she saw someone trapped under rubble. Hey, are you okay? Jairu asked. I can't move. I think my ankle's broken, the person replied. Okay, don't worry. I'll get you out, Jairu said, struggling to lift the rubble as quickly as she could. She managed to lift it enough for the person to crawl out. So, what's your name? Jairu asked. Ochako Uraraka. Maybe we should get out of here before we get crushed, Uraraka suggested, but the zero-pointer was getting closer. Jairu tried to hurry, but suddenly, she and Uraraka were both lifted and moving fast. Jairu looked up and was shocked. Izuku, she exclaimed. Izuku, who had grabbed both girls, was running fast to avoid the robot. Why do they have that huge robot? How much did they spend? He shouted. How should I know? I'm always in your head, Venom replied. You think you're funny, Venom? Izuku said. I've had to deal with past hosts who were nutty in the head and had to deal with a lot of quips, Venom retorted. Izuku sighed internally while running and, seeing enough room, gently put down both girls. I'm glad the two of you are okay, he said. Wait, Izuku, what are you doing? Jairu asked. Izuku turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Jairu. It's going to be okay. I just need to deal with that big robot over there. With that, Izuku ran after the zero-pointer while hearing Jairu shout after him. He grabbed a long metal pole. You know Jairu is likely going to use her quirk on us, right? Venom warned. That will be fine, Izuku replied. That's not reassuring, Venom exclaimed. Izuku saw he was getting close to the robot, which seemed to have locked onto him. When he heard the robot's targeting system activate, his spider sense went off, making him see a giant robot hand coming toward him. Thinking fast, he jumped and reached the robot's metal hand, running up its arm as fast as he could. I'm not being Spider-Man right now, I'm just me, who knows how to kick butt, Izuku declared. He spotted an angle to hit the robot and swung the pole with all his strength. It pierced the robot's head, disabling it. Izuku's spider sense tingled again, and he ran, feeling the heat coming from inside the robot. He jumped just in time as the robot exploded, propelling him forward. He braced himself for impact, but it never came because he was floating in the air, held by someone who looked like they might be sick at any moment. Suddenly, she released him, and he landed on the ground, only to be pushed down again by Jairu, who was playfully hitting him on the chest and calling him an idiot repeatedly. Izuku said, See, I told you we'd be fine. But he spoke too soon, as Jairu used her quirk on him, causing him to scream in surprise along with Venom. Meanwhile, in a dark room, silhouettes were watching multiple monitors displaying footage of all the examinees, including Izuku Midorya. It's been a few days since the entrance exam, a few days since Izuku saved Jairu and met someone named Ochako Uraraka. Right now, Izuku was at his apartment with Venom out in the open, enjoying some chocolate while Izuku scrolled through the news on his phone. After finishing his 10th bar of chocolate, Venom looked at Izuku with curiosity. So, is there something that catches your eye, my friend? Venom asked. Well, it's been a few months since I took on the mantle of Spider-Man, and for some reason, I'm seeing pictures of me in my Spider-Man suit, Izuku exclaimed. Suddenly, Izuku's face was pulled towards Venom. Don't call the suit a onesie ever again. I don't want to hear that word, you understand? Izuku nodded, and Venom let go of his face, taking a bite of his chocolate while Izuku chuckled. Anyways, as I was saying, I've been seeing pictures of me as Spider-Man taken by someone named Tanio Takuda, Izuku continued. Why does this person catch your interest? Venom asked. I'm not sure, it's just a feeling. I kind of want to meet him and thank him for all the photos he's taken of me, you know? Izuku replied. Honestly, you're lucky you're not aiming to be a photographer, Venom said. Really? Why is that? Izuku asked. Nothing to worry about. So, are we going to meet this person or what? Venom prompted. Izuku sighed, got up from his seat, and opened the door to his veranda, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Okay then, let's go meet this photographer. Let's just get this over with so we can eat more chocolate or take on some bad guys, Venom said. With that, Izuku donned his suit and jumped out, web-swinging toward where he could find the photographer. Meanwhile, at Juzo News, a tall, slender man with black, wavy hair that hung on one side of his face and short sideburns on both sides was busy at work. His face is angular with high cheekbones. He wears thin-framed glasses with large, circular lenses, contrasting with his thin, grayish-blue eyes with mismatched pupils, one white and one black. He sports a beige blazer over an untucked black dress shirt and dark slacks. He also has a black camera that hangs around his neck when he's reporting. This man is named Tanio Takuda, who was sighing while on top of the roof, looking at a photo of an individual who has been causing quite a ruckus. Tanio, what makes you so different? Wow, that looks really good. Tanio jumped at the sound of someone he was unfamiliar with. He turned around, only to see no one. Hey, eyes forward. Tanio then turned around, only to be shocked to see someone he thought he would never meet. Tanio, it's you, the one who's been stopping small crimes for a couple of months, Spider-Man. Spider-Man, yep, that's me, the one who stops crime, and I don't need charity for what I do. Tanio was surprised looking at Spider-Man, who was clad in his signature black suit. He couldn't help but grab his camera. Spider-Man, hey, wait a minute. You can't take my picture when I came all this way to properly thank you. This got Tanio confused until Spider-Man grabbed Tanio's hand and gave him a handshake. Spider-Man, I'd like to thank you for taking my picture. It means a lot to see someone who is actually giving me positive feedback, you know? Tanio couldn't see it, but he knew that whoever was underneath that mask was smiling, and Tanio couldn't help but laugh a bit. Tanio, I'm surprised to even have a conversation with the only vigilante who wants to make a difference. I would say you're almost similar to All Might. That made Spider-Man clench his right fist behind his back. Spider-Man, really? Well, I'm doing what I think is right, but anyways, thanks for the photos, so I'll go. Tanio, wait, before you go, can I take a picture with you? My team is kind of a bit of fans of yours. All Spider-Man did was laugh and agreed to take the picture with Tanio. After a couple more photos, Spider-Man left while web-swinging away, leaving Tanio to think. Tanio, he sounds so young. Someone like him with power like that. I'm sure the path he chose is the right one. Meanwhile, Izuku kept on web-swinging. Izuku, well, that was fun. Venom, define your word of fun. You just talked with the man, and then you two took a picture. That's not fun, that's just boredom. Izuku, why are you being grumpy all of a sudden? Venom, I won't say much, but know this, get ready to have a lot of fun when school starts for you, Izuku. You just might need a lot of resistance from punching someone. That's all Izuku got from Venom before he could say anything back. His spider sense went off, making him get ready to slingshot himself to the location. Izuku, no time like Spidey time. Meanwhile, we see an individual looking at the file of a certain person while taking a sip of his tea. Izuku Midorya, interesting, very, very interesting. Izuku's POV. Right now, I'm tapping my foot on the ground while reading a book to pass the time, along with Venom eating chocolate and watching a TV show before quirks were introduced, and he was hooked into it. Izuku, you must really love romance, huh, Venom? But he didn't hear me, which made me chuckle. Ding ding. I then heard the sound of my doorbell ringing, which made me get up from my couch and walk towards my door, seeing Venom still fixated on the TV. I could only sigh. Once I reached the door, I opened it slightly to see someone that made me blush. Sorry about this. I didn't have enough time to change out of my casual clothes. You're Izuku Midorya, correct? I nodded my head, which made her sigh in relief. Oh good, because this is like the 4th time this week I've made a mistake like this. I almost got fired. Anyway, here's your letter. When I grabbed it and thanked her, I heard a loud sound from inside my home. Is everything okay? Izuku, yeah, it's just that. Bam crash. Izuku, it's just my cat is a little fresh. Izuku, jumpy today. Oh okay. I have similar problems with my little kitten because she always somehow gets into the catnip. This made me laugh a bit. Izuku, well, it was nice to have a conversation with you, miss. Oh right, my name is Naomi Hataru. I'd love to talk to you some more. You seem like a nice guy, but I need to go and change out of my clothes down at the office. Izuku, well, how about we exchange phone numbers so we can stay in touch? With that, we did, and then she left, making me wave goodbye until my smile disappeared. Izuku, it was nice, but I'm sure if we talked more, she'll find me annoying. I then went back inside, only to see nothing was damaged or destroyed. Izuku, Venom, what did you do inside? Venom, nothing. The crashes you heard were me getting upset about them ruining my ship. It's just frustrating. Izuku, okay, well, I'm gonna check my letter to see if I got into the general course. Venom, have you ever wondered that plan of yours might backfire? I stopped for a bit, turning my attention to Venom. Izuku, what do you mean by that, Venom? Venom, I mean when you saved those girls, everyone watched you the examinees, the ones who watched the examinees to see who passed or failed. I know for a fact they will try to see if you can get into the hero course. Izuku, or maybe they saw my information on me being quirkless, and they might just forget about it. Venom, you said, might, meaning they'll likely consider letting you into one of those hero classes. Izuku, it's not for me. Not anymore. Sigh alright, let's see. How I did. Then I opened the envelope to see my letter and not only that, but a small disc that hit the floor and activated a hologram of what looked like a combination of a dog, bear, mouse, and more. Izuku, is it just me, or does this animal look like it? Venom, dinner. Izuku, chimera. I was about to say chimera. Venom, you're not going to eat it. Venom, but the juices on that body are screaming pure delicacy. I just sighed while listening to what this thing was trying to say. Hello, young one. Am I a mouse, bear, dog? It doesn't matter, because I'm Principal Nizu, and it's my pleasure to say well done for taking part in the UA entrance exam. Now you, young man, have done an amazing job by completing the theory test. You've done it with flying colors. I must say I'm impressed, since no one was able to have an intellect that's on par with mine. I would say congratulations for entering the general course, but I would like for you to choose from these options. Venom, see, I knew it. Izuku, let's just hear the rat talk. Nizu, now you have two options, well, three. Option 1, you choose to stay and study in the general course, and by doing so, you'll have the chance to make a difference while entering the sports festival and be able to gain a chance to be in the hero courses. Option 2, you decide to choose my offer to join the hero course. That way, you'll gain the necessary skills while training to be a hero. Or option 3, I help you by being your personal teacher. That means you'll be my only student who is on par with me. Those are your choices. Contact me by email so I'll know your answer. Thank you for listening, and this is your academia. With that, the hologram deactivated, leaving me to think about this. Just then, the hologram activated again. Nizu, this disc will self-destruct in 5 seconds. This made Izuku grab the disc and throw it away far, causing a small explosion. Izuku just sighed with a lot on his mind. Izuku, Venom, suit up. Venom, copy? What exactly are we going to do tonight? Izuku, I just need some air for a bit, maybe take down a couple of thugs, but we're not doing anything too extreme. Venom, okay, no extreme actions. Just take as much time as you need to think about your decision because whatever you choose will lead to an unpredictable path. I didn't say anything else but looked at my phone, typed in my option, and jumped out of my home, swinging away through the city. Meanwhile, at an airport, 2 individuals were coming out of the plane. It's been a long time since I've been here in Japan. #2. Well, you've barely remembered anything here, so maybe coming back will help you recall your homeland. Chuckled while looking at the sky. My home. I need to book us a hotel, and then I'll see David. He's going to be surprised to see me again. Number 2 just sighed while grabbing their bag. #2. Come on, Dad, we need to go. You can think about Mom later. Dad. What? Oh, come on, honey, don't be like that. They then walked towards the airport, one of them carrying something that seemed important for their journey ahead. Right now we see Izuku swinging towards his home, doing a front flip and landing on his couch, groaning. Izuku, can this get any more tiring? His alarm clock blared loudly. Izuku, Ugh, I can't take this anymore. He quickly turned off the alarm clock, frustrated. Venom, hey, I enjoyed my wake-up call. Izuku, well, it's annoying. Venom, too bad. It's morning. Izuku, it's too early, man. Venom, it's 5 a.m. Izuku, it's still too early. I had to deal with multiple thugs last night. Venom, and you didn't let us eat them. Izuku, because I have my reasons. When the time comes, we'll handle a bad guy. Venom, fine, but you need to shower and get something to eat. I'll help you feel energized. That's all Izuku heard until he got up from his couch and went to take a shower. After that, he went to his kitchen to cook himself a Western breakfast of bacon and eggs and a cup of tea while wearing his school uniform. Izuku. Hey, Venom. Venom, what's up? Izuku, if things go south and I see someone starts to annoy me, please try to contain me. Venom, alright, I'll try to calm you down as much as I can. Izuku, yeah, thanks V. Venom, what? Izuku, what do you mean, what? Venom, nothing. Forget it. Let's just go to school. With that, Izuku finished his meal and locked up his home to head to school. Venom, it's not possible, right? It can't be breaking soon. Right now, we see our protagonist waiting on someone while looking at his phone. Venom, little Izuku is talking to a girl he just met who gave him an envelope for his UA acceptance. Izuku, how come you're suddenly happy? Venom, because it seems you're going to make some new friends. Izuku, what? Dude, no, I'm not like that. Venom, oh sure, you aren't. You're just a little crazy with a symbiote. Izuku, okay, you need a timeout later. Venom, what? Hey, the great Venom does not. Izuku cut him off, and that caused him to get a playful tentacle slap from Venom. Kyoka, hey Midorya. Sorry for making you wait. Whoa, what happened to your face? Izuku, oh nothing. Just a tree branch hit my face a little, but I'm fine. Kyoka, dadaha. You know I can tell you're lying, right? Izuku, really? You can tell? Man, there's gotta be a lot of advantages to. Kyoka, don't change the subject, or so help me, I'm gonna poke you in the eye. Izuku, okay, but we really need to go or we're gonna be late. With that, the two continued on their journey to school. A few minutes later, they reached the gate, following the directions to where their class was supposed to be. Izuku, well, this is it. I'll see you after lunch. Kyoka, yeah, I'll see you after lunch. Maybe we'll see that Uraraka girl, she seems nice. Izuku, yeah, sounds great. After that, they went their separate ways, with Izuku going towards his class, which was general studies. When he opened the door and entered, he saw the students looking his way, making him sigh. Izuku, just ignore them and go to a seat. Just ignore them and go to your seat. A voice called out, hey, you with the green hair. Izuku stopped and turned his head to meet a young woman with messy, indigo-colored hair that flared out in large tufts around her head. Her eyes were purple and thin, usually half-closed, with dark eye bags underneath them. Izuku looked at the girl, wondering why she called him. Izuku, yes. She walked towards him and extended her hand. Hikari, welcome to the general. Of course, since no one in here is trying to be friendly, my name is Hikari Shinso. I hope we can be friends or something. Izuku took her hand and gave it a firm shake. Izuku Midorya, and I hope we can be good classmates and friends too. The two of them had emotionless faces, but both shared a tiny spark of light. After that, class was in session with the teacher giving the students a chance to introduce themselves, sharing their names, likes, dislikes, and quirks. When it came to Izuku, he only mentioned his name. Some of the students wanted to know what his quirk was, but he didn't say anything, leaving them curious. It was then time for lunch, where we see Izuku with Hikari, along with Kyoka and Ochako, with the two girls telling the two general course students what they did that day. Kyoka, and then our teachers said it was a logical ruse to gauge our potential, and I thought one of us was really going to excel on our first day. Izuku, wow, must have been rough. Ochako, yeah, it was, but at least the class was safe. So, Midorya, how's class going for you? Izuku, it's good, I guess. I met a friend who's sitting with us. The three of them stared at Hikari, who was trying to enjoy her lunch. Hikari, what? Izuku, oh nothing. Just saying how amazing it is that you're my friend. Hikari, I've told you what my quirk is, and yet you still want to be my friend? You're weird. Izuku, and I take that as a compliment. Venom, To make sure your sanity is in check? Izuku, so that I won't start complaining. Ochako, hey Midorya, I just have a question. How come you're not in the hero course? When I saw you take down that zero-pointer, you were moving so fast. Izuku, well, to tell you the truth, the hero course wasn't my first choice. The reason I was there in the first place was because Jairu was taking a while to meet me at the gate. Jairu, wait, so just because I was a bit late you got worried? Izuku, what? You're my first friend in a while, so of course I'd be worried. That's what Izuku said while eating his lunch, leaving a blushing Kyoka to repeat his words, a confused Ochako who wondered why Jairu was his first friend, and a serious Hikari who was staring at Izuku. Venom, this is weird. It's like I'm having déjà vu. First, Izuku calls me V and now this. What's going on? Izuku's POV. I started to run fast, trying to make it so I wouldn't be late. What's got you in a hurry? Venom asked. Melissa texted me saying Mr. Shield's partner is arriving today, and I really want to see this person, I replied. Have you ever wondered that maybe you should go to school first? Venom suggested. There's still time for that right now. I then saw Shield Industries up ahead, and once I got there, I saw Melissa along with Mr. Shield. Izuku, I'm so glad you could make it. Melissa exclaimed. Well, I wouldn't be a good intern if I declined, I said. David added, we're both glad you're here. Just know, if working here is giving you trouble at school. No, it's fine. It's just my second day at UA, but don't worry, everything's fine, I reassured him. But before Mr. Shield could say anything, all three of us turned our attention to a black limousine. Out came two individuals. One was a young woman around my age with fair skin, long brown hair that reached just below her shoulders, and hazel eyes with pupils almost cat-like. She was very beautiful. But when I looked at the other individual, my eyes widened, and my breath almost staggered. Chow. He can't be alive, there's no way. I stammered. What's wrong? Talk to me, Venom urged. That man. What about him? Do you know him? Did he hurt you before? Please tell me, Venom pressed. He's my father. Are you sure, Izuku? It's been years since. Because I thought he was dead. I saw it on the news after Mom passed away. I saw his name, so why is he here? I looked at the man and girl who were walking towards us. It's so great to see you again, my old friend Mr. Shield, the man said. Oh please, it's so good to see you once more, Hisashi Sora, David replied. When I heard the name of the man, I also recognized his voice, a voice I could never forget. It's him, it's really him. I gasped. Well, it's been a while. Right now, we have to deal with the support items we were talking about on the phone, Hisashi said. Right, but until then, I'd like you to meet my daughter, which I am pretty sure you've forgotten, David added. Oh come on, it's been 5 years since then. Anyway, it's nice to see you again, Melissa. You've grown so much, Hisashi said. Thank you, sir. I'm glad we see one another again. It's been a while, Melissa replied. Yeah, I would like to meet my daughter who needs to focus instead of being on her phone, Hisashi said, drawing the girl's attention. Hello, my name is Emmy Sora. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Shield, and you too, Melissa, she said. It's nice you still have that laid-back attitude that I love, Melissa said, which made Emmy chuckle. Then, Emmy looked in my direction, prompting Hisashi to look at me as well, making me shift a bit. Hello there, young man. I'm sorry if I didn't see you, Hisashi said. Oh, it's fine, sir. My name is Izuku Midorya. It's nice to meet you, I replied. Hisashi smiled at me and gave me a firm handshake. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Midorya. Melissa then wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Izuku here is my intern, and I'm helping him learn all he needs to know. Really? It's been a while since I've heard that word, intern, since I used to be one, learning from David, Hisashi said. And you took it in like a sponge, David added, which made them both laugh while Emmy looked at me curiously. You said your name is Izuku Midorya, right? Emmy asked. Yes, that's right, I replied. She nodded and smiled. I like you. I hope we can be good friends. With that, she walked inside the building while Melissa giggled at my blushing face. She told me that Emmy never interacted with others her age because it was a hassle, so it was a first when she said she liked me. Melissa then went inside, leaving me alone with my thoughts. He didn't even flinch when he heard my last name, no sense of realization at all. Did he really forget about me? I wondered. Right now, you're not in the state of mind you need to be in. You need to relax. We need to go to school, maybe talking to your friends will help you, Venom suggested. Yeah, maybe you're right, I agreed. With that, I went inside, walking a bit faster to catch up to them when Hisashi spoke to me. Mr. Midorya, I must say, from what I'm hearing from David, you really do know your stuff for someone your age, he said. Well, when you have a lot of free time like me, you tend to try to learn as much as you can, I replied. Yes, you're right, because the mind can be far stronger than the body itself. So tell me, have you ever considered working here permanently after you've graduated? You, my boy, are similar to me since, you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. This is how Hisashi looks, I thought. Well, from what you've done, I actually read all your research on nanotechnology, and it's really brilliant, I said. This made Hisashi look shocked, while David and Melissa chuckled at our interaction. Emmy was curious about me. You understood it? Hisashi asked. Yes, sir. I mean, the possibility of using nanotechnology is endless, which can help others, I explained. I must say that mind of yours is something else. I'm pretty sure your parents must be proud, Hisashi remarked. That made me put my head down, and Hisashi realized what he had said. Oh, I'm so sorry, he said. No, it's fine really. I should probably go, I don't want to be late, I said, and with that I left, running with tears in my eyes. He really doesn't remember me. I'm really alone, I thought as I found an alley, making sure no one was looking. I put on my suit and web-slung to my school. Right now, we see Izuku and Hikari both writing down notes while focusing on what their teacher is saying. So, are you still focusing or are you lost in thought? Hikari asked. I just nodded my head, making Hikari sigh. I was too busy thinking while Venom was controlling my hand movements so that I wouldn't get in trouble. Lunchtime was over, but I didn't care if I was late. Honestly, I didn't care at all. What's on your mind? Venom asked. Please answer me, Venom urged. That I'm fine, Venom. Just a little out of it, I guess, I replied. That's all Venom got from me, and he could only sigh. I continued walking until Izuku. No. This made Izuku rush towards a location where something wasn't right. Flashback to after lunch was over. Right now inside of class 1, we see Ochako and Kyoka both staring at the girl in front of them. Kyoka, can you say that again, Sora-sen? Emmy, I said that if you know Izuku Midorya. Ochako, and why exactly do you want to know if we know him? Emmy, I just want to know because it seems from observing you two, you guys seem close to him. Both Kyoka and Ochako stared at each other. Emmy, well, if you guys can't help me, maybe I can. Kyoka, no, it's fine. It's just that Midorya is someone who tends to be. Emmy, I wouldn't say he's shy, but he does have a tendency to fidget when you're looking at him. I kind of find it cute. She said this while having a small smile that was unsettling for both girls. Kyoka, I don't like this. Ochako, this girl for some reason is suddenly rubbing me the wrong way. Before anything could happen, the door to the class slid open. I am here. Students gasp. Coming through the door like a hero. Students gasp. I can't believe it's really All Might. So he is a teacher. This year is going to be totally awesome. Is he wearing his Silver Age costume? I'm getting goosebumps. It's so retro. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Hero 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. When they saw what was happening, some of them were excited. Bakugo, real fighting. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. When he pressed a button, the floor revealed the students' numbers and suitcases. All Might. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Students gasp, cheer. Costumes. All Might, get yourselves suited up and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Students, yes sir. Time skip. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. All Might, take this to heart. From now on you are All Might. Heroes in training. All Might, this is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Both Kyoka and Ochako were admiring their costumes when they heard a voice. Oh wow, your costumes look amazing. When they heard who said that, they turned their attention to Emmy, Sora, and to what she was wearing. Ochako, well, thanks for the compliment. Yours look amazing too, it's just. Emmy, too much skin showing? Well, I tend not to care about that. You can thank my quirk for that since I'd rather wear less clothing. This made Kyoka and Ochako blush slightly. Meanwhile, we see Izuku running. Izuku, Whatever's going on to make my senses go haywire isn't good. I gotta hurry. Chapter end. Nobody's POV. All Might, now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. So, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? All Might, not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Ida, isn't this a little advanced? All Might, the best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. Ida, sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? How much can we hurt the other team? Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Ida, will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Kyoka, pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Ida, yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness. All Might, no sweat. Let's draw. When Kyoka drew, she got the letter A, and when she saw who her partner was, she could only sigh. Denki, hey, I guess we're a team, huh? Ochako, wow, what are the chances? We're a team. Emmy, yeah, I'm so excited to be your partner. This caused sparks of excitement among the students, with one of them giving a thumbs up. Denki, this is the best. The teams were announced. Team A, Emmy Sora and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. All Might, I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Students, yes sir. All Might, bad guys, you can go on in and get set up. In 5 minutes, the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start. Ida, yes sir. All Might, young Ida. Young Bakugo. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of an evildoer. Ida, got it. All Might, if things go too far, I'll step in. Ida, understood. Bakugo, growls. Ida, even though this is training, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior. Ida looked at the weapon while tapping it. Ida, so this is the weapon we must protect. Of course. Katsuki, hey. Ida, HM? Katsuki, what do you think about that girl who's with that floaty girl? Ida, you mean Sora-san? Well, I'm not sure considering she got in through recommendation, so I would say she's strong. Katsuki, Tikich. Ida, why is it that you seem to be angry towards Sora-san for some reason? Katsuki, that girl is seriously just getting on my nerves for some reason. If I see that guy, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Back to Izuku, he was still running. Venom, why are you in a rush? Izuku, because I have a bad feeling that something is going to happen. Right now, we see both Ochako and Emmy looking through the floor plans. Ochako, do you think they expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big. All Might's just as cool in person as he is on television. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can relax, are you okay? Emmy looked at the building with a serious expression, then turned to Ochako with a bored look. Emmy, right now, I just have this feeling to punch that egotistical explosion of a guy, but as for your question about memorizing the floor plan, I've already done it. Ochako, whoa, really? That was fast. Emmy, yeah, you can thank my dad for that. But we'll talk about that later. Right now, we need to win this thing, and I already have a plan. You think you can handle it? Ochako, are you kidding? We're a team, so of course I can handle it. Let's win this. Just know after this, we need to talk about boundaries involving a certain green-haired boy. Emmy simply nodded her head, her tail moving slowly side to side. All Might, all right. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do. Right now, we see Emmy and Ochako entering through the window. Ochako, and just like that we're in. Emmy, even so, we need to be careful. There are a lot of blind spots here. Emmy started sniffing the air, letting her instincts take over until she stopped, which got Ochako's attention. Ochako, Sora-san, what's wrong? Emmy grabbed Ochako just in time to avoid a blast of heat, giving the two girls enough space. Emmy, you doing okay, sweet cheeks? Ochako, I'm fine, and for the last time, that's not my name. Emmy, well, get used to it. Bakugo revealed himself with a glare. Bakugo, what's the matter? Afraid to stand up and fight me? He almost got the jump on them. Sneak attack, Bakugo? What kind of person pulls cheap tricks like that? It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part, acting like a true villain would. It didn't work. Sora dodged him. Look, there she goes. Bakugo, I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight. Just close. Emmy sighed and got in close, making him react slowly as she delivered a punch to his face and gut, pushing him back against the wall. Ochako, wow. Look at those moves. Emmy, don't be so surprised, sweet cheeks. Remember the plan. Ochako, okay, got it. With that, she left, leaving Bakugo and Emmy alone. Bakugo got back up and glared at her. Bakugo, you must really think that with her gone, you have a chance to beat me, huh? Well, you're wrong. You're just going to lose. Emmy chuckled and got close to him once more, making him react slowly again, and she kneed him in the chin, causing him to cough. Emmy, you must like to talk a lot for someone who has a superiority complex. You really think you're the best? That's delusional. Bakugo couldn't think straight when he heard those words from Emmy, and all he saw was red. Bakugo, filled with rage, used his explosions and rushed after Emmy. Bakugo, you're going down. Emmy just smirked and ran away, putting her plan in motion. Meanwhile, at Shield Industries, we see both Hisashi and David looking through some documents. David, are you sure this will work? Hisashi, it's still in the testing stage, but if it goes well, we'll make it public. Really now, something that will be quite interesting for the public. Both Hisashi and David turned around to see the board of directors, some members of the Hero Public Safety Commission, and a Shield Industries member named Samuel Abraham. Hisashi, what is the meaning of this? Board member, well, thanks to one of your own, we were pleased to hear about this glider and its multi-G balance, as well as the human performance enhancers. Both Hisashi and David looked at Sam with hurt in their eyes. David, Sam, why would you tell them? We've already said it was a personal project. Sam, I'm sorry, David, but after hearing about it, I couldn't help but share. Just think about how we can save others with this item. David, and we told you it's still in the testing phase. We also said it was personal because we were just brainstorming. Board member number 2, be that as it may, we need to know about it, so tell us what we need to know. Hisashi sighed. Hisashi, the performance enhancers are still in the testing stage. We tried vapor inhalation while testing a number of rodents to see their strength increase by about 800%. HPC member, amazing! When can these performance enhancers be manufactured for the public? Hisashi, it's not ready. There are still side effects that David and I need to work on. This made the members dissatisfied when Hisashi said that. Board member number 3, Hisashi Sora. While I appreciate what you've done in the past, I just don't see the need for you to keep something that can help society. Here's what's going to happen. We've decided to let you get this project going in about 2 weeks, and if you don't make it, well, you won't like the consequences. With that, they left, leaving Hisashi to clench his fists in frustration. David, hey Hisashi, it's fine. We have 2 weeks to deal with this. Hisashi, you're right. There's no point in being angry. It's just that those people always seem to annoy me because of my lack of quirk. David, well, you're not alone because we're the quirkless duo. This made Hisashi laugh, not noticing Sam looking at them with hurt in his eyes as he quietly left. Emmy had to dodge blast after blast from Bakugo's attacks, using her agile abilities to buy herself some time to think of a plan. Quit dodging and fight me, or are you too scared to take the heat? Bakugo shouted. Emmy smirked as she began to change, sprouting cat-like ears and claws, with spots appearing on her skin and around her eyes. With this transformation, she dodged even more of Bakugo's fiery blasts, getting closer to him. Before he could fire another explosion, Emmy landed a hit on his chin, followed by more blows that pushed him back until he hit a wall. Emmy then used her earpiece to call Ochako. Sweet cheeks, how are you dealing with the talking engine? He found me, and it's making it hard for me to grab the weapon, so the plan might be a bit preoccupied, Ochako replied. Emmy sighed. Alright, fine. I'll find a way to get up to your position. Bakugo charged at her again, forcing her to dodge, but she suddenly felt a wave of heat coming toward her. It hit her in the side, pushing her back, but she managed to stay on her feet. You think you're gonna ignore me, huh? Well, I'll show you, Bakugo said, pointing his gauntlet at her. Since you don't know my quirk, I'll tell you. It lets my sweat produce a powerful explosion. Imagine that much energy in one blow. Emmy paled at his words as he prepared to fire. Young Bakugo, don't fire. It could seriously hurt her. All Might shouted. She won't get hurt if she doesn't dodge. Bakugo retorted. The blast shook the building, causing All Might to shout if Emmy was okay, while the other students watched in shock. Kyoka, particularly alarmed, urged, you need to stop the match. Right now. But All Might remained focused on the monitors, his expression one of shock. Kyoka noticed something that surprised her. Why is he there? Back in the building, Bakugo looked at the destruction with satisfaction. Wow, these things weren't no joke. He then spotted Emmy, only to receive a fist to the face that sent him crashing into the concrete wall. Well, if it isn't the one who should have stayed where he rightfully belongs. What are you doing here, Deku? Bakugo growled. Izuku Midorya had arrived just in time to pull Emmy out of harm's way, glaring at Bakugo. Sora-san, are you okay? More or less, thanks for the save, even though I could take him out, Emmy replied. Izuku noticed one of Bakugo's gauntlets was still available. Sora-san, I need you to give Uraraka a bit of help. What? Emmy asked, surprised. No way am I letting you deal with this psycho. Also, why exactly are you here? Izuku looked at her, and Emmy saw something in his eyes that made her step back and turn to go after Ochako to help her. Those eyes, Emmy thought. I know for a fact my instincts are telling me to not get involved, but why does he have those eyes that are something else? Izuku turned his attention to Bakugo and then to the cameras. Don't end this match, you hear me, All Might? He called out. Izuku then walked towards Bakugo, who blasted forward to end Izuku, only to get grabbed and slammed hard on the ground. Don't think you have any way to take me down, Bakugo. I've long since passed the urge to even try to be your friend, so don't think you'll have any leverage on us. This made Bakugo scream in rage and run after Izuku, only to get splashed with water and then elbowed in the gut, making him cough from the impact. Izuku then punched him in the chin. Without your quirk, you're unable to use your skills to take me down. He kicked Bakugo by swiping his legs, tripping him to the ground, and then kicked him in the face. Izuku sighed, seeing the disappointing form of his once childhood friend. So disappointing. You thought you could destroy us, but you just made us stronger to survive this cruel world and this messed up society. Just then, Izuku heard the announcement that the hero team won their match. He turned and left the building, heading back to school. Meanwhile, Ida, Ochako, and Emmy went downstairs to see the destruction, along with Bakugo being unconscious. All the students and All Might who saw the feed couldn't help but wonder how Izuku managed to take down Bakugo. Even Kyoka was confused. Back in class, Izuku could only sigh. Are you doing okay, Izuku? Venom asked. Are you asking me that now? Izuku replied. Because you held back, Izuku. For some reason, you didn't just end him. Because there were too many eyes to see what I was about to do to him. If I did, I wouldn't handle those eyes from the ones I call friends. They can never know the side I've been trying to hide. Alright, fine. Just know we need to find a way to take down some pros, a certain number too. We'll see, Izuku said. After that, Izuku was seen on a high building, concentrating with his eyes closed until he opened them. Alright, it's night time, so I think we should use our second form, don't you agree? Venom then revealed himself, showing his smiling face. Of course, friend. It's been a while, Venom said. With that, he formed around Izuku, making his body stronger and taller. Time to get to work. With that, Venom jumped off the building. Izuku's POV. It's been a few days since I dealt with Bakugo and escaped from All Might. Right now, I'm just chilling while trying to ease Kyoka's worries about me for the stunt I pulled. You could have gotten hurt facing that guy. Kyoka exclaimed. But I survived, so that's a plus, Izuku replied. That still doesn't justify how reckless that was, she shouted. I pulled away from the phone when she raised her voice, and then I saw her calling me for a video chat. Once I answered, I saw her face with an angry look. I can tell you're a bit crossed, Izuku said. Of course I am. Uraraka was worried too, so you better deal with her worries about you. I could only laugh nervously. I'll keep that in mind. I'll talk to you later, okay? Alright, just try not to do that again. You're still human, Midorya. With that, she ended the call, leaving me confused by what she said. I'm still human. Heh, I don't know about that. Just then my phone rang. I answered it. Hello. Hello, Izuku Midorya. Nice to hear your voice, a girl said. Yeah, nice to hear your voice, Naomi Hataru. Yeah, it is, but just call me by my first name and I'll do the same. I laughed and agreed. After that, we talked for a while until it was getting late, so we had to end our chat. I checked my phone and jumped out of my chair. Let's go suit up. I said. Oh yeah, right. Copy that, Venom replied. With that, I put on my suit and went to the balcony to jump and then web swing. The next time you change my ringtone, no chocolate. I called out. Yeah, don't worry, Venom said. As I web slung, I felt the wind blowing around me. Something feels familiar, Venom said. I don't know why, but it feels like something similar to me is going to be here soon. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries, down inside one of the laboratories, Hisashi and one of the employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. were having a discussion. Mr. Sora, please wait. You said the performance enhancers aren't ready, and the data just doesn't justify this test, the employee said. I know, but sometimes risks are meant to be taken. Let me reschedule with the proper medical staff and a volunteer, Hisashi replied. But what about doing this in 2 weeks? The employee asked. In 2 weeks, it's likely those fools will do things that aren't even human, and I don't want anything to happen to David or this company. Sometimes you have to do things yourself. Now, get me the promachloraperazine. For what? The employee questioned. Hisashi removed his business shirt. It begins catalyzation when the vapor hits the bloodstream. He looked at the bottle, almost second-guessing himself, but he made up his mind. We've barely tapped the vastness of human potential for those who don't have quirks. With that, he drank the contents of the bottle and got into the machine, with the employee fastening him up. Oh, that's cold. Green gas formed inside the chamber, and the sound of Hisashi's voice echoed as he screamed, causing the employee to panic. Hisashi? Hisashi! Oh my god! Oh my god! He then turned off the machine and ran towards the chamber to wake Hisashi up, applying pressure to Hisashi's chest to get his heart pumping. That was when he heard the heart monitor beeping, and he felt Hisashi grab him with a wild look in his eyes. Hisashi, back to formula? Just then Izuku woke up groaning a bit, feeling like he got hit by a bus while seeing himself upside down. Izuku thought, well, I'll worry about whatever that was. I gotta go to school. With that, he freshened up, grabbed something to eat, and got ready to leave for UA. As Izuku was heading to school, he sensed something happening. He saw a car chase and heard the sound of commotion, which caused him to dart into an alleyway. He jumped into the air and switched his school uniform into his spider-themed costume, swinging toward the car chase. Well, that takes care of that, Izuku said to himself as he looked to see the police and a couple of pro-heroes arriving. He web-swinged and quickly made it to school just in time to reach his class as the bell rang. Izuku took his seat, and Hikari looked at him. How come you were almost late? I thought you were a morning person, she asked. Well, I guess the traffic made me a bit late. I decided to take the bus, and a car chase happened, Izuku replied, which made Hikari look at him with a suspicious expression. Whatever you say, she said, focusing on class while Izuku sighed. Meanwhile, during the afternoon, Emmy was walking toward an expensive hotel, heading straight up to the penthouse area. Once inside, she took off her shoes and checked her phone. Hey Dad, I'm home, she called out, but all she got was silence. She sighed, thinking he had already left, and headed toward the living room. To her surprise, she saw a figure sprawled on the floor, which caught her off guard. Picking up a familiar scent, she gasped. Dad, are you all right? She asked with a worried look on her face while helping her dad from the ground. Hisashi groggily woke up, feeling a headache. Emmy, he said. What are you doing on the floor? Emmy asked. I'm not sure, Hisashi replied, confusion in his eyes. Have you been here all night? Emmy asked, concerned. Hisashi thought back, trying to remember. Last night. I was. Just then, he recalled a flash from the night, but quickly returned to the present, looking at his worried daughter. I don't know, it's all a blur. Before Emmy could say anything else, a phone rang. Hisashi got up, feeling sluggish, and answered. Hello, he said. Hisashi. Something happened down at the lab. One of the workers is dead, and the police are here asking questions. the voice on the other end said. What? David, slow down for a second. When did this happen? Hisashi asked. I'm not sure. We just found their body this morning. It looked like he was murdered, David replied. This can't be. Dear God, Hisashi said, feeling a wave of concern. Hisashi, I'm sorry to say this, but the flight suit and the glider. They're gone. I'm so sorry this happened, David continued. No, it's all right. I'm sure whoever did this will be caught by the heroes, Hisashi reassured him. I sure hope so, Hisashi. I have to go and tell Melissa what happened. I'll talk to you soon, David said before ending the call. Hisashi was left to think about what happened, and Emmy gave him a hug. Dad, don't worry. I'm sure whatever happened is going to be okay, she said. Hisashi smiled and nodded, though he felt a hint of worry inside. Emmy's POV. After leaving the penthouse, I couldn't help but feel that Dad wasn't himself. I couldn't even hear him making a weird joke. Right now, I'm close to my class and taking my seat, just sighing. What's got you so down in the dumps, Jungle Cat? This made me look to see who said that, and it was the girl with the earphone, Kyoka. Oh, and I thought I was the only one to call others cute nicknames, Jackie. Nah, not happening. So you want a different nickname, huh? I said with a smirk, making her blush, but she laughed. Well, at least you're showing a bit of your carefree attitude, even if it's a little. I couldn't say anything but just nodded my head as she took her seat. Right now, our teacher stepped inside the class. All right then, now that you're all seated, let's get down to business. Bakugo, you're not a child. If you pull that stunt on any of your classmates or even when you go pro, you and I are going to be on thin ice. All Aizawa got from Bakugo was a grunt. Now, Sora, from what I saw, that person who saved you was lucky, but know this, that student wasn't part of the hero course, so I want you to find him because the principal wants to speak with him, and I have a few questions myself to ask as well. This got me confused, making me wonder why it was me. Because it looks like you know him. Now just know you all aren't done yet, and what I'm about to tell you all is homeroom business. He said this with a serious look on his face, making the students be on edge. I'll have you all take another special test, the class shouted in unison. Decide on a class representative. This made most of the class eager for the title, giving their reasons for wanting to be class representative, with some of them being a bit silly. Everyone, silence. Ida called out. When the others quieted down, I looked at Ida. I didn't like him at all with how he acted in class, and from what I heard from Jairu and Uraraka, he didn't know how to read the room. This is a job with serious responsibility. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Even as he said this, everyone could see him raising his hand, wanting to be class president as well. The other students shared their opinions on this idea, finding it a bit unorthodox since they didn't know each other well. If that person receives the most votes, then that person is suitable for the job, don't you agree, sensei? When the class looked at Aizawa, he just sighed while being inside his sleeping bag. Just do whatever you want and make it quick so that you can choose who will be the class president. It didn't take long, and the results were in. To say that it was surprising was an understatement. Who voted for the chick? But, did you think anyone would have voted for you? 0 votes. I see how it is, of course, since I insisted on the sacredness of the role. You voted for somebody else. Yayorozu pointed out. Even though you wanted the job so badly. What are you doing, Ida? With that being said, Aizawa announced the two who would be the president and vice president for Class 1A, which were me and Yayorozu. All I could think about wasn't the position but rather my father. For some reason, I had a bad feeling. After the announcement of me being class president, I decided to head towards the general course with Aizawa-sensei's permission to get this over with. Once I knocked on the door and heard that I could enter, I opened the door for the students inside to be mesmerized by my appearance. It wasn't new to me, which led me to prefer being alone, but now I have friends. One of them was seen with his head down on his desk. When I told the teacher that the principal wanted to speak to Izuku Midorya, they allowed it, which made me walk towards Midoriya's desk. He was still asleep until Hikari touched his shoulder, waking him up. Once that happened, he looked to see my face close to his, and I grabbed him by the arm. He was confused, but he let me drag him out of his class straight to the principal's office. Izuku's POV. Right now, I'm sitting in a chair while staring at the cup of tea in front of me, along with a chessboard. Where am I exactly? Well, I'm currently in the principal's office, who is taking a sip of his tea, enjoying it while also observing me. Is there a reason for you to look for me, sir? I asked, confused. But all I got from the principal was him placing his cup of tea down while moving a pawn piece across the chessboard. Of course, but let's talk while playing a game of chess, if you don't mind. That's what he said to me, but I looked at his face for any signs of suspicion. I couldn't see any, and even my symbiotic friend hadn't said anything at all, which made me sigh. I agreed and played my pawn on the board, starting the game between me and the principal of UA. Izuku, who saw the building of USJ, landed on top of it while hearing the sounds of fighting. I need to increase my spider sense, he said urgently. What's going on? Venom asked. I need to know what's happening inside, Izuku replied, focusing on the interior of the building. The intensity of the images made his head hurt, causing him to pause and take deep breaths. Alright, I know what I have to do. Sorry, Venom, but it seems we can't go all out on these guys, Izuku said. What? Come on. I was hoping to use that form for so long. Venom exclaimed. Maybe some other time, okay? Izuku responded. Fine, let's get this over with, Venom sighed. Izuku nodded and used his strength to jump high enough, timing it perfectly to launch a few webs below him. He pulled himself down quickly, breaking through the roof and landing inside with his arms crossed over his chest, his mask eyes narrowed. The students below were shocked to see a vigilante, while the villains thought he was just a myth. Release the Kraken, Spider-Man declared, spreading his arms wide. He summoned a number of black webs that launched towards the villains, trapping them in a large spider web as they struggled to escape. Spider-Man observed his handiwork while hanging upside down. And I call that the web of villain fools, he said with a smirk. Venom commented, I think it needs more work. Izuku dodged an attack and kicked his attacker, who groaned in pain. When he recognized the man with dirty blue hair and hands all over his body, he narrowed his eyes. Ah, so you're the one who started this little mess. Must have taken you a long time to get here, Spider-Man quipped. Just then, a purple wisp of smoke appeared near the man. It's best we leave. This vigilante is no joke, a voice said. The now-named Shigaraki scratched his neck in frustration but managed a sinister smile hidden behind a hand on his face. You may be right, but we still have our trump card. Nomu, finish the teacher, he shouted. Nomu began to move toward the teacher, but was suddenly pushed back by a force, courtesy of Spider-Man. No way. There will be no harming of anyone today on my watch, Spider-Man declared. He used his webs to snatch not only the teacher but also 2 students who were in danger. I need you 2 to take your teacher and get out of here, he instructed. What? But what about you? One of the students asked. That thing is strong enough to take down All Might. Spider-Man only laughed and then blocked a punch, causing air pressure to form, but he didn't move and turned his attention towards the 2 students who were shocked. Spider-Man, I'm much stronger than All Might himself, now go. They nodded and left, with Spider-Man summoning a punch towards the Nomu, sending it flying, while Shigaraki screamed. Shigaraki, ga Nomu, stop playing around and kill this insect. Spider-Man, it's arachnid, dumps. Shigaraki, same thing. Venom, it's not the same thing at all. Izuku, noted as well. The Nomu roared and ran towards Spider-Man, who got ready. Spider-Man, oh, well then let's play, huh baddie? Venom, yeah, no second form on this one. We're gonna be in trouble after this. Izuku, come on, don't jinx this. Venom, too late. The sound of the USJ building being broken down echoed as a large figure screeched, sending another figure flipping through the air. Using their webs to swing back towards the hulking beast, Spider-Man sent a punch towards its face, sending it back and hitting a wall, causing cracks to form. Spider-Man, oh, that's gonna leave a mark, but hey, you look a bit better now. When he said that, the Nomu had a few injuries on its body, but they suddenly healed, making Spider-Man narrow his eyes. Spider-Man, hey, that's foul play. The Nomu screeched and ran towards him, but Izuku clenched his fist with all his strength, dodged the incoming attack, and swung his fist toward the Nomu's head, causing it to scream in pain and be pushed back even more inside the building. Kurogiri and Shigaraki saw the Nomu hit the ground, where it didn't get up at all. Spider-Man, who swung inside, landed on top of the Nomu with his chest puffed out. Spider-Man, well, I think this is my victory, huh fellas? Shigaraki didn't like this and was shaking in rage, screaming with his mind clouded with thoughts of taking down Spider-Man, not even hearing Kurogiri's warning. He aimed for Spider-Man, only to miss his target and hit the Nomu instead, causing the beast to turn into a gray substance. Shigaraki, This wasn't supposed to happen. Emmy was supposed to be the final boss to kill All Might, not this secret NPC. Before he could say anything else, he was shot in the face by a web, making him shut his mouth. Spider-Man, geez, can you ever be any quieter? You sound like you lost your cool in a bad situation. Spider-Man suddenly had to avoid getting close to what appeared to be purple portals courtesy of Kurogiri. Spider-Man, wow, I don't know where these lead, but I guess I'm really important, huh? Kurogiri, what you are is something that needs to be gone. Spider-Man, ooh, I'm shaking in my spider boots. But then his spider sense went off, and he had to dodge an attack from above, feeling the heat that caused his suit to burn a bit, making him distance himself from his attacker. Didn't I, you bug? I almost had you. Spider-Man narrowed his eyes to see it was Katsuki Bakugo, who was getting ready to try again to take him out. Suddenly, the doors to the entrance opened, revealing the teachers and principal of UA. Shigaraki, seeing All Might, could only scream with his mouth still shut. Kurogiri, seeing the situation, hurried to make a portal to escape with Shigaraki, only to be stopped by a web and pinned down to the ground along with Shigaraki. Spider-Man, don't even think about it. But Spider-Man had to avoid another blast, this time ice, and all he could do was glare as the pros were coming near him. He had to think fast, but his quick reaction time warned him to dodge a fast attack from the one person who brought him to his lowest. Spider-Man, you are under arrest for the act of vigilantism. But he didn't care, only turning around to see two villains leaving the scene. Izuku glared at the number one hero in front of him, and before All Might could get ready to attack, Izuku was faster. The punch from Izuku caused All Might to cough up a bit, which resulted in others being on high alert. Izuku then webbed up All Might as much as he could and jumped high enough to send multiple web attacks to the ones who had sound, heat, and even quirks that could put others to sleep, and then he left the scene while looking towards two of the students. Right now, we see Izuku in his apartment without his spider suit, lying down on his couch while reading and eating a large slice of chocolate cake with velvet icing. It didn't take long for the sound of his door to be opened, and someone laid on his stomach. Izuku, well, it's good to see you, Naomi. The now-named Naomi groaned while turning around, having her face in Izuku's stomach, which he just patted, and she liked the touch. Naomi, today is by far the worst. Izuku, really? Is this because your date decided to cancel at the last minute? Naomi, yes. Can you believe it? I was so looking forward to meeting him, but then he says, sorry, I can't do this. You're just too boyish for my taste. Too boyish? Come on, I did my makeup to be presentable. Izuku, the guy who said that is an idiot. You want my opinion? Naomi, if it makes me feel better. Izuku, I say you're amazing and don't let anyone change who you are. Izuku said that with a smile, not realizing that Naomi was blushing. Naomi, wow, thanks, Izuku, that means a lot. Izuku, of course. What are friends for? Naomi, right, friends? She said that quietly, with Izuku offering her cake, which she gladly accepted. The two of them enjoyed a comfortable silence, with Naomi watching a pre-quirk movie she was dying to see while Izuku simply read his book. Elsewhere, in a barren wasteland in Japan, we see some of the people who worked for the Safety Commission conducting tests on an exoskeleton that had firepower capable of causing damage. Suddenly, something happened in the air. Someone fired a missile that caused a chain reaction, leading to an explosion, while the one who fired just laughed. Nobody's POV. Right now we see Izuku groaning a bit with his eyes opened until he felt a number of bruises on his body with fresh cuts around him as well. When he raised his body, he fought the urge to scream and looked to see he was in his spider suit, only it was damaged a lot, with bits of fire around the ripped patches of it. Izuku, what the hell happened? Venom, why? Tell me. Izuku. Izuku, Venom? Are you okay? Venom, not really. When you were unconscious, so was I. We needed to fix the suit as best as we could, but the damage was severe. I'm trying to piece back our memories, so until then, just rest. Right now, we're on a building where no one can see us, but just to make sure, keep the mask on in case of any pros with quirks that are used for the skies. With that, Venom disconnected the link between them, leaving Izuku to groan once more and lay back down. Izuku, demon, whatever happened, I'll think about later. Right now I need to rest. And Izuku did just that, with his body finally hitting the ground, his mask on, and closing his eyes. Flashback to before the sports festival. We see Izuku taking deep breaths during the 2 weeks he's been stopping crimes non-stop, and it looked like he was losing sleep. Are you feeling okay, Midorya? Izuku turned his attention to one of his friends, Hikari, looking at him with curiosity. Izuku, yeah, I'm fine. Is something the matter? Hikari, the fact that you have bags under your eyes makes it obvious you're not getting enough sleep. Izuku, says the one who also has bags under their eyes. Hikari, I'm an insomniac, so deal with it. Only one of us gets to be the tired one, and that spot's already taken by me. So you better sleep after this festival is over, and I mean it. Saying this with a serious look on her face, but Izuku could tell she was doing this because she cared for him. Izuku could only chuckle. Izuku, thanks for worrying about me, Hikari. I really appreciate it. He said this with a smile that made Hikari slightly blush. Hikari, whatever. Izuku could only laugh. Just then he, along with the rest of the general class, heard that it was time, making them get ready. With present mic announcing the start of the festival, we see Midnight on the stage, and most of the male population had blushes on their faces. Midnight, now normally we would announce the one who came in first place in the entrance exam to say a few words of encouragement, but that's not the case today. This got the attention of a certain blonde student, along with the rest of Class 1A. Midnight, so today, our guest is one of our students who put on quite a show that made the principal himself interested. So give it up for Izuku Midorya. This made Izuku shocked when he heard his name, and he wasn't the only one. A shout was heard with so much anger, but that person couldn't move because of the looks he was getting. With Izuku, he started to walk towards the stage, with Midnight giving him a wink. Once Izuku grabbed the mic, he gulped a bit while looking at the audience right in front of him. Izuku, well, this is nerve-wracking. Venom, do you need help? It looks like you're about to lose your nerve. Izuku, if it means you do most of the talking, then sure. Venom, alright, just hold on for a second. Izuku then took a deep breath with Venom covering his eyes. Izuku, well, I'm not sure what to say, but I'll keep it short and simple. My name is Izuku Midorya, a general student in UA, and I'm also quirkless. When the audience heard the word, quirkless, most of them had expressions of pity that made Izuku want to take back control, but Venom didn't let him. He looked towards them with a glare that made them shiver. Izuku, so what if I'm quirkless? At least I made it into my dream school, and you know what? That's one hell of an achievement. I may not have a quirk, but guess what? Not everyone is born equally. So if you're someone like me who's been ridiculed for not having some special power, or if people think your quirk is villainous, then you better stand tall. You make your own path. If you feel like giving up, get back up to make a difference. So, students of Year 1, are you ready to make a difference? His speech got most of the students and even the audience to scream in approval. Izuku, then let's make this sports festival worthwhile. Go beyond. Everyone, plus ultra. The applause from everyone made Izuku smile, a real smile that made Kyoka, Ochako, and Emmy smile as well, seeing that Izuku was truly happy. Meanwhile, a certain blonde student was upset that Izuku was taking the spotlight, clenching his fists in frustration. Midnight then announced the start of the sports festival with a bit of tears in her eyes. She revealed the first event to be the obstacle race, a nearly 4 kilometers race around the stadium. All the students were at the starting line, getting ready, and they waited until they heard the sound for them to go, which announced the start of the event. Right now, we see every student getting ready to prepare for the first obstacle as they hear the sound to begin. With the last sound being louder than the rest, they started to run, but it was a problem for the students to try and get out of the entrance. Our first filter. The one who said that caused ice to form on the ground, trapping most of the students. Ow! What the heck? I can't move. BR. You be yesterday. Mike, yo, hey, broadcasting live here. Are you ready? Yo, commentator, Mr. Mummy Man? Izao, sure, since you dragged me here by force. You'll have to try harder than that, Todoroki. This surprised Todoroki to see his classmates who used their quirks to escape from his ice prison. Bakugo, we won't let you get away that easy, Two-Face B. And Bakugo was right because Class 1A was making it ahead. This is dicey. Not gonna happen twice. Can't use my new secret move yet? Honestly, I'm used to using this quirk now. Really, Hikari, can't you try to make an effort? Hikari, I'll make an effort if something interests me, Midorya. Midorya could only sigh while running ahead. Todoroki, well, obviously some of you in my class were gonna make it past, but more of you were able to dodge than I thought. Don't think for a second I'm buying your stupid double bluff, Todoroki. Now why don't you swallow my killer move? But unfortunately, he was pushed away by what appeared to be robots that were part of the entrance exam of UA. Mike. Here come the obstacles, and so suddenly, from the very outset, the first barrier will be a Robo Inferno. Todoroki, geez, the least you could do is throw something tougher my way. The giant robot was getting ready to strike, and so was Todoroki. Todoroki, since my old man's watching. With that, Todoroki ran ahead with the other students, seeing an opportunity to go through, but that wasn't the case. Todoroki, don't even try. I froze them in a precarious position, so they're gonna crash down. And with that, the surrounding area was blocked with frozen robots that hit the ground with a heavy thud. Mike. One ace Todoroki has forged ahead and blocked the others in one fell swoop. That kid's incredible. He's removed himself from the rest of the competition. It kind of feels unfair actually. Right now, we see Izuku being surrounded by the robots, but he just narrowed his eyes with a smile on his face. Izuku, I may be tired, but at least I can let loose for once. Venom, but not too loose, we don't want others to find out our secret. Mike, the first round's obstacle course is underway. And the goal is to run one lap around this specially made stadium's outer ring. Aizawa, hey. Mike, the rules are simple and also intense. Aside from leaving the course, this is a bona fide chicken race, where anything goes. The camera bots installed in each area can barely contain their excitement. Right now, we see some of the competitors worried because someone is under the metal scraps of the robot that crashed, but then it started to move until it was broken. Like I die. Mike, one of Kirishima got crushed. Kirishima, I swear, Todoroki, you timed it to topple at just the right moment, too. What if it hadn't been me? Someone could have gotten hurt. Kirishima Iger. Quirk. Hardening. Info. He can harden his body into rigid armor. It's both the ultimate shield and the ultimate spear. Class A really is nothing but a flock of obnoxious brats. And just then, another opening from the robot was close to Kirishima. What if it hadn't been me? Someone could have gotten hurt. Kirishima, you're the dude from Class B. Mike. Class B's Tetsu also got crushed. We love you, man. Tetsu. Quirk, steel. Info. His body can become like steel. It's both the ultimate shield and the ultimate spear. Kirishima, now they're just copy-pasting quirks. Man, I'm jealous. They never have to worry about getting crushed since they can break through easily. For now, let's temporarily combine our efforts to open up the way. Bakugo, you think I'd just let you take the lead? Mike, A&1, Bakugo has abandoned the ground and vaulted over their heads. Clever. But Bakugo wasn't the only one who took to the sky. The rest of Class 1A weren't going to be left behind. Taking this opportunity to brush off their fears, they coped with it and made it their source of encouragement. With Izuku, he was busy dodging the swift attacks from the robots. Seeing a metal plating on the ground, he picked it up and used it to push forward. Venom, why the metal plating? Izuku, you're in my head, so you must know what we're thinking. The obstacle race enters its second stage, the fall, a canyon that must be trekked by walking on ropes. Tsuyu Azui, who used her abilities to land on the ropes, crawled her way carefully. Meanwhile, now's my chance to up my appeal. A student from the support course, a young girl with pink dreadlocks named Mei Hatsum, decided to make herself known by showing off all of the gear she had developed prior to the sports festival. Mei explained that students in the support course can use their equipment to level the playing field with students in the hero course, proceeding to utilize her gadgets and cross the fall, leaving Mina and Achiko behind. Meanwhile, Shoto, who is in the lead, has already finished trekking across the fall and goes to the final obstacle, the landmine field. Many students start crossing the fall, with Katsuki catching up to Shoto and Izuku nearly finished crossing it. Fans in the crowd comment on how Shoto's quirk, as well as his physical abilities, make him stand out. One person attributes this to the fact that Shoto is the son of the flame hero, Endeavor. Despite his lead, Shoto is put at a disadvantage when he reaches the final obstacle, the minefield. Shoto has to trek carefully through the field and is eventually caught up to by Katsuki, who is still using his quirk to fly through the air. He catches Shoto and tries to blast him with an explosion. Meanwhile, Izuku was at the back of the herd, rubbing his eyes from the lack of sleep. His actions caused Kyoka to look back at him with confusion on her face, but she continued on, carefully avoiding the mines. Right now, Izuku was digging up the mines from the ground until he had enough. He grinned. Oh, so this was our plan. Let's give them a show. Izuku proceeded to use the metal plating to set off all the mines, causing a big explosion that surprised the participants and the crowd. Izuku propelled himself into the air, gaining speed to take the lead. Both Todoroki and Bakugo were shocked at the turn of events. Bakugo, frustrated, ignored Todoroki and went after Izuku, while Todoroki used his ice to cover the ground and ran after them. Izuku started to lose his momentum in the air, but he waited for the right moment. When both Todoroki and Bakugo got close, he sparked the necessary fuel to set off one more mine, pushing Izuku forward while sending the other two boys back. Izuku ran even faster, hearing the shouts of his former childhood friend, but he didn't care. Once he got close, he finished the obstacle race, making him the winner. The crowd cheered for him, and he waved. Soon after, Todoroki and Bakugo placed second and third, respectively. It didn't take long for Bakugo to approach Izuku and grab him by the collar. "You dumb nerd. Who gave you the right to win, huh?" Bakugo shouted. But then he was suddenly kneed in the gut, causing him to let go of Izuku. Izuku looked at Bakugo with dull eyes but smiled, making Bakugo shake. "Don't think for a second we're in junior high, Bakugo. You can't do anything to me and your luck is about to change very soon," Izuku said while walking away, just in time for the other participants who were going to qualify for the next event. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, some important members of the HPSC were looking out for the students of UA that caught their eyes. They had a list of multiple students, unaware that something troubling was about to happen to them. In Shield Industries, Hisashi was in a board meeting speaking on behalf of David, who was busy with important projects. As of today, Shield Industries has surpassed other support industries as the principal supplier to Japan, he said with a smile. In short, ladies and gentlemen of the board, costs are down, revenues are up, and our stock has never been higher. "Wonderful news, Sora-san," one of the HPSC members said. "That's exactly why we are selling the company." Hisashi. "What?" "Yes, it seems one of the industries is recapitalizing in the wake of the bombing, expanding." Hisashi couldn't believe what he was hearing. "They made us a tender offer we can't ignore." Hisashi demanded to know, "Why wasn't I told?" "The last thing they want is a power struggle with entrenched management. The deal is off if you come with it. The board expects your resignation in 30 days. Plus, it's better if he doesn't know about it, right?" The smirks on their faces didn't sit well with Hisashi. "You can't do this to me. After everything, David and I started this company." He shook with frustration. "Do you know how much we've sacrificed?" He tried to calm himself down, but it wasn't working. "Please don't do this." "Hisashi, the board and HPSC are unanimous." The sympathetic look from one of the members only added to Hisashi's distress. "We're announcing the sale after the sports festival." Then the final blow hit home. "You're out, Hisashi, so pack up." Hisashi wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes glowing with determination. "Am I?" he said mysteriously, as his mind began to shift in a new direction. Right now, Izuku was seen chatting with Ochako, Kyoka, Hikari, and Emmy, with Ochako complimenting him on his win. Izuku laughed it off, saying it was nothing, which earned him a light punch on the arm from Kyoka. "Kyoka, yeah right. For someone who's a SLV driver, you're something else." Izuku, "What? Oh come on. I wasn't that bad." "Kyoka, you literally told me to do 500 squats on the first day of training. If I didn't reach close to 400, I would have had to spar with you. And I know how you fight, you don't do things lightly." Izuku scratched his head, sweating a bit, knowing she was right. "Emmy, my Midorya. Who knew you were this popular with the ladies?" She said this with a grin that made Izuku's sweat drop. Before he could respond, a voice interrupted. "I can't believe this." Izuku turned to see a girl from Ochako's and Kyoka's class, looking tired, with someone on her back. Two birds with one stone. "I'm a genius." A small student with a mischievous grin was on her back, but he was yanked away and landed roughly on the ground. Izuku was the one who did it and turned his attention to the girl. "Izuku, I hope he didn't do anything to you." "It's fine. You must be Izuku Midoriya." Izuku, "Yep, that's me. But how do you know?" "My friend Ryoka always talks about you in class. Plus, you were the one who gave that inspiring speech." Izuku, "Oh right I did. Excuse me for doing this." He took off his PE shirt and covered the girl's upper body, but this left him shirtless, revealing his muscles. You didn't have to do that, you know." Izuku, "I know, but I couldn't help it. When you're showing a lot of skin, it can make the male competitors gawk at you. Oh right, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Can I have the name of someone as beautiful as you? This made her blush, and she introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku smiled at her, making her blush even more. Kyoka and Ochako felt a strange sensation in their chests that they didn't like. A few minutes later, Midnight announced for everyone to hear. Midnight, and so it's over. Now everyone, here are the results. Midnight, the 43 at the top have earned the right to advance. I'm sorry for the kids who didn't make it, but take heart. This festival's showstopper is still being prepared. And now for the post-preliminaries, the final selection. From here on out, even the press corps will be in a white heat of excitement, so go all out. Midnight excitedly announced the second event, which was the Human Cavalry Battle. Midnight, as it stands, you can form 2 to 4 person teams freely and form a horseback configuration. Basically, it's the same rules as a normal human cavalry battle. Swipe enemy riders' headbands and guard your own, except for one thing: everyone will receive points based on their performance in the last trial. If it's anything like the entrance exams point system, then it'll be easy to understand. Which means that the point value of each human warhorse will change based on who's in it. The sound of Midnight's whip caused them to be silent. Midnight, you are right. The number of points you're worth will be 5 points if you placed 42nd, 20 if you placed 41st, 15 for 40th place, and so on. Izuku thought to himself, if that's the case, then my points will be 221 points. Midnight, with the exception of first place, whose head is worth 10 million points. Izuku, what? Midnight, if I were you, I'd aim for the guy who placed first. This is the chance for the low to supplant the high. Welcome to our survival game. Midnight explained that the time for the cavalry battle was 15 minutes and that the point value of each team would be the total accumulation of each of the headbands taken. The one to wear the total point accumulated headband would be the rider. Midnight continued to explain that the headband could only be worn around the head or the neck, and that if a team crumbled or lost a headband, that team was not out of the game. Quirks could be used but not for malicious aims. Midnight ordered the students to begin team negotiations and have 15 minutes to team up. As of right now, many students were in teams, but Izuku was sitting on the ground, knowing no one would team up with him. The reason was that he was the target, and no one wanted to have a target on their head with that many points if they teamed up with him. Oh come on. I'm sure someone would love to team up with you. Izuku, oh yeah? Like who? He then looked up to see someone close to him. Izuku, oh hey Ochako. Ochako, who bent down to get close to Izuku's face, had a smile on her face. Ochako, Izuku, let's team up. This made him have a shocked look on his face. Izuku, are you sure you want to team up with me? You're gonna be a target, you know. Ochako, I know, but I think it's better to be teamed up with your friends. She said this with a bubbly tone in her voice and a smile, which made Izuku sigh and give her a hug. This caused her to be confused and blush. Izuku, how can you be so cute? Alright, you can team up with me, but we're gonna need 2 more people to make this work. He said this while letting go of Ochako, who was in a daze. Fu. You sure do stand out. Very interesting. When Izuku heard this, he turned around to be face to face with a girl with pink dreadlocks, looking straight at him with her goggles on. Let's team up, Mr. First Place. When Izuku heard this, he placed his hands on her shoulders to create some space. Izuku, exactly why should I let you join? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mei Hatsum of the Department of Support, Izuku Midorya, the intern at Shield Industries, so I'd like to be able to use your position. Izuku, wow, you're pretty blunt. Izuku thought about this while sweating a bit because of Mei's energy. Ochako wondered what Mei was talking about, but she was ignored as Mei continued to talk to Izuku. Mei, the Department of Support has its purpose in developing equipment that makes heroes' quirks easier to use. My babies number many and sundry, so there's bound to be one that suits you, I should think. When Izuku saw the amount of equipment she had on her person, he was amazed. He noticed one that seemed familiar to him, and with that, Izuku and Mei talked while Ochako displayed a blank face. But the conversation had to go on hold for now, with Izuku having a serious face. Izuku, alright, this will help. Thanks, Mei. Right now, we need to find our last member, but it seems everybody's already gathered into their little groups. Izuku thought about Kyoka, wishing she could be on his team, but he knew she wanted to do this on her own and use her strength. Suddenly, Izuku felt someone land on his shoulders, but his instincts didn't go off, meaning no danger. Hey, mind if I join your little group? Izuku looked up and smiled. Izuku, it's you. As 15 minutes passed, Midnight announced the start of the second event. Everyone here is just paying attention to Class A. Why is that? Just like Tetsu said, everyone in Class A seems so stuck up. It's weird, isn't it? Isn't the only difference between us and them that villain face-off? The one who said this had a face only a mother could love, with blonde platinum hair and a smirk. Why should we in Class B be content with placing so low? Let's show those snooty Class A kids what for, everybody. Mike, wake up, Eraser. Their 15 minutes to form teams and strategies are nearly up. And 13 warhorses have lined up on the field. Aizawa, that looks like we have quite the interesting lineups. Mike, now raise up your war cries. And fire the signal. May the battle begin. Now's the time for UA's deadly feud. As this was being said, Izuku tied the 10 million headband on his head while groaning at the noise from Mike. He was on top with both Ochako and Mei at the back, with the final member on his team in the front. Izuku, Ochako. Ochako, here, let's do this. Izuku, Mei. Mei, Fufufufu. Izuku, Emmy. Emmy, let's show them what we're made of. Izuku could only smirk. Izuku, well then, glad to be with you all. Let's win this. He said this with a serious and playful look on his face. 3. Midnight counts down. Izuku flicks his gaze to Bakugo's team. Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro don't seem super enthusiastic to be there. 660 points is probably more than enough to get to the next round, but Izuku knows Bakugo will never settle for that. 2. And of course, there's Todoroki with his gaze when he started at Izuku made him sigh internally, meaning he'll likely come straight for Izuku. 1. But the biggest problem is the fabric wrapped around Izuku's head. 10,290 points are currently theirs, the biggest target on the field by a wide margin. Izuku grits his teeth and has a calculated and calming look on his face that is almost similar to Nizu's. He, Ochako, Mei, and Emmy need to be ready to move the moment this game begins. Start. The words still hang in the air as several teams descend on Midoriya's team. Izuku wasn't expecting hesitation, but even so, their dedication is impressive. Up. Uraraka cries, pressing her hands against Izuku, Hatsum, and herself. Izuku doesn't need to be told twice, making him power on the jetpack he has on his back, causing his team to leap into the air, avoiding the ground as the dirt below them turns to thick liquid. Izuku grimaces. It would have been a pain to deal with a quirk like that. Airborne? Demon it, someone says as they pass overhead. Jiro. On it, Hagakure. Her jacks whip up at the flying group, but Emmy, who was smirking, sends out something long and flicks it, knocking back Jiro's attack. Jiro, what? Emmy, sorry emo girl. I guess my tail has a mind of its own. Good job, Sora-san. Uraraka says. We're coming down. They've gotten some distance now, and the team takes a moment to get their bearings. Hagakure's lost her headband somehow, and that's not the only exchange going on. We've got the best evasion here, says Izuku. Let's try to line up the other teams so they hit each other. Brilliant plan, 10 million. Hatsum says. The timing might be tricky, but I think we can do it, Emmy says with her cat-like eyes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Bakugo appears, rocketing towards them from off his horse. This made Izuku suddenly have a determined look on his face. Riding a little high there, aren't you? He sneers. Don't be so arrogant. Bakugo extends a hand towards Izuku, who gets ready to strike back, but that doesn't happen. Rider, brace, yells Hatsum. She whips an arm around, and her gadget snaps into place in her hand. There's a bang, and a net wraps itself around Bakugo. What the? But before he can hit the ground, Siro wraps tape around the bound boy and reels him back in. What an interesting strategy, calls Present Mike. But is it even allowed? As long as he doesn't touch the ground, says Midnight. This got Izuku out of his focus state. Keep moving. Izuku calls. We can't stand around out here. Especially because another horse has caught up to them. Shinsu's horse, specifically. She has Aoyama in the front, and Ojiro with a 1B student in the back, all with a focused look in their eyes. Now. Shinso calls. We, says Aoyama, a laser firing from his gadget. Get back. Izuku calls, and none of them hesitate. The beam passes just in front of Emmy, hitting a student named Koda and sending Team Hagakure into a flurry. Shinso clicks her tongue but simply smirks. The next few minutes are equally frantic. Teams continue engaging with them and with each other. Not only do they have to deal with direct attacks from competitors and fend off those trying to steal the headband, But some quirk attacks aren't even aimed at them. Large attacks rock the field every minute or so, and even the precise quirk shots can go wide. The field is in total chaos when Present Mike declares that they're about halfway through. 7 minutes are, he says. So let's show off the scoreboard and take a look at how everyone's doing. The crowd goes oddly silent. Even the announcers don't say anything for a moment. Izuku doesn't risk looking up to see what the buzz is about, staying calm and collected. How's our headband? Emmy asks, using her cat ears in case something attacks them. Secure. Uraraka replies with enthusiasm, seeing that Izuku gave them all a thumbs up. Whoa, says Hatsum. Half the teams lost their headbands. Izuku assumes that has to do with the crowd's reaction, but he still doesn't want to break his focus on this event. Wait a minute here. Present Mike says. Class 1A isn't dominating. Only Team Todoroki and Team Midorya still have points from that class. And Team Todoroki is down in 5th place. Izuku's eyes widen a bit. After the initial onslaught, none of the teams that have attacked him have been from Class 1B. Only Class 1A and Shinso have targeted them so far. Could they have been planning this? What's Class B doing? He calls. They're targeting our class, Emmy responds. They don't seem to be going for each other. So Izuku was right. Class 1B must have done poorly on the obstacle race on purpose, gathering intel and getting their whole Class 1A ahead. Which means they don't care about winning, but making sure as many of them move on as possible. Interesting, Izuku thought with a smirk that quickly disappeared. But that's a blessing in disguise. Now they've provoked most of Class 1A, including Bakugo. Which means his team doesn't have to worry about as many attackers. And if 1B doesn't care about the 10 million points, then they won't have to worry about them attacking either. And he's right. The pressure on them drops almost instantly. Bakugo's explosions ring out in the distance as he fights some blonde boy. It's a pretty fierce back and forth, but Bakugo's sheer determination outpaces Class 1B's defenses, and he takes every headband they had. Izuku doesn't bother paying attention to Class 1B's counterattack. It's doomed to failure anyway. Hey, we got a wild Todoroki incoming. Emmy calls. Izuku suddenly sends out his tongue for just a split second. Get ready, Izuku says. I've waited long enough, says Todoroki. I'm taking that headband from you, General Course. Izuku gets his hand close to the 10 million and smirks. If you want this headband, then try and take it from me, Icicles, he responds. Careful guys, Uraraka says. We've still got half the match left, and they aren't our only enemies. Izuku's ears twitch, and so do Emmy's as they hear Todoroki giving orders to his team. Ida, advance. Yaoyorozu, prepare our guard and conductor. Kaminari. I know, man. Izuku thinks, this isn't good. Emmy says, guys, Kaminari's about to discharge. Push the button, Ryder. Hatsum calls. This makes Izuku hit the button on the switch in his hand once more as the turbines whirl to life, rocketing them far overhead, just as the electrical field fires out and stuns every other team. Before any of the ground teams can recover, Todoroki extends a rod of ice to the dirt and freezes over the ground. Ice creeps up the legs of the stunned teams, leaving them trapped. He's learned from the start of the obstacle race, says Eraserhead. Hatsum. Izuku calls. How long can the jetpack keep us airborne? Not long enough, says Hatsum. My baby needs some adjustments. It can't sustain flight for more than a few minutes at a time. Well, that's inconvenient, Emmy says. Todoroki follows their flight, and as they start to descend, he creates a ring of ice. He's trapped them in with his team while preventing other teams from interfering. Izuku narrows his eyes while feeling the pressure. We've reached the final minute. Present Mike calls. Fight and fight until the final bell tolls. We've got to play, says Izuku. It seems Todoroki only uses his right side. If we stick to his left, he won't be able to hit us without hitting Ida. What about Kaminari? Uraraka asks. Hatsum, I'm counting on you, says Izuku. If you think Kaminari is about to discharge, shoot him with that net. Todoroki narrows his eyes, and Izuku's sure that he's heard him. The net won't stop him from discharging, and it probably won't even get around Yaoyorozu's insulation. But it'll make it harder for Kaminari to focus on using his quirk. And even if he does discharge, it'll be hard for Team Todoroki to move with one of them wrapped up like that. Everyone, says Ida quietly. Izuku's ears twitch once more as Emmy gets Izuku's attention. After this, I'm afraid I won't be able to move. I'm counting on you. Hold tight. Todoroki. Take it. Izuku's eyes went wide. The world slowed once again. All sound faded, except for the humming of Ida's engines. Ida's movements were still a blur, but not to Izuku. All he could do was wait. He rocketed towards their team, carrying the rest of Team Todoroki with ease. Izuku waited with a smile on his face. Between steps, Todoroki's hands were close to the headband, but he was slow to tear it away when Izuku suddenly bent backward, avoiding his attempt to capture it. Sound rushed back as time returned to normal. The Todoroki team was shocked, but the one who was most surprised was Todoroki himself. When he looked back at Izuku, he simply smiled. "Didn't you say you'll take my headband away?" "Oh, poor you," Izuku taunted. This made Team Todoroki advance towards Team Midorya. "Hey, team leader, they're running towards us. Any plans?" Emmy called out. "I have one. Ochako, use your quirk on me," Izuku instructed. She nodded, understanding what he was thinking. With that, he floated a bit and looked towards Mei. "Hatsum, do you think this still has a bit more juice for one last airborne?" "Yeah, go for it. Hurry, they're gaining on us," Mei urged. Izuku pressed the button and flew into the air, causing Team Todoroki to stop, with Todoroki glaring at Izuku's escaping figure. With 20 seconds remaining, Todoroki used his quirk to create an ice tower, propelling himself into the air after Izuku. 10 seconds left, called Present Mike. "Count him down." The crowd screamed along with the countdown. 10. With Ida still stalled and Kaminari near his limits, both Team Todoroki and Team Midorya could only look into the air to see who would win as the timer ticked down. 9. Izuku saw Todoroki firing ice at him, which he dodged. He didn't want to waste the remaining time he had on the jet, so he used it to fly close to Todoroki while avoiding the ice. Attacks. 8. Izuku came close and dodged another ice attack, but he felt a heat when he saw Todoroki's left side on fire, causing him to stiffen up. Izuku quickly kicked him in the gut, preventing Todoroki from grabbing the headband. But Todoroki wasn't the only one aiming for the 10 million points. 7. An explosion rocketed towards them. Bakugo appeared from out of the smoke. 6. Bakugo saw them and flew faster, shouting in frustration. 5. Izuku noticed Bakugo and prepared himself as Bakugo approached, ready to attack. But Izuku maneuvered in the air and drop-kicked Bakugo in the face. Bakugo wasn't giving up. 4. The two boys, one filled with anger and the other with determination, avoided the blasts of heat, even though they hurt a lot. 3. Bakugo tried again to get the 10 million points, but each time he went for it, Izuku avoided him and kicked him away. 2. Bakugo screamed in frustration, but it wasn't enough. Suddenly, he got punched in the face with enough force to make him stagger in the air, getting close to the ground. 1. Izuku was also getting close to the ground but at a slower pace and waited. "Time's up!" Present Mike screamed. Bakugo faltered midair, face planting into the dirt only centimeters away from their team. Uraraka leaned back on Emmy, letting out a loud sigh of relief. Hatsum slid the revolver back into position on the side of her arm when she saw Bakugo near their direction. Izuku landed on the ground and sighed in relief, a smile on his face. Present Mike cheerfully calls out to the audience. "Let's see who our top 4 teams are, shall we?" he says. In first place, Team Midorya. With that, Uraraka huddles the team together in celebration. Izuku wipes tears from his eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. In second place, Team Todoroki. The team is glad to be continuing, but Todoroki himself seems less enthusiastic. In third place, Team Bakugo. Bakugo expresses his frustration, barely managing to sit up after falling. Fourth place goes to Team Tet Wait. There was an upset in those last few seconds. Fourth place is Team Shinso. Izuku glances at Hikari, who waves at him, and he smiles back. Present Mike concludes, these top 16 competitors will move on to the final event. That event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you all then. Emmy leans against Izuku, startling him. He turns to look at her. Her eyes droop as she yawns. "You doing okay, Sora-san?" he asks. She cuddles up to him and says, "You're warm." Hatsum pats him on the back. "Good job, 10 million. Thanks for getting me so far. Let's get Catgirl a hot meal so she can warm up." "Yeah, that sounds nice, thanks, Goggles." Midorya. Izuku turns around to face Todoroki. "Can we speak in private?" Izuku glances at his teammates. Uraraka nods. "We'll save you a spot," she says. Izuku nods back as Venom communicates with him in his mind. "Be careful, Izuku. We don't know what this peppermint emo wants to say to you." "Come on, Venom, I'll be careful," Todoroki leads Izuku back to the tunnels they took to the field. He leans against the wall, looking intently at Izuku. Todoroki? The boy doesn't answer, appearing deep in thought. But if you're just going to stand there without saying anything, then I'll leave. The cafeteria will get crowded, says Izuku. How were you able to do it? Todoroki suddenly asks. Do what? Izuku replies, confused. Todoroki runs a hand through his hair. You decided you could win this even without a quirk. You came in first place in the obstacle race and then first place in the Cavalry Battle with ease. The crowd thinks you're not worth anything, so tell me how you can continue like it doesn't affect you. Izuku's expression changes, and he tightens his hands into fists. Do you honestly think I have it easy? Todoroki shudders at the intensity in Izuku's eyes. I've been going through so much for years. The loss of my mother, my father not being a part of my life, and you think those hurtful words don't affect me? They do, every single time. They think the quirkless are nothing but lower beings, but tell me, Todoroki. Have you ever been told to give up? Todoroki looks shocked. Well, I guess you haven't. Let me tell you, I've been told by my peers, teachers, and even the principal to end my life. Izuku pauses for a moment, then continues, let's stop talking about me. What do you really want to say to me, Shoto Todoroki? You've been through so much, Todoroki replies. I said tell me what you wanted to say, or I will leave. Have you ever heard of court marriages? Izuku's mouth hangs open in shock. What's going on? Those files we have at home. The ones about my mother. Oh no. Yes, Todoroki confirms, his voice serious. My father rose through the ranks quickly, determined to surpass all might. But he never could. He sees him as an unmovable mountain. If his own power wasn't enough. Todoroki covers his scar with his hand. I won't be his tool. My mother, in all my memories of her, she's crying. She poured boiling water on me. I won't use his quirk, the one he gave me. I'll beat him with only my right side. I think I get it, Izuku says, realizing they share a common struggle. You and I might have had different lives, but it feels like we've dealt with the short end of the stick. But Todoroki, know this, even if you're going to try to win this festival, don't think I'm the only opponent you're facing. Todoroki almost smiles. Then I'm looking forward to it. With that, he walks away, leaving Izuku to reflect on their conversation. That explosive guy was eavesdropping on us. Should we finally cut off his arms? I'm hoping it's a yes. Izuku, unfortunately we can't, but we will embarrass him soon, so be patient, buddy. With that, Izuku left, but not before sending a bit of his energy to where Bakugo was located, causing him to jump in surprise. Izuku suddenly felt his instincts go off, making him turn around. Izuku, why did it suddenly go off? Hey, Venom, what's the deal? Venom, even I don't know. Sorry, Izuku, you need to be in the dark for this. Izuku, well, whatever's going on, just let me know. Venom, will do. And try to keep yourself from getting too distracted. Izuku, dude, come on. Venom, oh man, you got flustered because you know it's true. I hope you're ready. Izuku just groaned and walked towards the cafeteria to get something to eat. Chapter end. Nobody's POV. Mike. Before we get started with the final event, there's good news for those who dropped out. Of the preliminaries. In the spirit of the sports festival, we have some recreational events in store. Just look how fired up those cheerleaders we called from America are. Wait, hang on, what's this? Aizawa, what are they even doing? Not only them, but the rest of the stadium was surprised as well. Mike, what happened, Class A? All the girls from Class 1A were wearing cheerleading outfits, but they didn't look happy because of two certain students who were blushing and giving each other thumbs-ups. Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? She said this while having a downcast look on her face. Yaoyorozu, how did I end up stumbling right into Mineta's hands once again? They really are just silly. Well, we might as well do it until the true battle begins. Since we've got time, being stressed about it would just be tiring. It's fine, isn't it? Come on, let's have a go. Toru actually likes this, huh? It's a good thing I didn't let those gremlins force me into those outfits, or I would have been really upset. Mike, all right, everyone, compete your hearts out. After the recreational events, it's the final event. From 4 teams, 16 individuals have made it through, and it's a tournament. We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one matches. I'm finally going to be up on that stage I see on TV every year. They did this last year? Yeah, the last round is always some kind of one-on-one thing, but they change the details every time. Alright, Midnight says. Before the recreational events, we're going to draw lots and determine our pairings. Of course, the 16 of you moving on to the last round can abstain from the recreational events. If you want to rest up and conserve your energy, that's totally fine. She winks. So let's get you little ones paired off. But suddenly, someone raised their hand. Please excuse me. I don't want to participate. This caused most of the students of Class 1A to be shocked. Ojiro, why? You're not going to have many opportunities like this one to show off your abilities in front of the professional heroes. Ojiro, I know that. But my participation in the Cavalry Battle. I was in the top ranks in the last few seconds. I can't agree with that because of the quirk of that girl. This made most of them turn their attention to Hikari, who could only sigh. Izuku noticed she was getting uncomfortable with the rest of the students staring at her, and he wore a serious expression. Izuku, they better not get the wrong idea or I swear. Ojiro, I know this is a rare opportunity, and to walk away would be foolish. But everyone here gave it their best to get this far. I'll never be able to do the same. He wasn't the only one to resign, along with a Class 1B student named Shouta Nairenjiki. Mike, it seems like there's a strange revolt. Aizawa, but the final decision still lies with Midnight. Midnight, with a serious expression, thought things through. Midnight, what innocent words. I accept Shouta and Ojiro's resignation. So those that sign up for the empty slots will be participants from the team that got 5th place, Team Kendo. Kendo, so that's how it is. In place of our team, which barely was able to do anything, wouldn't it be better to give the opportunity to those kids? Those that fought until the end and got a high-ranking team, Tetsu, of course. This got Tetsu to be shocked when Kendo thought it was the right choice, and he was moved. With that, the names of those who would be fighting against each other appeared on the screen. Midoriya vs. Shinso. Todoroki vs. Shiro. Shizaki vs. Kaminari. Ida vs. Hatsum. Ishido vs. Aoyama. Sora vs. Yaoyorozu. Tetsu vs. Kirishima. Uraraka vs. Bakugo. Izuku looked to find his name first and saw the other students who were fighting next. Izuku, I'll fight Todoroki in the second match. Venom, that you're going to do something reckless, aren't you? Izuku, that I'm still a bit reckless, Venom. No matter how good the outcome was when we met, I'm still the same kid who feels broken. Venom didn't say anything else, but he felt like he should do something. But he couldn't say anything else because someone was speaking to Izuku. Hey Izuku. Izuku looked to see Hikari giving him a small smile. Hikari, I hope we give it our all. But before Izuku could say anything, he was stopped by someone's tail. Hey, don't say anything. This made Hikari sigh and leave, making Izuku grab the tail away from his mouth, glaring at the person. Izuku, what's your deal, man? Ojiro, sorry, but I just need to speak with you. And that's that, says Present Mike. But for now, let's put the tournament aside and instead. It's time for the recreational events. Fireworks herald the recreational events, with large games taking up the entire stadium. Some are team games, some aren't. But Izuku doesn't really pay them any mind. He spends the time readying himself for the tournament bracket. It seems everyone else in the final round does the same. Right now, Izuku is in a secluded area, hanging upside down, looking through his phone and reviewing information about Todoroki's family. Venom, Izuku. Why exactly are you trying so hard for this? Izuku, don't believe me when I say this. No matter how broken I am, I don't want anyone to feel like they deserve to be hurt when they haven't done anything wrong. Those who find it funny to hurt others. Those are the ones I'll find and make sure they don't hurt others ever again, even if I have to break the rules to do it. Once he said that, he looked through the many files and couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku, karma's going to be interesting. And before long, the tournament arrives. Cementos pours liquid cement onto the field and shapes it into a raised fighting ring with blazing torches on the outer corners. Hey guys! Are you ready? Yells Present Mike. After all those events, we've at last arrived at the finals, the one-on-one matches you all came here to see. You're all alone out there. The only person you can truly rely on is yourself. But that's nothing new. Even without being a hero, you people face these kinds of things every day. Put everything you've got into these matches and win that glorious victory. First fight. Give it up for Izuku Midoriya versus another general student from the general course, Hikari Shinso. The rules are simple, says Midnight, If your opponent goes outside the ring, is immobilized, or surrenders, then you win. Don't worry about overdoing yourself. Recovery Girl is waiting at the edge of the stadium, so leave your morale to the side and give it your all. Of course, putting the life of an opponent at risk for no reason is not permitted. If you do that, you will be disqualified immediately. Once that was said, both Hikari and Izuku stared at each other. Izuku, I didn't let his words affect me, you know. Hikari, I'm not upset with you, Izuku. I'm just a bit sad that you didn't check if I was alright. Right now, you better give it your A game. I won't use my quirk, just my fighting skills. Understand? She said this with a smile, and Izuku sighed but laughed. Izuku, I wouldn't have it any other way. Let's do this. Once that was said, the two of them got into fighting stances that best suited them. Hikari adopted a Krav Maga fighting style while Izuku took on a Taekwondo stance. As the battle began, they moved closer, waiting to see who would throw the first punch. With a smirk, Izuku initiated the fight, and they exchanged punches and kicks, neither of them willing to give up. Izuku was focused, determined not to let his punches falter. He knew Hikari was skilled because he had trained her for this. He saw that she felt alone due to her quirk, and he couldn't let that slide. Hikari changed her fighting style to gain an advantage, trying to push Izuku out of bounds, but she knew that wasn't going to be easy. She admired how Izuku pushed through during the festival, making her want to know him even more. She charged towards Izuku, sending a kick to his head, which he blocked. But she quickly followed up with another kick to his stomach and then performed a handstand, wrapping her legs around his head and trying to bring him down. However, with Izuku's strength, he managed to escape and put some distance between them. Hikari was breathing heavily, but she refused to give up. Izuku walked towards her, encouraging her to keep going. Hikari thought, no, it can't end like this. I was so close. I can't. Exhaustion took over and she fainted, but Izuku caught her just in time, smiling down at her. Izuku, you did great, Hikari. You deserve to rest. That's all she heard, and she felt something warm inside her chest. Hikari thought, so this is what it feels like. I really like him. With that, Izuku advanced to round 2, and the crowd cheered loudly for the exciting match. As Izuku saw a bot helping Hikari and sending her towards Recovery Girl, he walked towards one of the rooms to rest. But he didn't need to rest, he had to look through the files connected to his mother. Izuku thought, something still doesn't feel right. There's a piece of the puzzle that's missing, but what? This made Izuku frustrated, but he took a deep breath, putting away his phone and heading towards the area where the rest of the first-year students were. When he saw that Hikari was okay, she nodded at him, reassuring him that there were no hard feelings, which made him sigh in relief. Then he found himself being pulled by Kyoka, who looked at him with concern. Kyoka, you doing okay, Midorya? Izuku, yeah, I'm fine. You know I'm hard to take down. Kyoka, yeah, I know that much, but it looks like you need some sleep. Izuku, I'm fine. But she didn't let him go and placed his head on her lap, making him blush. Kyoka, I'm only doing this because you're my friend, okay? Nothing else. Her action didn't go unnoticed by the other students, especially the boys, with one of them feeling jealous. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, something was flying towards the sports festival. I'll show them not to mess with me. When it came to an end, the principal had a look of surprise on his face, which then turned to amazement and enthusiasm. I see you're a really interesting young man, so tell me, why didn't you take my offer before? I thought about it until I looked him in the eyes, which were filled with no emotions at all. Honestly, sir, the reason I didn't agree to your proposal is because I have a hard time trusting people since I was orphaned at the age of 5, going to different foster homes, seeing the looks on their faces, dealing with the unfairness of others for years. I don't believe in second chances for those who hurt me, sir, and I would do anything to make them pay for what they did. Once I finished and said what I had to say, I stood up and made an attempt to leave, only for the principal to call out my name. Young man, if I can help you take revenge on those who have harmed you, would you consider becoming my only student? I looked towards him, asking him to explain. I see a young man who's been hurt for so long. I've looked into your profile and saw the reason you are orphaned. For someone who did that to your mother, you have my condolences. I want you to make a difference, Midorya, to show them that you have what it takes to change how the world sees the quirkless, to be a symbol for others. When I heard that word, it sent a shock of electricity through my body, bringing a bit of light to my eyes. That I'll think about it, sir. Just give me more time so that I can give you your answer. That's okay. Take as much time as you need. For now, it seems with us talking, it's already lunchtime. You should hurry. I nodded my head and walked towards the cafeteria, not knowing that I was going to change. It was later in the day, and we see Izuku in his spider suit swinging from building to building, using his webs to help a number of cats from trees and escaping from pro-heroes while hanging upside down and eating a bag of chocolate buns. I tell you, Venom, these buns are so good, Izuku said. What can we say? When it involves chocolate, it can pretty much mix with anything to make it good, Venom replied. Amen to that. When he finished the last bun, he put his mask back on his face and sighed. Hey Venom, don't you find it strange? On what? The false alarm during the lunch break, the reporters that broke in. Honestly, something doesn't feel right. Just as Venom was going to say something, their spider sense went off, alarming them to look down below. They saw someone speeding away in a direction Izuku recognized all too well. Oh no, Venom. Call my name and I shall appear. We need full Spider-Man on this mission. Izuku nodded his head and jumped off the building. Right now, we see Todoroki walking towards his competition only to stop for a second. Out of my way, he said. Your behavior has been nothing but disgraceful, Shoto. If you had used the power on your left side, you could have crushed both the obstacle race and the cavalry battle easily, said a voice. The person who said this was Shoto's father, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, but Shoto simply ignored him and walked past. Your resistance is childish and tiresome. So stop messing around and see to your duty to surpass All Might. Has it penetrated yet? You're different from your older brothers. You are my great masterpiece. Shoto replied, Is that all that will ever come out of your mouth? I will earn my victories using only Mom's power, and I will never use your power in any battle. With that, he left, leaving Endeavor to glare after him. Even if that works for you now, in high school, you'll reach your limit soon enough. What Izuku saw while he was still laying on Kyoka's lap was Shoto melting with his right hand what he himself had frozen, showing he looked incredibly sad. I have to do something, Izuku thought. You shouldn't involve yourself in things that don't concern you, Izuku, Venom warned. Even so, I have to see what happens if I do. Now comes the third matchup. Kaminari from Class A versus Shiozaki from Class B, and it's over in a flash. I'll say it again, folks, it's done, finished, not even a contest. Mike announced. And Mike was right to say that when Kaminari thought he could finish this round with his powerful attack, only for it to backfire, resulting in him being trapped in vines with an idiotic look on his face. Even so, he looked towards where Kyoka was, only to see her focusing on Izuku, which made him tear up. With Izuku getting up from Kyoka's lap, she pouted. And so Shiozaki advances to the second round, Mike continued. I'm so glad the second chance I was given didn't go to waste, Shiozaki said. While the spectators were talking, we see Izuku writing as much as he can. If it comes to him fighting them in the near future, he'll need to do whatever he can. Wow, those notes are something else, someone said. Yeah, no kidding. I didn't know you were this type of nerd, Midorya, another added. Izuku turned his attention towards who spoke and saw it was Mei and Hikari, who were really close to him. Hatsum, isn't it your turn? Izuku asked. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Muscles, Hatsum replied. Muscles? Izuku echoed. I mean, she isn't wrong. You are very muscular, Hikari said, playfully feeling his arms, which made Kyoka glare. Izuku burst into laughter at what had just happened, causing some of the boys in Class 1A to glare at him. Kyoka, annoyed, hit Izuku on the head. Hey, come on, she said. Sorry, but he had it coming after what he told you before, Izuku replied. Yeah, you're right, but at least tone it down. My classmates are a bit annoyed, Kyoka said. Izuku sighed but nodded. He noticed that someone had already left to prepare for their turn to fight, which made him feel uneasy. Hey, I'll be right back. Just need to use the restroom, he said as he left. A few minutes later, in one of the waiting rooms, Ochako was taking deep breaths, trying to calm her nerves. So this is where you are, a voice said. Ochako looked up to see Izuku, which made her blush but also made her nervous. You know, I'm just a bit nervous, I guess, she admitted. Because you're fighting Bakugo, right? Izuku asked. Yeah. And I won't lie, I'm super scared. Even though what you did before, she said. Izuku was confused until he remembered what he had done during his first fight against Bakugo. Oh right, you saw the footage, he said. Yeah, but shouldn't you watch the rest of everyone's matches? Ochako asked. They all ended rather quickly, so they were short. Right now, one of your classmates, Kirishima, is fighting against the one with the steel-type quirk in Class 1B. The match after Maze was with the pink girl and the guy who looks French. His belt malfunctioned, which gave her the chance to sneak in a quick hit. Then came Yaoyorozu and Sora, with Sora winning by pushing Yaoyorozu out of bounds. Izuku explained. Wow, I didn't know Sora was that powerful, considering she always looks so laid back, Ochako replied. I'm not really the kind of person to know your classmates, you know that, right? Izuku said with a laugh. Well, you're right. On that note, soon it'll be my match next, Ochako said. Izuku grabbed his notebook and placed it on the table near Ochako, which confused her until she saw a detailed page about herself. It showed how her quirk worked, her weaknesses, and strategies against explosion quirks. This made her look at Izuku, who had a serious expression. It was rushed because of who you were up against, so I wanted to give you a little help, he explained. Thanks for this, Izuku. That means a lot. But I think it's better if I do this with my own strength, she replied. Izuku looked shocked. Why? Because you've been there for me before. The way you saved me when we first met and during the entrance exam when you helped me and Jairu from the zero-pointer. You've gained the spotlight in the sports festival, but for the cavalry thing, I said I'd rather team up with friends. If I'm being honest with myself, I realize I may have just been counting on you to pull through again. Everyone is fighting for their futures, so really, everybody's each other's rivals, Ochako explained. With that, she gave Izuku a thumbs up while shaking a bit. So let's meet up at the final match. Izuku laughed and moved closer, giving Ochako a hug and kissing her on the forehead. I'll be looking forward to that, but no matter what happens, you've already won in my eyes. This made her blush as Izuku left. After the draw between Kirishima and Tetsu, it came down to the next match. Next match is that match. The match that's bound to be more upsetting, the announcer said. Kyoka remarked. I feel like I might look away the entire time for this, glancing at Izuku, who was watching the match intently with a serious look on his face. Izuku thought to himself, please, Ochako, don't do this for me. I saw it in your eyes, please don't do this for me. As he watched, he saw how she moved, looking for a way to send Bakugo out of bounds, and it made him anxious. He felt his hands heat up slightly, which alarmed him. But I know you're still awake. We're not done yet. Bakugo shouted, getting closer. Midnight was about to use her quirk when Bakugo suddenly got hit in the face and dragged to the ground. The look on his face when he saw who did it made him furious. Deku! Bakugo yelled. Izuku ignored him and rushed to Ochako, making sure nothing happened to her. Bakugo, the match was already over, right? So what were you going to do to my friend? Izuku asked, his tone serious. He unintentionally let out a bit of his intensity, affecting not only Bakugo but everyone else. They felt as if a villain was present, causing even the heroes to prepare for a fight. But Izuku simply picked up Ochako gently in a bridal-style hold and carried her to Recovery Girl. Izuku waited in one of the rooms until he saw Ochako enter. Oh, Izuku! I didn't know you were waiting for me, she said. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, I'm fine. Totally. But I thought I'd be able to make it to the finish and got carried away. Bakugo is really strong, I've got to step it up and give it my all, she replied. Izuku sighed. Try not to go overboard again. I care about you. Ochako fell silent for a moment, blushing at his words. With that being said, Izuku sighed and let go of Ochako. Well, I best get going, he said. Yeah, I'll watch, so go do your best, Ochako replied. But Izuku didn't move until he got close to Ochako and kissed her on the lips, causing her to blush even more as he left. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? You know, color me surprised, Venom replied. Venom, what are you talking about? You know for a fact that spiders exude pheromones to attract their destined mates. Well, let's say you have it, but multiplied by 100 times. Are you saying I might get overwhelmed by the opposite SEC because of these pheromones? In a word, yes. How do I turn it off? Izuku groaned, now that he knew this, but he would think about it later. Right now, he had to deal with the person he had to fight. You there, boy, came a deep, booming voice filled with malice. Izuku instinctively summoned a bit of venom around his fingers, forming claws, and shifted his weight to move better. He snapped out of his thoughts to see who was addressing him. Endeavor. The flame hero himself rounded the corner, in full costume, using his quirk to light parts of his chest and hair on fire. Izuku restrained himself from snarling. You've made quite the showing so far, Endeavor said. Izuku did not so much as twitch. For you to match the other competitors even without a quirk, it's rather impressive. So much strength in the way you think. Your mind is quite formidable indeed. But Izuku did not respond. My Shoto, he has a duty. He will surpass All Might. His fight against you will be an excellent proving ground for him. Do your best not to disgrace him. Endeavor turned away when Izuku finally opened his mouth to speak. There is nothing I could do out there that would disgrace him as much as you have. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, froze in his tracks. What did you just? It's obvious how much he hates you, Izuku continued. His refusal to use his fire is pretty telling. Shoto is going through a rebellious phase, Endeavor responded coolly, turning again to face Izuku in full. He was much taller than Izuku, looming above him, flickering ominously in the light of his own fire. He'd rather not be associated with you, Izuku said. I'd watch your tongue, boy. I don't understand what you intend to prove, said Izuku. Even if he goes on to be the next number 1, do you really think people will say he surpassed All Might? The man's at least a decade past his prime. No one will ever surpass All Might. Izuku shook his head. Because All Might is so much more than the number 1 pro hero. He chose to become the symbol of peace to make Japan safe with his presence alone. Izuku glared up at the number 2 pro hero in Japan. The man's posture radiated fury, a fury more extreme than even Bakugo at his worst. No, he'll be compared to you. Do you know what they'll say, Endeavor? That your son is a better hero than you ever were. Your legacy won't be the man who surpassed All Might. Even if Todoroki pulled that off, that would be his legacy, never yours. No, your legacy will be the hero who never made it all the way to the top and then lost to his own son. Izuku's scowl turned into a cruel smile, one that was so similar to Venom's. The eternal number 3. Endeavor's flames burned hotter, leaving scorch marks in the ceiling where the flames liked the tile. He tilted his head back to literally sneer down his nose at Izuku. You insolent little brat, he spat. I don't think you're allowed back here, said Izuku casually. After all, this is for students and staff only. You wouldn't want to get charged with trespassing now, would you? Or, more accurately, Izuku tilted his head, hoping his condescending pose hid how flat his ears were against the back of his head, of fixing your son's matches. That would sure get Todoroki some notoriety, huh? The number 2's son can't even win without Daddy Dearest threatening the other kids. You. So much hatred, years worth of pent-up frustrations boiled over, all bleeds together into that one word from Endeavor. Careful, Endeavor, it would be hard to explain why I have burns on me, Izuku said. After all, Todoroki doesn't use his fire. Endeavor made a horrid choking sound. Overhead, Present Mick's voice came through the building intercom. I guess that's my cue to leave. Oh yeah, just one more thing. I hope you know there are consequences to what you've done to your family. Wouldn't want that to be on the news, right? So you better be prepared. With that, Izuku left. As Izuku stepped out onto the field for the 3rd time, the sunlight seemed more blinding than ever. Todoroki himself seemed unfazed. His eyes were distant, off at some point in the stands. Izuku didn't need to look to know. It was Endeavor that Todoroki was glaring at. Izuku was right. He wasn't even looking at his opponents. You came, Todoroki said, as though his opponents running in fear of him was the expected outcome. Izuku tightened his hands into fists. Izuku's mind whirled as he took deep breaths. He knew full well that Todoroki would open with a massive ice attack, trying to end the fight in one shot. That's what he had done against his opponents, but maybe Todoroki was running up against his own limits. Izuku knew he was strong enough to take Todoroki down, but he couldn't flex his way out of a frozen prison, not if he was totally encased or when he showed strength that didn't indicate that he was quirkless. This meant he needed to dodge that opening attack. He took a breath. A plan, half-baked and desperate, came to mind. And he was sure Venom was just sighing at this plan of his. Which was a gamble. This is a risky gamble that could lead to serious injury. Don't think for a second that just because we're healing, it won't be painful, Venom warned. Hee, yeah, love you too, Venom. These two competitors have rocked the sports festival. Present Mike announced. One of the strongest members of Class 1A and the one who's part of the general course with his can-do attitude. But only one can stand at the top. Midnight raised her arm. Todoroki versus Midorya. There was a pause of a few eternal seconds. Then she waved her arm down. Start. With the start of the battle, Todoroki acted quickly, using his quirk to launch an ice attack toward Izuku. Izuku dodged the incoming attack with a backflip, a serious look on his face. Todoroki continued his ice assaults, but Izuku skillfully avoided them, which made Todoroki glare at him. The ice on the ground gave Izuku an advantage, allowing him to see Todoroki below while he waited. "What's wrong, Todoroki? I thought you would give me a challenge," Izuku called out. Another ice attack formed, but this time Izuku jumped onto it and began running fast across the ice, closing the distance to Todoroki. Just as he got close, he felt a sharp pain in his gut, pushing him back. He quickly used his agility to avoid being knocked out of bounds. Izuku clenched his fist, thinking, "Hey Venom, you think you can tune up my body? What do you have in mind?" Venom replied, "Take off my limiters," Izuku requested. "Oh boy. Good luck with the straining after you're done," Venom warned. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he ducked to avoid another ice attack, this time from smaller shards, which made him smirk slightly. He crouched down, feeling his muscles tense up, and launched himself toward Todoroki. The audience, pro-heroes, and fellow UA students were surprised as Izuku closed in and punched Todoroki in the face. But he wasn't finished. He followed up with several more punches, causing Todoroki to stagger. Izuku pushed Todoroki further, but Todoroki used his ice to prevent himself from going out of bounds. Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Todoroki gasping for air and shivering. "What's so funny?" Todoroki asked, frustrated. "Sorry, but the fact that I'm not even trying just makes me laugh. I mean, I don't even have a quirk, and I'm giving you this much trouble," Izuku replied, his expression turning serious. "Honestly, it's a bit annoying that you're not even trying. You think you can win this match with your body shivering? What's stopping you from using your fire side?" Izuku challenged. "I want that BSTRD to see that I'm not one of his tools," Todoroki snarled. "Oh, would you give it a rest already?" Izuku shot back. "You want to spite Endeavor? Go ahead. He deserves it for everything he's done. But if you don't care about being a hero, then why are you here?" "Now you're pissing me off," Todoroki said, shifting his stance. "What, did he pay you off?" Izuku taunted. "Ha ha ha ha, oh, you're said?" Izuku snapped. "You weren't just accused of being willing to work for him." This got a reaction from Todoroki, who moved to charge Izuku again. But as Todoroki raised his leg, Izuku moved in quickly, taking advantage of Todoroki's weight being on one leg. Izuku slammed a fist into Todoroki's gut, sending him sprawling several meters away. Todoroki cradled his chest as he stood again, panting hard. "Why," he started. "Your ice is getting slower," Izuku said, closing the distance again. Todoroki dove out of the way of an axe kick that left a small crater in the arena where Izuku had landed. Shocked, Todoroki barely managed to escape each of Izuku's blows until he was punched in the face, blood spilling from his mouth. "I'm asking you again, why are you here?" Izuku demanded. Todoroki replied, "My father." This response made Izuku furious. "You think saying your father's name is going to change anything? It's your power. Man up, Shoto Todoroki. Now I'll ask you again, what do you want?" Todoroki had a moment of reflection, remembering his younger self watching All Might on TV with his mother. Suddenly his left eye sparked with determination. The arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of fire as Todoroki unleashed his flames, creating a bright orange inferno. Izuku smiled, mesmerized by the beauty of the fire. I do want it. I want to be a hero, Midorya," Todoroki shouted from within the flames. Endeavor yelled something from the crowd, but neither Izuku nor Todoroki could hear him. Right now, all that mattered was this fight. Everything outside the ring faded away. "What are you smiling about?" Todoroki asked as the flames around him lowered, revealing him once more. "Do you really think you can beat me? You're crazy, Midorya. Don't blame me for whatever happens next." "You're smiling too," Izuku said, sliding into a battle stance. "But I can't afford to lose here. I'm going to win." The ice around Izuku made him smile even more as Todoroki prepared himself, supercharged with determination. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling Venom's presence, and got ready for the next phase of their battle. Everything moved quickly for the spectators as a large cloud of smoke formed around the stadium. Man talked about a battle, but who won this match? The steam started to clear, and everyone, including the so-called number 2 hero, was shocked to see the outcome. Todoroki was outside the stage, having lost the match, while Izuku stood tall, though he bore the marks of the battle. He took deep breaths, smiling as he heard his name announced as the winner. That was all he heard before he fell into unconsciousness. With the matches of the other competitors coming to a close, It finally came down to the two finalists of the sports festival. Two young men who were once friends glared at each other, one filled with determination, while the other seemed distracted. As the battle began, Bakugo charged at Izuku with his quirk, but Izuku was ready. With a smirk, he dodged Bakugo's attack, grabbed him by the arm, and used his strength to push him out of bounds. Bakugo hit the ground, his expression one of pure shock, while Izuku laughed, celebrating his victory. Suddenly, Izuku felt a familiar sensation, a warning that made him pale. What's going on? He thought as the feeling intensified. He looked into the distance and saw something approaching, black smoke trailing behind it. The sound of a beep echoed, and Izuku shouted, "Everyone get down!" All that was heard was an explosion of green smoke, and the sound of cackling filled the air, making this a chaotic sports festival. Izuku's POV, the sound of screaming woke me up, and I quickly saw the pro heroes helping the civilians as much as they could, but something felt off. When I spotted a glider heading towards the VIP section, I felt a surge of fear as the figure on the glider looked menacing. What is happening? I thought. The whole stadium was in chaos. I saw a broken piece of rubble heading towards a couple and quickly fired 2 webs to pull them to safety. I was relieved that no one saw me. It made it easier to hide and get into action. "Venom, get ready!" I called out as I started to run, tearing away my sports uniform to reveal the spider logo on my chest. Nobody's POV, Class 1A, along with the rest of the first years, was panicking as buildings crumbled around them. Emmy and Kyoko were far from their class, and the green smoke prevented them from using their quirks. "This is a total disaster, wouldn't you say, Rockstar?" Emmy said, trying to keep calm. "How can you be so calm?" Kyoko exclaimed. "Trust me, I'm scared too, but I'm trying not to show it," Emmy replied. Another explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The worst part is how quickly this all happened. "Even the pro heroes can't do anything," Emmy said. Suddenly, the 2 girls heard something approaching and looked up to see a figure that filled them with fear. An individual in green body armor, with a face that looked like a demon, was riding on a glider. "Hello, my dears," he cackled wickedly, causing Kyoko to scream in fear. Just then, the sound of webs filled the air as someone approached. Spider-Man swooped in, kicking the villain off his glider and causing him to crash to the ground. The crowd watched in amazement as Spider-Man quickly used his webs to stabilize the stadium as much as he could. Meanwhile, the Goblin, filled with rage, faced off against the heroes surrounding him. "Hold it right there, you're under arrest," one hero shouted. "I surrender," the Goblin mocked, but the heroes struggled to take him down. Spider-Man swung in, throwing a punch at the Goblin, but he caught it easily, showing a hint of surprise. "Impressive," the Goblin said, kicking Spider-Man hard against the wall. "Dang, how is this guy so strong?" Spider-Man thought. "Now's not the time to think, Spidey. We're not done yet." Venom reminded him. The Goblin's glider returned, and he fired at Spider-Man, who dodged and landed on top of a fixed pillar. Hearing screams, Spider-Man turned to see Kyoko with an unconscious Emmy nearby. Thinking quickly, he jumped over the pillars he had created. Before he could reach them, the Goblin grabbed him and slammed him against the wall repeatedly. Spider-Man countered with a swift elbow, staggering the Goblin enough to spin around. The fight continued, with the Goblin throwing punches and Spider-Man dodging. Just when it seemed like the Goblin had the upper hand, Spider-Man's spider sense tingled. He fired webs at the Goblin's eyes, blinding him momentarily. This gave Spider-Man the chance to slip underneath the glider and damage its internals, causing the Goblin to retreat in fear, cursing Spider-Man's name. "We'll meet again, Spider-Man," he shouted as he fled. Spider-Man quickly turned to Kyoko, who was about to fall, and caught her just in time, also webbing the damaged part of the stadium for safety. "Well, that was something, huh? As much fun as this is, I've got to go," he said, preparing to leave. "Wait, who are you?" Kyoko asked, flustered. "You know who I am," Spider-Man replied, confusing her further. He patted her head and added, "Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Then he leaped off the roof, cheering into the sky. Kyoko watched in awe, a smile on her face, but it faded when she saw the rest of her classmates and noticed Emmy waking up. "Wow, I must have missed one heck of a showdown," Emmy said, looking around. "Yeah. Thanks for saving me from the debris," Kyoko replied. "Hey, it's fine. I would do it again, but I'll try not to get a concussion next time," Emmy said with a laugh. Kyoko smiled, relieved to see her friends safe. Meanwhile, Spider-Man landed near a path close to the stadium, where no one was around. Oh, Venomised mask off, he said. Copy, Venom replied. Izuku took a deep breath. Something doesn't add up, Venom. What do you mean? Venom asked. The way he moved, how he figured out to disable the hero's quirks. Whoever this guy is, we need to stop him before things get really ugly. A mask to hide my face. Once I saw what I was looking for, I got to business and waited. Venom, is there a reason you're doing this, Izuku? Izuku what? Can't a guy like us do something for the greater good? By good, you mean hacking into files that are confidential to a certain someone? Well, honestly, I was waiting to confront him, but with what Todoroki told me, it's better to get this over with than to do it later. It's been long overdue. Right now, I saw that the files were being completed, so I grabbed the drive and let Venom do his thing by using his tendrils to insert the drive into the suit. Alright then. Time to leave this place. Later in the morning at Sora's mansion, Hisashi was wide awake, pouring himself a glass of juice. Suddenly, he heard a laugh that startled him. Is somebody there? Somebody? Hisashi's eyes widened. Responded? Don't play innocent with me. You've known all along. Hisashi searched his house, trying to find the voice. Where are you? Follow the cold shiver running down your spine, the voice hinted. Hisashi followed the shiver and came face to face with many strange masks in his mansion. Finally, the voice said, I'm over here. Hisashi turned to see the source of the voice and was confused. In Hisashi's vision was a full-body mirror where he saw himself, still holding the glass from earlier, but it was not his face. It was a wicked smile of a mischievous goblin. Did you think it was coincidence? So many good things happening for you, all for you. The goblin drank the juice and threw it aside, smashing the glass. What do you want? Hisashi asked fearfully. To say what you won't, to do what you can't. And, he held a copy of the Japanese news, to remove those in your way. Hisashi, holding the newspaper, read the headline, Shield Board in Trouble. Hisashi's eyes widened. You caused this, he said horrified. We caused this, the goblin clarified. We. Remember your little accident in the laboratory, the goblin sneered. Hisashi's eyes widened. The performance enhancers. Bingo. But something else occurred. Something that you can't remember, the goblin congratulated. Me? Your greatest creation. I bring you what you always wanted, power beyond your wildest dreams, and it's only the beginning. Hisashi nodded slowly, falling into temptation. The goblin frowned. There is only one who can stop us, someone more capable than these so-called heroes. The only one who wasn't affected by our gas. Hisashi's eyes widened. Of course, the goblin said, drawing Hisashi's attention. What if he joined us? The goblin laughed mischievously. Meanwhile, later in the evening, we see Izuku hanging upside down on a web while reading a book without his suit on. After school was over, he sighed when he learned about the incident involving a hero. Now, Izuku himself wouldn't care about some spoiled brat who thinks he can look down on others, but for some reason, the fact that the one injured was a hero made him serious. Why would the hero do that? He should have been more careful. Maybe he wants the other pro-heroes to take their jobs seriously? No, that can't be it. Man, just thinking about it is making me hungry. Oi Venom, let's go get ourselves a couple of chocolate milkshakes. You had me at chocolate. Let's go. Izuku laughed and let go of his web, changing into his spider persona and swinging over buildings. Let's turn back the clock to lunchtime, where we see Izuku walking towards the principal's office with a serious look on his face. Once he knocked on the door, he heard he could come in. He opened the door to see Nizu sitting down, but he wasn't the only one there. Katsuki was present, looking upset. Izuku was surprised to see two other people. Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru? When they heard his voice, they turned around to see Izuku, and Mitsuki walked towards him, giving him a warm hug. Oh my Izuku, it's been so long. Yeah, it has. But I'm just glad to see you and Uncle Masaru again, even though I've been kind of distant. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, I should've. But she was stopped when Izuku hugged her again and smiled. Like I said, it's fine, so don't worry about me. But anyway, what are you two doing here? Including Katsuki? Well, the reason is that Masaru and I were called from the school because of what Katsuki did, which has me confused honestly. Izuku thought, so, this little gremlin hasn't told his parents what he did. And it seems the principal is likely going to enjoy this. And I completely agree. If I can have your attention, we are here to discuss some rather private information connected between Izuku Midorya and Katsuki Bakugo, Nizu said. When Nizu said that, Katsuki's expression changed from shock to worry. When he looked towards Izuku, he saw him smirking slightly, which made him clench his fists. No, don't tell me he did it. There's no way he would. He's nothing but a nuisance, there's no way he would tell on me. When Nizu explained what Katsuki had done over the years, the way he treated his classmates made Mitsuki almost lose her temper, with Masaru holding her back. How could you? Do you have a hint of humanity in that head of yours telling Izuku to give up over, and for what? Because he wanted to achieve his dream. Katsuki, and so what, he had it coming and he deserved it. He doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, so I did the world a favor, but now it's because of him I'm going to lose the opportunity to get an internship. It's because of him. He's nothing but a worthless scumbag who should be groveling at my feet. It's no wonder his sorry excuse of a dad is gone, including his sorry excuse of good riddance, she's gone. All that was heard after he said that was silence until he felt his face being pressed against the wall, a few of his teeth feeling loose. Katsuki, with his back against the wall, looked up to see Izuku with his eyes covered by his hair. Izuku, you know Katsuki, I'm impressed you've got a lot of nerve to disrespect the dead. He said this while cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing in the silence. Izuku himself wasn't even smiling. Izuku, principal, considering that this excuse of a human being is officially expelled and with the permission of his family, I would like to send him in his place. All Nizu did was nod his head, while Mitsuki couldn't say anything, leaving Masaru to stare at his son with a look of disappointment. Masaru, Izuku, what Katsuki did to you? And what he's done since coming to this school. Please bring your judgment towards him, for you all have every right to do so. When he said that, Katsuki felt empty that his parents sided with Izuku. In a last-ditch effort, Katsuki ran towards Izuku and screamed, only to get pushed back, making Izuku get serious. Izuku, you've no right to speak, know your place. This is karma, and I'm going to let out all my anger towards you. Izuku, I'm gonna break you until you'll just be a shell of your old self. This continued for more than 2 hours until Izuku stopped, his fist now bloodied, but it wasn't his. When he turned around, he saw that the Bakugo family had already left, with a note on Nizu's desk meant for Izuku saying that they disowned Katsuki. After that, the authorities took the now beaten Katsuki away. Izuku knew this would cause a commotion, but he didn't care. All he cared about was. He still felt empty, making him sigh. Nizu, well now, let's talk about something else, Mr. Midorya. Izuku, I'd like to still be part of the general course, sir. If that's okay with you? Nizu, my boy, there's nothing to be ashamed of in what you're doing. You've shown them that the quirkless can make a difference. You finally stood up and delivered judgment towards someone who was nothing more than a delinquent to you, placing the ones who have wronged you behind bars. Izuku Midorya, I would say this. Your future isn't set in stone, that's for sure, and it will get harder, but I'm sure you will find a way to achieve what you want. This made Izuku smile and he thanked the principal. Izuku, oh right, I forgot to give you this. He said this while grabbing a drive from his back pocket and placing it on Nizu's desk. Nizu, what's inside this drive that you gave to me? Izuku suddenly smirked, a look similar to Nizu's. Izuku, information that can put away a corrupted hero, if you're interested. Nizu suddenly smirked himself while pouring himself a cup of tea. Nizu, oh my, this just got serious. And I do enjoy drama. Izuku sighed, enjoying his milkshake while being a body pillow for Kyoka, Hikari, Ochako, and Naomi. Izuku, I should have just said no. Venom, and yet you didn't. Now here you are, having 4 girls laying on you and you're not doing anything. Izuku, Venom, I may have my struggles, but that doesn't mean I'll let my carnal sense run wild. Venom, you know that girl with the pink dreads will likely let you date her. Izuku, Venom, come a minute. All he got was laughter in his head, making him sigh while finishing his 10th milkshake. Right now, we see Izuku donning the outfit of Spider-Man while going through his phone, seeing text messages from his friends talking about their internships. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw a couple of videos Ochako sent him from her training at Gunheads. He shivered a bit when he read details about her internship with the pro hero Mirko, and then it came to Kyoka's internship. With a pro hero that almost set him off to find him. Death Arms. Izuku took a few breaths, it wasn't worth it to go after that hero. Right now, Izuku was busy finding crooks as much as he could while thinking about the villain that caused a lot of damage during the sports festival. Just thinking about him made Izuku clench his fist. Izuku, that villain. I wonder who he is? What's his reason? Sigh, no point in thinking about it now, I still have things to deal with. After he said that, he jumped for a bit and web slung through the night, heading towards Hosu. just curious that something interesting might happen soon. A few days went by with many of Class 1A and Class 1B taking their internships seriously. However, we see one specific person sitting inside a jail cell, seething in rage while slamming his hands on the wall, which were covered in metal braces, making him unable to use his quirk. I swear, Deku, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Really now? How about I help you with that, Katsuki Bakugo? When Katsuki hears his name, he looks in front of him to see someone. Katsuki, what exactly can you help me with? Smirk work for me, and I can help you get rid of this Deku who you hate. That's all Katsuki could hear, grinning at the thought. Katsuki, can't wait. It was late at night, and we see Izuku still clad in his vigilante attire, but now wearing a black and red jacket with a hoodie while having a pair of headphones on his head, jamming to a couple of songs that Kyoka recommended him. He swung through the night, enjoying the wind that blew past his face. This made Spider-Man jump high enough to web swing away, gaining speed from the buildings and letting his spider sense take control of where he needed to go, leaving the pros to deal with the chaos. Meanwhile, someone in an alley overheard the commotion in Hosu and realized that the one he had made contact with had made his move. This led him to decide to leave the one he met to his own devices while he finished his business, preparing to confront the pro-hero native with his katana. However, he felt a presence approaching from behind and used his katana to slash at the person, knocking them down to the ground and revealing them to be Tenya Ida. Hey, a child in a suit, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for kids, he said. But Ida didn't listen, trembling with rage. A blood-red scarf and blades, you're the hero killer Stain, right? I came chasing after you, but to think I'd find you this soon. Stain, with a calculated gaze, pointed his katana at Ida, who staggered. You have avenging eyes. I'm warning you, don't meddle with me. If the situation demands it, children will also be targets. He turned towards his objective, but Ida, filled with anger, yelled that his brother was a pro-hero who had been cut down and that he had come to stop Stain. My hero name is Ingenium. Never forget it, because that's the name of a hero who will take you down. Seeing Ida's determination, Stain readied his weapons. If what you say is true, then prepare yourself for a fight, hero. Spider-Man could only sigh while trying to contain his frustration. Why are you upset? Venom asked. Because those so-called pros couldn't even handle this situation, and what's worse, it feels like one of Kyoka's classmates is doing something reckless, Spider-Man replied, his mask showing his displeasure. On top of a building, Tamura praised the three Nomu for their destruction. Kurogiri asked Tamura if he would join the attack, but Tamura replied that he wouldn't because he was injured. He said that when dawn broke, the world would forget about Stain. Meanwhile, the battle between Stain and Tenya began. Tenya used a high-speed kick, only to be dodged by the hero killer. Stain knocked Tenya to the ground and struck his shoulder with his katana. You and your brother are both weak because you're fakes. Tenya rebuked Stain's claim. Shut up. The lower half of my body is paralyzed from injuries, and I may never be suited for heroics again. My brother saved so many people and guided them. He was a splendid hero. He gave me a dream. I'll stop you. Stain advised Tenya to first save the injured pro-hero, shocking him. You shouldn't have acted out of vengeance. That's the furthest from the title of hero. And that's why you will fall here. As Stain liked his katana and activated his quirk, immobilizing Tenya, he said, See you. You shall be an offering to a just world. Shut up. No matter what you say, you're just a criminal who hurt my brother. Ida shouted. Just then, Stain felt a fist connect with his face, pushing him back, followed by another attack to the gut that sent him crashing into the wall. Ida, struggling, looked up to see someone clad in black gliding with the hero native on his shoulders. When Ida saw the symbol on this person's back, he couldn't help but say their name. Spider-Man. Spider-Man sighed and turned his attention toward Ida. For a guy who looks serious, you've got the look of someone thirsting for revenge and not the good kind. He placed Native down while checking his injuries. But why are you here? Ida asked. Well, that's a silly question, Spider-Man replied, stepping in front of Ida while facing Stain. I'm just a friendly spider who's here to help, nothing more, Tenya Ida. A standoff ensued between Stain and Spider-Man, with the former glaring at the hero who was down for the count. Hey, my eyes are here, don't look elsewhere, Spider-Man said. You're something of an anomaly to the League of Villains, Stain replied. Me, an anomaly? Ah, that's so sweet, Spider-Man said, sending out webs towards Stain, who avoided them but was then caught off guard by a punch to his jaw. Stain swung his katana at Spider-Man, but he missed as Spider-Man stuck to the walls. Was that it? I'm honestly surprised that this is your best. Come on, I'm hoping for an amazing fight against the all-powerful hero killer Stain. Spider-Man taunted. Stain went quiet and pursued his targets, only to have webs surround him, catching his arms. Angered, he tore away the webs and sent out multiple knives at Ida and Native, but they all got stuck in a large web. Please don't interfere, this is my fight. Ida pleaded. Spider-Man landed close to Ida but kept his eyes on Stain, who was struggling to escape the makeshift web cocoon. He then tapped Ida on the head. Are you done complaining about your so-called revenge for your brother? From what I've heard, your brother wouldn't want you to go down this path. You're training to be a hero, so tell me, what are you thinking right now? Before Ida could respond, the sound of metal was heard, causing Spider-Man to shoot multiple web shots to block the incoming weapons. He then blocked a kick from Stain, who tried to stab Spider-Man, only to get punched hard enough that a few of his ribs were broken, pushing him back into the wall. Spider-Man continued his fight with Stain, sending web after web, eventually trapping him in a large web that caused him to stick to the wall. Stain thrashed in anger, screaming and filled with rage. You're just like them. A fake hero who's only in it for fame. You don't deserve to even breathe on this earth where there's just corruption. The only true hero is All Might. But he got silenced with a web to his mouth. Spider-Man, Ida, can you move? When Ida heard that, he finally felt he could move his body, causing him to stand up but only barely, staring at Spider-Man, who was busy writing something and placing it on Stain's forehead. Ida, what? I've seen what you can do, but why are you a vigilante when you can be a hero? Spider-Man, what's the point of a title that will only bring you down? I fly solo, and I do things to make sure the people can have someone to depend on who will go through whatever battle, even if my body breaks. When he said that, Stain had a shocked look on his face from the speech that alone made Stain see a silhouette of All Might in Spider-Man's place. With Ida, he could only stay silent while clenching his fist. Ida, aren't you going to go? Spider-Man, do you think I should repent for my crimes, huh? That's fair, but no, this brother of yours is gonna be fine, so don't worry, okay? When Ida heard that, he had a shocked look, and the only thing he saw was Spider-Man disappearing from the scene. News has been going around where a video of Stain being taken down by the Spider Vigilante was getting a lot of views and many likes along with comments when they saw the fight. This didn't sit well at all with a certain villain who was upset. As of right now, Izuku was seen at home going through paper after paper since he didn't have school, but looking through information that involved his mother was weighing heavily on him. Venom had to calm him down whenever he went through his fits. Izuku, I'm getting close, and yet it's still so far. What am I missing? I'm no hero. I'm more of an anti-hero if that's the case. Venom, did you have to say, anti? The word just makes my very being crawl. Izuku, is there a history behind that word? Venom, you could say that, but I'll tell you another time when you're not straining yourself over your mother's death. I know you're hurt, but doing this is gonna open up wounds that you tried to heal, Izuku. Please give it a rest until you're sure you have everything sorted out. Izuku struggled to deny it, but Venom was right, and right now, he actually deserved to spend some time with his friends. And his new friend, which turned out to be Shoto Todoroki. Izuku, I'm still surprised he wanted to exchange phone numbers. Venom, really? Well, we find it even more surprising when he said if we ever have any free time, we should go with him to visit his mother in the hospital. Izuku, because I was the one who opened up his heart that was cold as ice. Venom, really? An ice pun? The spider puns weren't enough. So you had to do that? You disappoint us so much. Izuku, oh shut it. You know you tolerate us, that's why you're still here with me. Venom, not for much longer, bud. Izuku sighed a bit when he got a text message from Naomi. He smiled a bit and put the place on order while changing into clothes that were more stylish for the crowd. Venom, what's with the smile? Izuku, Naomi just texted saying she wants me to come with her, saying something about showing me the world of photography. Venom, what? You're saying she's a photographer now? Izuku, yeah, she quit her job not too long ago, saying something about wanting to capture the essence of life while holding a camera or something along those lines. Venom, dear me, I thought there wasn't going to be this kind of thing in this universe. Alrighty then, what are we waiting for? With that, the duo left, unaware that something was about to happen. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin? Not a bad title for the front page. I keep telling you my protege knows how to take those shots. Even I was impressed. Of course you'd be impressed, Tanio Takuda. You yourself had a one and only time with the vigilante himself. Takuda, well, what can I say? I'm a lucky guy, Miss Boss. Boss, do you always have to call me boss with Miss? Why not call me by my first name like you've done when you first started this gig? Before he could say anything else, the doors opened for the boss's office, making the two adults turn to see that it was Naomi, who was holding hands with a young man who looked like he had just run a marathon. Takuda, Naomi? I thought you said you were hanging out with a friend of yours, not coming to work. I told you this was your free time. Naomi, well, it still is. I'm just letting Izuku here, who is my friend, see where I work as a freelancer. Izuku could only wave, and Takuda's face showed a shocked look. Takuda, wait, aren't you that kid who won the sports festival? Man, you've got some guts during those events. It got my blood boiling with excitement. He said all this while shaking Izuku's hand. Izuku, well, thank you for showing this much enthusiasm, but I'm not sure if the other competitors think I won fairly. Takuda, nonsense. From what I've seen, you've definitely made an impact on those who might accept the fact that even a quirkless person can take down a quirk user. This got Izuku to laugh, but the sound of someone coughing made Takuda sweat a bit when his boss glared at him. Boss, well, I do like this kind of atmosphere. I'm wondering something. Why are civilians playing the blame game on this vigilante? This got Izuku to have a curious look with a hint of hurt. Takuda, what do you mean, boss? Are you saying they think Spider-Man was the one who attacked the sports festival arena? Boss, in my opinion, no, but the comments from these civilians, heck, even pro-heroes, are saying that Spider-Man was faking helping them and even teaming up with the Green Goblin to put on an act. Naomi, well, that's just not right. Boss, couldn't agree more, kid. You're right, Takuda, this girl's got spunk. I like her. But for now, Naomi, I need you to take the day off and go have fun with your little boyfriend over there. The boss said this with a grin on her face, making Naomi blush. Naomi, what? No, Izuku and I aren't dating. Boss, and yet you called him by his first name. Izuku, I don't mind when she calls me by my first name. Boss, that's sweet, but you two should go. I have business to deal with my freelancer over here. Naomi nodded her head while grabbing Izuku by the arm, but Izuku suddenly felt his spider sense go off. Venom, you've got to be kidding me. When she said this, she took a final puff from her cigarette and threw it out the window. Takuda, you know it's wrong to litter. Boss, and when was that a problem? Suddenly, both adults saw the same cigarette land on the desk, and not a second later, something came crashing in, causing panic. The Green Goblin welcomed himself, grabbing the boss by the neck. Goblin, tell me who is the photographer who takes the pictures of Spider-Man. Boss, I don't know who they are. Goblin, you're lying. They are the ones who can bring me to him. Boss, I'll never tell you. Goblin, then face the consequences. Set her down, tough guy. Spider-Man was seen descending into the scene, with Goblin throwing the boss aside. Goblin, speak of the devil. Takuda, Spider-Man. Spider-Man, hey, Takuda. Sorry we couldn't chat today, I have a little gremlin to take care of. The Goblin could only laugh while flying towards Spider-Man, who avoided him but suddenly got his arm grabbed, feeling a surprising kick to his chest. Spider-Man used his webs to get close to the glider and tried to destroy it, only to get blasted by a pumpkin bomb, making him hit the side of a building. But then another pumpkin bomb hit him again, this time releasing a cloud of gas around him, making him struggle to stay conscious. Goblin, don't fight it, let me help you and sleep. He said this while showing his palm, causing a wave of energy to hit Izuku, making him scream in pain. He lost focus and fell from the building. The Goblin rushed down and caught Spider-Man, whisking him away to a private location. Later that night, we see Spider-Man unable to move as he wakes up. Goblin, wake up, little spider, wake up. Spider-Man groaned, feeling his muscles stiff. Goblin, no, you're not dead. Just paralyzed. Temporarily. Then the Goblin came into focus from the smoke. You're an amazing creature, Spider-Man. You and I are not so different. Spider-Man groaned, I'm not like you. You're a villain. Goblin laughed. Well, to each his own. I chose my path, you chose the way of the hero. But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail. That's the thing about this society where quirks come into play. Even so, they die on this so-called job they created. But to you, in spite of everything you've done for them, eventually, they will turn against you. So why bother? Spider-Man, because it's the right thing to do. Goblin comedically slapped Spider-Man over the head, reclining on the object he was sitting on. Here's the real truth. He spread his hands over the city. There are more than 8 million people who live in this society, and those masses exist for the sole purpose of lifting the few exceptional people onto their shoulders. He tapped Spider-Man on the shoulder. You and I? We're exceptional. We're more powerful than these so-called heroes. You know it, I know it. Why can't you accept that? Goblin gripped Spider-Man's face. I could squash you like a bug right now, but I'm offering you a choice. He released Spider-Man. Join me. Imagine what we could accomplish together. Or we could destroy everything in selfish battles until we're both gone. Is that what you want? The Goblin leaped onto his glider. Think about it, hero, he mockingly said as smoke filled the area. Spider-Man screamed until he got up, but he was too late to catch the Goblin, removing his mask in frustration. Izuku, darn it. Soon enough, the latest edition of Juzo News came out calling for the arrest of Spider-Man. Izuku watched in silence, his fists clenching as the words of the Green Goblin filled his mind. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will turn against you. Izuku sighed, knowing this would happen, but it still hurt. He made up his mind, even though it felt like the weight of the world had increased from the pain he felt long ago. As he started to walk, he saw two girls he knew not far away. Izuku, hey, Kyoka, Ochako. This got their attention, making them smile at him. Kyoka, Izuku, hey. Ochako, hi, Izuku. Izuku, so what are you girls doing here? I'm pretty sure this isn't your ordinary route. Kyoka, you're right. Me and Ochako decided to go on a little adventure while enjoying some food. And Ochako eats a lot. Hey, come on, you didn't have to tell Izuku that. This made Izuku laugh, and seeing them opened a bit of light in his heart, even though it was dim. Kyoka noticed the look on Izuku's face and frowned. Kyoka, Izuku, what's wrong? Izuku, what? Oh, nothing. Just had a lot on my plate, you know? I'm still having trouble fitting in. Ochako, you know you're a bad liar. This got Izuku to look at Ochako, who grabbed his hand with a serious look on her face. Ochako, you've been through a lot when you were young, but don't let that hold you down, Izuku. You've got friends who will be there for you. Koika, she's right, you know. For once, don't forget you're not alone, and if I see you being mopey, I'll make sure to get you to laugh and smile. Got it? This made Izuku wipe his eyes while laughing. Izuku, who knew I'd cry while getting cheered up by two beautiful girls? This made them blush, with Kyoka hitting him on the shoulder. Just then, the sound of thunder was heard, causing the trio to look up at the sky. Kyoka, it looks like our little chat ended. We have to go. We'll talk to you later on the phone when we get home, okay, Izuku? Izuku, yeah, sounds great. I look forward to it. He said this with a smile on his face until the two girls came up to him and gave him a kiss on both of his cheeks, causing him to blush while the two girls grinned at Izuku. Kyoka, Ochako, see ya later, tiger. With that, they left, leaving Izuku to smile. Izuku, they know how to make a guy happy. Venom, that's their power, they can cause happiness. Izuku, yeah, I guess you're right. Just then, when the sound of rain hit, Izuku saw something that set him off. Hey man, check out those cool people. Man, let's go talk to them. Izuku, no. Izuku, Venom. Venom, yeah, I know. Stay safe, stay healthy and peace out. The two girls ran as fast as they could, trying to lose the punks in an alleyway, but they were surprised by other members of their group who cornered them in the alleyway, making rude comments. Kyoka and Ochako glared at them, with Kyoka using her quirk and a few fighting skills to take down one of them. This made the others angry, and the girls screamed and clawed to get away, managing to get a few hits in, but they were quickly overwhelmed by their sheer numbers as they held the girls down. Suddenly, several lines of webbing shot out of nowhere, attaching themselves to all of the men and yanking them off of Kyoka and Ochako. They were dragged a few feet toward a figure partially obscured by the rain. It was unmistakably Spider-Man. He flipped, punched, and threw the troublemakers away until they were no longer a threat. Spider-Man shook his head at the scene, relieved to have saved the girls from danger. When the girls looked to their savior, he glanced back at them for only a moment before running back into the alleyway to hide. They chased after him but saw that he had disappeared. Just as quickly as he was gone, he reappeared behind the two girls in that all-too-familiar pose. You have a knack for getting into trouble. This made them laugh and smile at Spider-Man. Kyoka said, and you have a knack for saving my life and my friend's life. It seems we have ourselves a superhero stalker. She said it sweetly, while Ochako stared at Spider-Man, feeling a familiar connection to him. Spider-Man replied, I was in the neighborhood helping others however I can. Ochako said, you are amazing. Spider-Man responded, "Some people don't think so." Kyoka added, "But you are amazing in our eyes." This made Spider-Man chuckle. It's nice to have fans from two beautiful girls. Those lines sounded familiar to them, and Ochako moved closer to Spider-Man. "I think you deserve a proper thank you." This made Ochako reach for his mask, with Kyoko walking close as well. Spider-Man said, "W8." He wanted to stop this, but he felt a connection with Ochako. As she slowly peeled off the mask to reveal only the bottom of his face, she leaned in and kissed him gently in the rain. Kyoka joined in, and all three of them shared a sweet moment together. As the kiss ended, Spider-Man shot a web and flew into the pouring sky, disappearing into the night while the two girls looked up and smiled at their hero. A few days passed, and we see Izuku back in school, looking daydreamy. Hikari poked his face, bringing him out of his thoughts. "What's got you in such a good mood?" Hikari asked. Izuku replied, "What? Can't a guy like me be in a good mood?" "Only if you've done something to be in that good mood, so what is it?" Hikari pressed. Izuku hesitated. "You son of a you-know-what? I don't need to know, but I will sit on your lap when lunch starts soon," Hikari said with a grin, making Izuku sweat a bit. Izuku thought, "I'm starting to think girls are more mischievous than guys." Suddenly Venom chimed in, "You could say that." "Oh yeah, I just remembered, why did you let those guys go? They were right there for us to eat their delicious brains." Izuku replied, "Would it be okay if I said chocolate cake? Your lucky chocolate is a good substitute for brains, otherwise, I'd be upset with you," Venom said with a sigh. Everything went silent after that, with lunch being served. Izuku talked to his friends and got to know some of the students in Class 1A. He could say his school life was okay in his book. However, his other life was not so simple. Soon, the city in the daytime was seen, calm and bright, but that calm was broken by the sound of fire engines in the distance. A building was on fire, and several engines began working to put out the flames, with some pro-heroes trying to get as many civilians out of the building as possible. A woman was seen being restrained by a few people. "I have to get in there. My baby is still in there," she cried. "I can't let you in, the roof is about to collapse," a fireman held her back. In the distance, Spider-Man was seen swinging with great speed. The mother called out, "Save my baby, please." Spider-Man quickly dived into the top floor of the building and made his way to save the baby as everyone outside watched with bated breath. The mother whimpered, praying Spider-Man could save her baby. As an explosion rocked the top floor, her hope seemed lost. Then, leaping from the building with a bundle in his arms, Spider-Man escaped the flames. He landed gently and tried to console the baby as the mother ran forward. Leaving it to a professional, Spider-Man returned the baby to the mother, who thanked him immensely. Spider-Man looked a bit happier because of that. Suddenly, police and pro-heroes rushed in, trying to halt Spider-Man and arrest him. But as they halted, they heard screams of another person on the top floor. The police officer made a choice to let Spider-Man save the person but would arrest him when he got back. "Ain't coming back, Chief," one officer shouted. "Go! Go!" The officers yelled to Spider-Man, who quickly sprang into action, webbing up to the top floor. Inside the blaze, Spider-Man called out for the victim, hearing louder cries as he pleaded to find them until he discovered a hooded figure. "Don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here," he assured, slowly approaching the crying woman. His spider sense tingled, warning him of danger. He grabbed the woman's shoulder, only to reveal it was the Green Goblin all along. Goblin sucker-punched Spider-Man in the face and threw him through several burning walls. "You're so pathetically predictable, like a moth to a flame. What about my proposal? Are you in or are you out?" Depending on his answer, Goblin hid a special pumpkin bomb behind his. But Spider-Man, regaining his footing, answered, "You're the one who's out, Gobby." "Out of your mind," he mocked. Goblin growled, "Wrong answer," he said, pressing the button and throwing an object that was a special pumpkin razor disc set, capable of slicing through cables with ease. "Oh great," Spider-Man said as he impressively dodged the spinning discs with a certain grace, avoiding multiple at the same time. That is until Goblin rushed in and punched him in the face again, as both had to dodge the spinning blades that acted like boomerangs returning. Spider-Man managed to push Goblin off of him, only to be faced with two discs too close to dodge. With careful precision, he managed to punch the two discs before they hit him, but he was caught by a third one that came out of nowhere, causing a significant cut. "Venom!" Spider-Man exclaimed. "Is because you thought it was a good idea to run into the flames a second time. Remember, flames are one of my weaknesses." It's harder to regenerate and heal. Venom shouted back. Spider-Man leaned back once more to avoid a pair of discs coming at him from both sides, canceling each other out. Well, I'm sorry. Spider-Man replied. Goblin ran at Spidey, only to be uppercut into the air, pulled back by webbing, and kicked through a wall. Just for being a nuisance. Spider-Man added. Suddenly, the fire got out of control, and Spider-Man made a retreat, which weakened Venom a bit more. Goblin rose from the fiery debris, angrier than ever. No one says no to me. Hisashi looked a little dazed as he walked towards a building where his daughter had asked him to come. Inside an apartment belonging to Izuku, he saw many people he considered friends and family. The Bakugo family was there, minus Katsuki. The Jiraiya family was present as well, with Kyoka trying to keep her father from using one of his musical instruments while her mother laughed along with Mitsuki. The Shield family was also in attendance, with Melissa chatting with Emmy, Ochako, Hikari, and Naomi, who was showing off a couple of pictures of a web-slinging vigilante. Masaru and David were discussing their hobbies with Kyoka's dad, Kyotoku, who had joined in. Just then, the sound of the doorbell rang out, prompting Emmy to open the door and greet her father. Dad, I'm so glad you're here, she exclaimed. Well, when you told me it was a party to celebrate Midoriya's success at the sports festival, how could I say no? Hisashi replied, giving David a friendly hug and greeting everyone in the room. Man, this is a bit nerve-wracking, Naomi admitted. Hey, come on, this isn't the first time you've been here, Ochako encouraged her. I know that. It's just seeing everyone here who appreciates Izuku for who he is. It's good, Naomi said. Well, there's only one thing we're missing, Hikari pointed out. This caught Mitsuki's attention. Okay, where's Izuku? I'm pretty sure you girls told us he would be here, right? We did, it's just that he said he was running a little late, saying something about getting cranberry sauce and spicy jalapeno sauce as well, Kyoka explained. Goddamn it kid, of course he'd do that, Mitsuki sighed. Well, you are someone who likes spicy food, he's just making sure to get it, Masaru added. Hisashi glanced at the Bakugo family and his daughter's friends, his expression shifting slightly. Hisashi, are you doing okay? David asked. Oh yeah, I'm doing fine. Why do you ask? Hisashi replied. Oh, nothing much. It's just that. Would you be able to come to I-Island? David inquired. I think I can, but I'll let Emmy go in my stead. She needs the experience, you know, Hisashi said. I see, well it will help her I guess, David acknowledged. Suddenly, Izuku arrived but not as himself. He was dressed as Spider-Man in his bedroom and made a noise that caught everyone's attention. They all trekked to Izuku's room in the apartment. Panicking at the sound of footsteps, Izuku rushed to hide. The other guests entered his room and marveled at how empty and messy it was, with paper littering the ground and broken pieces of computer devices scattered about. They missed the fact that Izuku was unmasked on the ceiling, trying to remain quiet. Hisashi, huh? A bit of a slob, isn't he? David remarked. Like you're one to talk, Hisashi chuckled, and the rest of the group headed back to the dining room. Izuku noticed a droplet of blood from a cut on his arm was getting too heavy and fell from the ceiling, splashing on the floor. Hisashi halted, looking down to inspect the blood. Fresh. Where could it come from? He looked up but saw nothing. Letting it go, he made his leave, unaware that Izuku was underneath the balcony with a scared look on his face. Oh no, I feel like I almost panicked, Izuku muttered to himself. When Izuku finally came through the front door in civilian clothes, he held a jar of cranberry sauce and jalapeno sauce, smiling at everyone inside. Hey everyone! Izuku, you made it, they cheered. Sorry for being late, Aunt Mitsuki. It was a bit chaotic out there, he explained. Everyone welcomed Izuku, and they set the table for dinner. Izuku sat on one side with most of the girls smiling at him, while Hisashi, David, and the Gyrus sat on the other side. Mitsuki and Kyoka's mom placed down the delicious-looking food. As Hisashi reached for a piece, Mitsuki lightly hit his hand. Maybe you should wait a moment, she said with a smile. Hisashi looked at her and smiled back, while David chuckled. But when Mitsuki turned to Izuku, she was shocked. Izuku, you're bleeding. What happened? She exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, who was surprised that the wound was showing. Oh, a villain attack happened on my way here. I didn't realize I was injured, he explained. Mitsuki rushed to get the first aid kit, while Hisashi looked at Izuku with concern. How did you say that happened? Hisashi asked. When Izuku repeated his explanation, Hisashi's expression changed. If you'll excuse me, something came up. Enjoy the food, he said, rushing out. Dad, what are you doing? Emmy called after him. Nothing, I just need to go enjoy the food and company, Hisashi replied. No, Dad, there's something you're not telling me, Emmy insisted. Hisashi turned to her, feeling a bit cornered. It seems you have feelings for that boy. Wait, what? Izuku? Emmy replied, surprised. No, Dad, why would you even think that? Hisashi, you have the same eyes, the way your mother looked at me all those years ago. But please, Emmy, do you really think a guy like him would ever be interested because of your personality? Everyone heard him outside with Izuku, wondering what was going on. Hisashi, your mother was something else, but those suitors only wanted her for her money, like a pack of wolves. Emmy, you're wrong about her, Dad. Hisashi, a word to the not-so-wise about your little boy toy. Do what you need to with him to get his attention and do it fast. Saying this, he left with Emmy almost in tears. But once she got inside, she saw the shocked looks on their faces. Emmy, I'm sorry guys, maybe I shouldn't have invited him and… But she suddenly got a hug from Izuku. Izuku, this isn't your fault, Emmy. Your father must be under a lot of stress for him to act like this, so don't worry, okay? He said this while smiling at her, but all he got was her crying, with David narrowing his eyes at the way his friend acted. David, Hisashi, what happened to you? Meanwhile, we see Hisashi in a corner of his room, trying to escape the voice in his head. You mustn't fight it. Release me. You know what needs to be done. Hisashi, you know who he is, so give in. Hisashi, I won't. Leave me alone. Run, Izuku. Just run. Izuku, no matter what happens, live on, okay, sweetie? Why are you doing this? I thought you were a hero. The sound of the voices felt like a rush of water flowing around, never stopping, always pushing down, trying to get up but still getting pulled down. Izuku, gasp. Izuku suddenly woke up, gasping for air, looking around to find himself in his room. He tried taking a few breaths, but it wasn't working. The nightmares haunted him, and the voices suddenly got louder. Izuku, I guess this is my karma. Venom, I'm sorry Izuku. Izuku, don't be. You saved me. But I was completely broken when we met. It's not your fault. Izuku got out of bed, walked down the stairs, and headed to the kitchen, looking at the counter to see messages from his friends telling him to meet them at the mall. Izuku looked at his phone while noticing a plane ticket that Melissa left him. Izuku. Sigh, what the hell, I might as well see them at the mall, considering that they passed their tests and are going to this summer camp. Venom, are you perhaps jealous you won't be able to see them in a few days? Izuku, why would I be jealous? Venom, because of the guys in their class. Izuku just cut him off, getting something to eat and then hitting the showers. Izuku sighed while walking towards the Muzutsu Mall, looking around for his friends until he heard his name being called. When he saw Ochako, he smiled a bit, but it suddenly turned into a frown when he saw Ochako's classmates giving him a look he knew all too well. Ochako, Izuku, I'm so glad you could come. Izuku, well, you decided to make me leave my home since I was about to just laze around and watch a movie or two. Uraraka, why exactly did you invite him to begin with? The person who said this was Ejiro Kirishima, who glared at Izuku, and he knew why. Ochako, what? I can't invite my friend? Kyoka couldn't make it since she's busy at home, and the same goes for Sora, so what's your deal? Mina Ishido stepped in between Ochako and Izuku while giving Izuku a glare. Mina, the fact that he did something to make Bakugo get expelled for no reason, why shouldn't we be upset? Izuku, you don't even know what he's done. Kirishima, that still doesn't give you the right to crush someone's dream like that. Look, you made a difference at the sports festival and won, but you lost the right to even come to Class 1A when you had the choice to accept but you declined. Izuku saw that only some of the Class 1A students were there, minus Ida and Todoroki, along with a few others. Izuku looked at Kirishima with no emotion on his face, but Ochako decided to speak up. Ochako, what the hell is wrong with you guys? It's not his fault that Bakugo got expelled. It's Bakugo's own fault for the things he's done, and you can't even see it. Kirishima, why would you even defend him? He's just some guy who's not going to be useful on the field of heroes. That's the reason why he's in the general course. Is weak. Izuku, are you done complaining? This caused Kirishima to glare at him, only to sweat when Izuku simply stared. Not only did it affect him, but the others as well, except for Ochako. Izuku, I don't care what you all say about me, call me weak, pathetic, useless. I don't care. I've already given up on my dream, so what if I crushed someone's opportunity to make it big? He deserved it. Ochako, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Maybe the next time you text me, make sure it's just us, okay? He said his piece while giving Ochako a kiss on the cheek and left, with Ochako glaring at her classmates. Ochako, you're all idiots. And then she ran after her friend, leaving her classmates to feel bad about what happened, except for a select few. Izuku's POV. All I could do was sigh, just thinking about their words giving me a headache. Izuku, so much for me having a good time to just relax a bit. Venom, their words hurt you, didn't they? Izuku, I mean, can you blame them? I was the one who got their classmate expelled from the school, even though he deserved it. They might not see it. Man, how come being Spider-Man feels easy? And yet, me being who I am. I guess I am. Hey, you're that kid that won the sports festival. Izuku, yeah, that's right. When I felt a stranger put their arms around my shoulder, I stopped them with my strength and glared at the person, only to see a face I didn't know with red eyes staring at me. I recognized this person. It was the villain with the hand on his face, Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, now, if you start, I'm going to do something that will hurt all of these people. Izuku, if you try that, I'll make sure you leave here with one good arm. When I said that, I tightened my hold on his arm, causing him to flinch in pain. Izuku, if you want to talk, fine. Let's sit somewhere that no one can hear us. When we took a seat, I glared at Shigaraki, who simply had a curious look on his face. Shigaraki, there's no need to be hostile. I won't do anything bad. All I want to know is what's the difference between me and Stain. We're both villains, so how come he's more respected than the League? If you answer right, I may not have to hurt you right away. Izuku, if I tell you, then I'll have to ask you something as well. Shigaraki, you want to ask me, a villain? Fine, give me my answer. Izuku, from what I've seen, Stain had a reason to act and had conviction. Believes All Might is the only hero capable of taking him down. That's my answer. When Shigaraki heard that, he realized why Stain annoyed him. It was because of All Might. Finally having the answer he needed, Shigaraki responded. Shigaraki, well, thanks, kid. Izuku, now it's my turn. I let go of his arm, which surprised him, until I looked at him with a serious expression. Izuku, will you be satisfied when you take down All Might? Shigaraki, what? Izuku, is this what you want, or are you just following orders? Shigaraki didn't like that until I added. Izuku, to be honest, I think you and I are the same. With my eyes empty, it made Shigaraki flinch. Izuku, I have a feeling we've been through similar situations when we were young. But the thing is, once we reached that breaking point, our paths took different turns. Shigaraki, how can you know? Izuku, because this life, this society. It's a joke. When Shigaraki heard that, a thought went through his mind until the sound of Ochako's voice caused me to stand up and walk a bit. Izuku, you better go if you don't want to get caught. Shigaraki, aren't you supposed to be a hero, kid? But I just laughed and turned towards Shigaraki with a twisted smile on my face. Izuku, I gave up that dream. That set the clock turning in Shigaraki's mind, and he left, leaving me with Ochako, who looked worried. All I did was smile and give her a hug that made her blush, but she didn't see my emotionless face. Izuku, Venom. What do you think? Venom, it's your choice, Izuku. If you want to be a villain, anti-villain, or stay being a vigilante, it's up to you. Later in the afternoon, I was in my apartment grabbing a bar of chocolate while staring at the plane ticket again for a few seconds and just sighed. Izuku, damn it, even Spider-Man needs a vacation. Hey, Venom, pack your things, we're going on a little trip. Venom, if that's the case, we need to pack a lot of chocolate for this trip. Going through what he's done for years on end, dealing with the problems, sacrificing his body to help those in need, he continued no matter what, even if the ones he loved were gone. He kept going forward, no matter how much it hurt. That's how he felt looking at the flames of destroyed buildings, his new suit having a few tears. With his mask off, his hair losing its vibrant color and being dull, and his eyes watering, he was on his knees. All he could do was scream, his voice strained from seeing the devastation around him. Izuku woke up from what could be a dream of some kind, causing a headache to surface. Izuku, what the hell was that? Venom, what? Did you have another one of those dreams? Izuku, you could say that. But hey, all those dreams are probably nothing. Once Izuku said that, he turned his attention to the plane window to see outside where the plane would eventually land. Izuku, I-Island, an artificial moving island built for scientists to research quirks. There are signs and broadcasts over TVs talking all about the I-Expo. The event is still in an early access stage, meaning those with an invitation can gain access to an abundant showcase of incredible technology. Residents and tourists alike are allowed to use their quirks and enjoy the various attractions throughout the city. Once the private jet landed, Izuku went through immigration and then looked at the scenery before him. Izuku, I have to admit, this place really is amazing. Venom, as I've said before, I've seen better. Izuku, you can never let that go, can you, bud? Venom, until the day I die. Izuku, wow, I gotta say this place is amazing. Izuku, I'm thrilled that you came. The sound of a familiar voice caused Izuku to turn around to see a blonde girl hopping on a pogo stick and coming towards him with a smile on her face. With another hop, she jumped, and Izuku caught her as Melissa gave him a big hug. Normally, Izuku doesn't mind the affection from his friends, but right now, he felt a bit uncomfortable while setting Melissa down. Well, that was a surprise, Lise, Izuku said. Oh, so it's true you do give nicknames, huh? Melissa replied. Only to those who are my friends, he smiled, but his expression changed when he saw someone approaching them. Melissa, what was so important for you two? The person, the symbol of peace himself, stared at Izuku with shock on his face. This was likely the second time they had met, and All Might had tried to find him during the sports festival. Melissa beamed at Izuku. All right, Izuku, since you've always had a fascination for heroes, meet my uncle, All Might. I know you've seen him at your school, but maybe facing each other would. Before she could finish, Izuku, filled with enthusiasm, went up to All Might. Of course, it's so good to meet you, All Might. I've always been a fan of heroes, including you. It's such an honor. All Might was a bit surprised but shook Izuku's hand, accepting the compliment. However, he noticed Izuku's grip was a bit firm and saw the determination in his eyes. Just like before. Right, All Might? Izuku said with a smile. Once Izuku let go, he returned to Melissa, who wanted to show him around, leaving All Might to ponder their interaction. Melissa took Izuku through the I-Expo, where they noticed many pro-heroes, including Godzilla, all invited to the event by sponsors. Everyone was also invited to a reception party at the end of the night. Wait, was that the reason you told me to carry a formal suit? Izuku asked. Of course. Wait, don't tell me you forgot? Melissa replied. What? Of course I haven't forgotten, don't worry. Izuku said, though he was starting to feel anxious. Did you forget to bring a suit? A voice chimed in. I forgot to bring a suit. Oh man, Izuku admitted. Don't worry, I'll help us out when the night comes, the voice reassured him. Thanks. Izuku said gratefully. Melissa then took Izuku to the pavilion, showing him various inventions on display. So, I heard that after this event, you'll be heading out to New York City? Izuku asked. Yeah, I am. But don't worry, the company in Japan isn't going anywhere. Besides, Emmy is likely going to take over. If not, then her father will, Melissa explained. Well, either way, I hope you make the best of it, Miss Shield, Izuku said. Actually, I kind of want to change my last name, Melissa revealed. Really? Why? Izuku asked, intrigued. Because I want to be someone who isn't in her father's shadow. I want to make a difference. I've seen heroes risk their lives, and I think I want to do that by inventing the best and keeping people safe, you. No, she said earnestly. Well, I'm sure you're getting there sooner than you think, Izuku encouraged her. Melissa smiled at him, and they shared a moment, enjoying each other's company, but they were interrupted. It looks like you're having fun, Izuku, a voice said. Izuku turned around, surprised to see Ochako. Ochako, what are you doing here? He asked, feeling a bit nervous. She ignored his question, looking a bit jealous. It looks like you're having fun. Izuku was confused by her words, and just then, he heard a cough from Momo. Yayorozu, he exclaimed, surprised to see her. It looks like you're having fun, Midorya, Momo said with a disapproving look. Izuku, I heard, another voice chimed in. He turned to see Kyoka, who had her earphone jacks up, causing him to sweat. Izuku tried to explain that Melissa was just showing him around the expo. After that, the five of them got tea together at the cafe, and Izuku felt relieved that he didn't have to say much while avoiding the looks the two girls were giving him. Here's your drink, sir, the waiter said. Thank you, Izuku replied. Just as he was about to take a sip, he felt a gaze on him. Turning, he was shocked to see Mineta and Kaminari, the latter giving Izuku a glare while Mineta was too busy looking at the girls. Izuku couldn't help but glare back at the duo. The girls were surprised to see their classmates there, and they explained that they were working as extra staff at the cafe. Kaminari wanted to talk to Kyoka but got rejected when he saw her sitting next to Izuku. Darn it! Why does she see something in that quirkless guy? Kaminari muttered. Hey man, you doing okay? Mineta asked. I'm fine, Kaminari replied. You two shouldn't be slacking off while working, Ida said, approaching them. He had come to the expo because his family was invited, but he was the only one free to attend. Momo had been invited because her family had stock in some of the expo sponsors. She got to bring Kyoka and Ochako as she had 2 extra invites. The other girls lost rock paper scissors and couldn't attend the I-Expo until it opened to the public. Melissa promises to show everyone around once the expo is fully open. Izuku, who simply enjoyed his drink, sighed in content when he felt someone touch his shoulder. It was Ida. Ida, Midorya, was it? Izuku. Yeah, what's up? Ida, I just wanted to say, how cool it is for you to be here even though things are a bit hectic in Class 1A. Izuku, okay, why do you say that? Is it because some of them blame me for? Ida nodded, causing Izuku to groan. Izuku, can't they take a hint and see that he wasn't hero material? Ida, even I can agree with you. But still, maybe he would have changed. Izuku, unlikely. Just then, an explosion echoed in the distance. Izuku felt a strange sense of alertness but wanted to know what was going on. When he walked in, he was surprised to find it was a villain attack attraction. He saw Kirishima, one of the Class 1A students, who had defeated several villain bots in 33 seconds, placing him in 8th place. Kirishima waved at his friends, but when he saw Izuku, he glared at him. Izuku, Kirishima, I guess they even let you in for some reason. Izuku, oh, what's this? Are you still sour because that friend of yours isn't here? Oh no, what a horror. Kirishima's expression shifted, but before he could respond, someone shouted. Muscles. Izuku quickly turned to see it was Mei Hatsum. Izuku, Mei? You're here too? Mei, of course. Thanks to you, I got the green light to expand my horizons in making more gadgets. The others gave her puzzled looks, with Melissa clarifying that she meant her inventions. After Izuku set Mei down, Kirishima asked if he could beat his time on the attraction. Izuku, no thanks, wouldn't want to increase your ego. Kaminari chimed in. So you're saying you're too scared to even try? Man, talk about lame. Izuku shot Kaminari a serious look, causing the rest of Class 1A to feel a bit spooked. Even Kyoka and Ochako were surprised by the expression on Izuku's face. Izuku, well now. If you want me to show you up, then fine. By me. As he prepared to go, Mei called out to him. Mei, hey Muscles, you might need these. She handed him what looked like bracelets that seemed larger and had some sort of switch. Izuku, Mei, what are these? Mei, these babies allow you to launch spider-like webs that are 5 times stronger than steel cables. I want you to give them a try. Izuku stared at the gadget, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Izuku, I think this woman is going to push me to my limits. Venom, we wish you luck. Izuku, not helpful, Venom. Izuku got on the platform, wearing a tracksuit and preparing to use Mei's gadgets. Taking deep breaths, he thought to himself, just be careful. You got this. I hope. With that, he pushed forward, using the gadgets to swing and dodge the villain bots as best as he could while webbing them to the ground. He continued this until he reached the finish line, signaling that he had completed the game. His time was 10 seconds, leaving everyone shocked as he broke the record. When Izuku returned, he was bombarded by Mei, eager to hear about his experience with the gadgets, while the rest of Class 1A congratulated him. However, 2 boys seemed less than pleased. Another person attempted the attraction and came in second with a time of 14 seconds. Shoto Todoroki, who had used his ice to freeze the bots. Ochako, whoa, Todoroki, you're here too? Shoto, I was invited to represent my father. Also, it's good to see you, Midorya. Izuku, yeah, likewise, Todoroki. How's your family? Shoto, don't worry, they're fine. Izuku smiled back, and the rest of the group noticed a friendly aura surrounding the 2 boys. The girls, minus Mei and Melissa, blushed at the sight, while the guys had questions. Melissa, watching the scene, couldn't help but be amazed by all the talent around her. She commended everyone for their amazing skills. Meanwhile, a mysterious group at the airport continued to move. The leader received a phone call confirming that the goods had been delivered. He learned that All Might was on the island but wasn't worried, as he had plans to counter the symbol of peace. In David's lab, Toshinori lay on a medical bed while a machine scanned his body, sending readings to David's computer. The professor was horrified to see that All Might's quirk levels had dropped drastically. Toshinori left the machine, lost in thought. Toshinori, really? Such a fool. At the same time, the mysterious man received the goods, and confirmed that All Might was on the island. David ran tests on Toshinori's weakened body and learned that his quirk levels were alarmingly low. He asked Toshinori about it, but Toshinori gave a vague response. David worried that Japan's low crime rate would rise with the fall of the symbol of peace. All Might reassured him that the symbol of peace was still alive, mentioning that a vigilante was helping out, even though he was using his quirk illegally to stop crimes. This made David feel somewhat better, knowing Toshinori was referring to Spider-Man. David, Spider-Man, it would be nice to meet him from what I've been hearing. Melissa and the others regrouped with Denki and Minoru. Melissa prepared invitations to the party for them, which made Mineta emotional. Ida reminded everyone to meet up at the party at 6:30 p.m. As everyone dispersed, Melissa asked Izuku to join her in her lab. Despite his attempts to refuse, she grabbed him by both arms. Izuku, oh no. Venom, just enjoy it. Izuku, I don't deserve this, Venom. You know that already. All Might shifted into his hero form and left David's lab, promising to see him later at the party. David recalled the first time he met Toshinori, who had saved people from a fire caused by an experiment gone wrong. David had created a costume for All Might, and from that point on, they worked together to combat villains and protect the city during All Might's early days as a hero. All Might shared his dream of acting as a symbol of peace for the world with David. A group of masked villains received equipment and weaponry they planned to use to restrain the party's security guards. The main villain donned his mask and moved out with his team. Nobody's POV. Right now, we see Izuku and Melissa inside her dorm room at the Academy for I-Island. Izuku looked at the many rewards on the shelf along with pictures of her with her father, and also a picture of only her father and All Might. Izuku couldn't help but glare at the smiling face of his once favorite hero. Is something the matter, Midorya? Melissa asked, noticing Izuku's stare. No, everything's fine. It's just that. I'm still having a hard time believing this was what All Might looked like when he was in his prime. Man, talk about a surprise, Izuku said with a forced laugh. Melissa walked towards Izuku, her expression curious. Suddenly, Izuku found himself pulled onto the bed with Melissa sitting on his lap, causing him to blush. Melissa, what are you doing? He asked, surprised. Melissa looked at him with a heavy blush on her face. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt a rush of panic. Wait a minute, let's just calm down and talk like civilized individuals, he suggested, backing away slightly. Melissa, however, continued to approach him with determination. Izuku felt his back hit the wall, and before he knew it she was right in front of him, her eyes sparkling. Venom, help me, he thought, feeling overwhelmed. Okay, fine, Venom replied. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, but it quickly turned to panic as he realized Venom had blocked his abilities. Melissa finally caught up to him, and the moment was chaotic. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself in a suit courtesy of Venom, who was still laughing at the situation. After everything settled down, Izuku received a message from Ida about the time and location of their next gathering. He sighed, still feeling the sting of the earlier chaos. As he made his way to meet the group, he noticed the guys were waiting for the girls. When the girls arrived in their formal attire, the atmosphere shifted. I don't know how I feel about this dress, Kyoka said. Come now, Jair, you look amazing, Momo encouraged. Yeah, I'd say you're getting the attention of a certain someone, Ochako added, glancing at Izuku, who was blushing. Melissa greeted everyone and approached Izuku, who chuckled awkwardly. She smiled at him and whispered something in his ear before joining the other girls. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he tried to calm his nerves. Okay, everyone. Besides Kirishima, who is still upset with me, and May, who seems to be focusing on her projects in Melissa's room. Well, it seems this day isn't so bad, he said, trying to lighten the mood. But little did he know, the night was just beginning, and it was bound to be an adventure. Chapter end. Let's have the number one hero, All Might, who is visiting us today, say a few words and lead us in a toast. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Please come to the stage. Sam, David Shields' assistant, announced on the stage. The party was currently being held, and All Might heard his name being called and looked confused as David walked up to him. Dave, I didn't know about this. All Might nervously whispered to his friend as he didn't expect to have to give some sort of speech. David chuckled. Well, this was bound to happen once they found out the symbol of peace would be here. Geez. All Might grumbled as he made his way towards the stage. It's no good. Neither Sora-san nor Kirishima are picking up. Tenya said, annoyed. Didn't they understand what punctuality meant? This got Izuku to look towards Ida. Wait, back up. Emmy is here as well? Izuku said towards Ida, who nodded his head, making Izuku scratch his head, seeing how that girl was someone who made him confused. Meanwhile, hey, are you absolutely sure this is the right way? Emmy asked her companion. She was currently wearing a red collar shirt with a black tie and a dark gray sleeveless shirt over it, along with black dress pants and shoes. Emmy knew she was supposed to wear a dress, but considering how much it was a waste of time and not liking skirts much, it was either she went fully dressed or wore a suit. I think it is. Kirishima replied, a little uncertain. He had on a black blazer and shirt and red tie, contrasting Emmy's colors. You think? Emmy grumbled out as she realized that this guy had no idea where he was going. Well, actually, I left my phone in my room. Thank you for inviting me. I'm All Might. I don't like formal talk, so before All Might could continue, there was a loud sound that alerted everyone. Behind All Might, the screen that said I-Expo turned a bright red from blue and now said the word, emergency. This is an announcement by the I-Island security system. We have received a report that an explosive device was placed in the I-Expo area. I-Island will now be in high alert mode. Residents and tourists should return to their homes or lodgings. Those that have come a long way should go wait at the nearest evacuation center. Anyone still outside 10 minutes from now may be arrested without warning. Please refrain from going outdoors. In addition, most of the main buildings will be sealed off by the security system. I repeat The security system voice announcer stopped as armed individuals entered through the doors of the reception hall. The civilians all gasped as they realized that this was not scheduled and they were now in a dangerous situation. It's just as you heard. We have taken over the security system. A giant of a man said as he entered behind his armed companions. He wore a white coat and black vest underneath. He had red wild hair and yellow eyes with a metallic mask that covered his whole face. Don't think you're going to put up a fight. If you do. He pointed towards one of the big screens that showed a live feed of places in I-Island. Then the security machines will act against all the good people on this island. The live feeds showed small robots surrounding all of the civilians on the island. That's right. All of the people on this island are hostages. Of course, you all are as well. The people in the party started to worry and panic. All Might turn to face the villain as he had just figured out the situation. The villain reached for his earpiece. Do it. Suddenly, blue orbs sprouted out of the ground and began to tie all of the pro heroes in the room with a blue cable. The restraining devices used for security. This isn't good. All Might breathed out as he struggled with the blue rope, attempting to break free. The villain then shot the roof, causing people to cry out in shock when they heard the loud noise. Don't move. If you take even one step, then I'll make sure everyone here is in trouble. He pointed towards All Might, daring him to try to break out of the restraining ropes. This is bad. All Might exclaimed. The villain kicked him onto the floor. Good boy. He then looked onto the crowd. You're all going to learn from All Might and do what I say quietly, right? My phone has no signal. It looks like all reports are being blocked. Todoroki said as he attempted to use his phone but to no avail. Seriously? Mineta cried. The elevator is not working either, Jiro added. Seriously? I can't believe the security system would switch to high alert mode just because they found something suspicious. Melissa said as she held her finger under her chin and began to think about what could possibly be happening behind the scenes. Ida, let's go to where the party is being held. Izuku said as he walked towards the engine quirk user. Why? Because I'm pretty sure All Might is at the party. Izuku revealed as his fellow classmates gasped. All Might is? Oh, then we have nothing to worry about. Mineta chirped as his worries were gone. Liz, can you get us to the party somehow? Izuku asked his fellow quirkless teen. If we use the emergency stairs, I think we can get close to the party. Melissa replied. Izuku nodded. All right then, please lead the way. Don't worry. If you stay quiet, you will not be hurt. We are prepared to release you once the time comes. The villain said as he walked around the reception hall, ensuring nobody was trying anything. Who are you and what are you all after? A pro hero suddenly asked. The villain then kicked the pro-hero, which caused two young women nearby to flinch in fear. Didn't you hear me? I said stay quiet. But since you asked, my name is Wolfrram. I'm going to make sure that by the end of tonight, the whole world will know that name. And as for why I'm here, well, you will all find out soon enough. Wolfrram then reached for his earpiece. Oh right, got it. He saw Sam hiding in a corner and then walked up towards him. You're a researcher here, right? Wolfrram asked. Why yes. Sam shakily responded. Take him. Wolfram's men began to approach Sam. What in the world? Stop. Wolfrram turned around to see it was David Shield who shouted. He is my assistant. What do you plan to do with him? If it isn't David Shield, you come too. And if I refuse? David asked. Wolfrram gave the scientist a smirk. Then you might regret it. You dare harm an innocent. Wolfrram shrugged his shoulders. If that's what it takes to accomplish my goals, then so be it. David widened his eyes at the audacity of the man in front of him. He sighed as he understood just the kind of person they were dealing with. Fine, I will go. Splendid. David and Sam were then taken to wherever Wolfrram ordered them to be taken to. Will I be able to defeat the villains and get the security systems to work again? Especially in this body? No, I must do it. Because I am the symbol of peace. All Might motivated himself to attempt to break free of the bindings, but before he could try any further, he noticed a white flashing light from above. He looked up to see a certain green-haired teenager, flashing the flashlight of his phone towards him from above the reception hall where there was another room separated by glass. It's young Midorya? Alright, he noticed us. Kyoka, can you do it? Yeah. Izuku then motioned towards All Might with a determined look on his face. Please talk. We're listening. All Might was able to read the young man's lips. Can you hear me? The villains have taken over the tower. They have control of the security system, and everyone on this island is in danger. All the heroes have been taken as well. It is dangerous. Get away from here as soon as possible. Kyoka widened her eyes as she heard everything All Might said with her quirk. She looked towards Izuku in worry. This is bad, Izuku. Izuku, seeing the concern in her voice, couldn't help but sigh internally. We have received All Might's message. I suggest we follow the directions of UA teacher All Might and escape from this place, Tenya said, as the students had regrouped after hearing the news of villains invading the island. Momo spoke up. I agree with Ida's opinion. We are still students. We cannot fight against villains without our hero licenses. Kaminari pointed a finger up. Then what if we escape and tell the heroes outside? I think it will be hard to escape, Melissa added. This place is built with the same level of security as Tartarus, where the most dangerous criminals are kept. Then all we can do is wait until help comes. Kaminari, are you okay with that? Kyoka shouted as she stood up in annoyance. What do you mean? You don't feel like you should go help? Hey, the villains even caught All Might. There's no way we can just sit back. Can we go save them ourselves? Mineta cried out as Kaminari nodded in agreement. Can you two stop being cowards for once? Kyoka shouted. Shoto took a moment to gaze at his left arm, the same arm that Izuku had freed during the sports festival. We are training to become heroes. Momo turned to him. Yes, but we are also a team. Seen him with and that same look caused Ochako and Kyoka to understand his intention. I am going to go save them, Izuku said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What? Midorya, you're not seriously considering going and confronting all of those armed villains. And no offense, but how are you going to even handle them? This isn't the sports festival where your luck was on your side, Mineta exclaimed. Izuku simply grabbed the web shooters that Lise and Mei created and attached them to his wrists. I've already made up my mind. If you want to stay here, hiding and waiting, then be my guest. But your teacher and everyone else on this island are in trouble because of some villains who decided to ruin everyone's day. I don't know about you guys, but I can't just stand by. I don't think I will be able to sleep at night knowing I could have done something. I may not be part of your class, but I know what I'm capable of. He took a deep breath and looked at everyone. I'm going to stop those villains and save everyone. I'll do it alone if I have to. I may be quirkless, but I won't back down. Izuku then turned around to leave when someone shouted to him. Wait, Izuku. Izuku turned to see that it was Melissa. The security system is on the top floor of this tower. If the villains have taken control, then the authentication locks and passwords have been disabled. We should be able to restart the system. We just need to get away from the villains and get to the top floor. Then, maybe we can save everyone. Izuku widened his eyes at the blonde. Melissa? What do you mean by, get away from the villains? How? Kyoka asked. Currently, none of us have actually been harmed. I think the villains are not used to working with the security system. Avoid fighting and get the system back to normal, huh? I see, Shoto said as he understood the plan. We could do it, don't you think? Kaminari spoke up with hope. Definitely. Kyoka replied. Wait, hold on, Mineta said, still a little unsure. But the villains are waiting on the top floor? Momo muttered. There may not be a need for you guys to fight, Izuku said. If we get the system back to normal, then All Might and the hostages will be released. When that happens, the tables will be turned in an instant. Izuku, let's do it. Achiko shouted. Ochako! I don't want to sit around doing nothing if there's something we can do. I think that's something that's more important than whether we're heroes or not. Izuku smiled. Yeah, let's help the people who need help. Let's do what our natural instincts are telling us to do. Yeah. Izuku. Said boy turned his head to see that it was Shoto who addressed him. I'll go too. Me too. Kyoka said. Izuku nodded. Thank you, Shoto and Kyoka. I'll turn us back if I decide we cannot do any more. If you're okay with that, then I will go too. Tenya said to Izuku. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. No problem, man. If that's the case, then I will go too. Momo spoke up. All right, me too, but I'm only doing this for the ones who are captured. Denki agreed as well. Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, thanks. This made Kaminari turn his head away from Izuku, but he had a small smile on his face. Mineta looked at everyone agreeing to go and he finally burst out, Uch, all right, I get. I just have to go, right? Thanks, Mineta. Let's take this on, Mineta. Let's do our best, Mineta. Izuku walked towards Melissa, Lise. But he was stopped when a finger was placed on his lips by Melissa, who gave him a small glare. Don't even finish what you were going to say. I'm going with you. And besides, do you have anyone who can change the setting of the security system? Ah. Izuku replied thoughtfully. I am a student at the academy. I think I can be useful. But I might just get in the way until we get to the top floor, but let me help protect everyone too. Please. She got close to Izuku and whispered in his ear, causing him to blush. Izuku, who calmed down, hummed in thought as he gave her his answer. Alright, but you have to promise me to never leave my side. Always stay close to me. You got that? Yes. Izuku then took Melissa's hand and put her right beside him. Don't ever let go of my hand, all right? He whispered in her ear. Melissa felt a strange sensation from having Izuku whisper in her ear, but nonetheless, she nodded. Izuku then walked towards the front, with Melissa holding onto his hand. Let's go and save everyone. Izuku shouted with vigor. Right. Everyone else said in unison. While that was said and done, Izuku was having a bit of a conversation with his symbiotic companion. Are you sure about this, Izuku? Yes, I am. We won't need the suit, otherwise, our cover will be blown. Alright, just don't get hurt. I know I have to be an amateur with these support items. Ready to do this? We've been ready since the day you met us. Central tower, top floor, control room. David and Sam entered the control room, led by the armed masked villain who was ordered by Wolfrram to take the two scientists. I brought him. Another villain, who was sitting on a chair, was dealing with the security system on the main computer. Hurry up and unlock the vault, he said as he continued typing on the computer. Acting so high and mighty. The armed villain said as he removed his mask, revealing peach-colored hair and red tribal markings on his face. His left arm turned into metal, and the end of it was sharp and pointy. You heard him. If you don't want to face consequences, then hurry up and do it. All right, David said as he gulped. Take him, the peach-colored villain said. Get out. Two armed and masked villains led them to the vault. Central tower, emergency stairs. Izuku and the others were running up the stairs, trying to get to the top floor. Izuku stopped with Melissa behind him as he looked to see what floor it was. This is the 30th floor. Lise, what's the top floor? Melissa panted as she replied, the 200th floor. Seriously? We have to climb that much? Mineta cried out in horror. He was already sweating just from 30 floors. It's better than running into villains, Momo said as they continued to run up the stairs. Izuku started to slow down as he felt Melissa panting hard, and she stopped in her tracks. Melissa was holding onto Izuku's hand as he had ordered due to not wanting her to get hurt. Lise, are you alright? I can ask Ochako to use her quirk on you. Thanks, but I'm fine, Melissa said as she panted. Izuku frowned. He could easily see that she was not fine. Her body isn't used to this. She probably never took the time to properly train her body due to her quirklessness. Izuku then had an idea. Kia! Melissa cried out. Izuku was now carrying Melissa bridal style as he continued to go up the stairs. Izuku, what are you? Don't worry, I'll protect you, Izuku said as he and the others continued up the stairs. However, 3 certain girls frowned with jealousy as they stared at Izuku carrying Melissa in his arms. Once they reached the 70th floor, they got to a dead end. The shutter! Tenya said as their pathway was blocked by a large metal door. What should we do? Break it? Todoroki asked. If we do that, then the security system will react, and the villains will notice us, Melissa said, ruling that option out. Then can't we just go from here? Mineta said as he pulled the handle of a door behind them. Mineta! Izuku yelled. No! Melissa cried out. But it was too late. Mineta had pulled down the handle, and it had alerted the main control room. What? Did a door on the 80th floor open? The villain on the chair said as he looked over the main computer. Did you make a mistake scanning each floor? The villain on the chair pulled up a screen to see Izuku and the others running down the hallway of the 80th floor. Are those kids? They then alerted Wolfrram. Boss. We have a little situation. He then explained to Wolfrram what was currently happening. Let down all the partitions on the 80th floor. Don't let those kids get away. Wolfrram ordered as he pointed at 2 armed men to go catch them. Roger. All Might saw what was going on and grit his teeth. Be careful, everyone. Villains are crafty. Meanwhile, Izuku and his friends were still running down the hallways as they continued their journey to the 200th floor. Is there any other way to go up? Todoroki asked. There's another emergency staircase like this on the opposite side, Melissa informed the group. Hurry! Tenya urged as everyone picked up the pace. Izuku then stopped as he noticed the pathway was closing. The shutters are closing. The ones behind us are too. Momo called out. Izuku gritted his teeth as he saw the last shutter about to close. Shoto! On it! The hybrid prodigy sent ice between the shutters to prevent them from closing. Tenya then went through the gap and activated his quirk to smash through a closed gate. Let's cross inside here. They went through the opening that Tenya made and found themselves in a forest-like environment. What is this place? Izuku asked. A plant factory. They research how quirks influence plants here, Melissa replied. Wait, look at that. The elevator's coming up. Jiro pointed to an elevator, and the top of it was reading ascending numbers that signaled someone was coming up. Are the villains following us? Mineta said, his expression worried. Let's hide and let them pass us. Izuku ordered. They all went to hide behind a bush. I wonder if we can use that elevator to get to the top floor? Kaminari said. No, only authorized people can operate the elevators. And it's made as sturdy as a bomb shelter, so we can't destroy it, Melissa said. Come on, let us use the conveniences of modern civilization. Mineta complained. They heard the elevator ding, and 2 villains came out. One was short and stout, while the other was tall and lanky with green spiky hair. Those clothes? They're the villains who were at the party, Izuku observed. They said the kids were here, the short villain said as he and his partner walked forward. They came into an annoying place, the tall lanky one replied. They're coming. Ochako whispered, covering her mouth. Quiet. Tenya whispered back. Don't come. Don't come. Mineta said nervously. Go away, away. Jiro thought. Please, don't notice us. Momo thought. Izuku saw the fear in his friends and classmates, which made him narrow his eyes. He knew he could take down these villains easily, but he couldn't let them know about his other life. Just then he heard more footsteps and familiar voices, causing him to smile a bit. Don't worry guys, it's all going to be okay. We got backup. Huh? They all asked. I found you kids. What did you say? Tenya widened his eyes. It's Sora and Kirishima. What are you 2 doing here? One of the villains asked. That's what I want to know. Leave this to me, okay? Kirishima cut Sora off as he turned to the villains. We got lost. Where should we go for the reception? Why did you come all the way to the 80th floor if you got lost? Mineta said as everyone's sweat dropped. I can see through you. Don't lie to me, the lanky villain yelled. His quirk. Emmy said. Kirishima. Izuku yelled to warn his classmate. Before the blast could hit him, A glacier of ice came in front of Kirishima and stopped it in its tracks. This quirk is? Emmy said as she and Kirishima looked towards who caused it. Todoroki, Kirishima yelled. Shoto noticed that the villains were breaking the glacier and gritted his teeth. We'll stall for time here. Look for a way to the top. Shoto sent a stream of ice towards the villains and created a pillar of ice to lift them up. Todoroki? What about you? Tenya exclaimed. I'll be fine, just go. I'll be right behind you after I clean this up. Izuku nodded. All right. I'll leave this to you guys. Be careful. You're all here too? Kirishima asked in confusion. What's going on, Todoroki? You didn't hear the broadcast? Huh. Villains have taken over this tower. What? I'll explain more later. For now, the villains. The villain busted through Todoroki's glacier with relative ease. What's with that quirk? Emmy said as it easily smashed through Todoroki's ice. Don't let your guard down, Shoto warned. Don't need to tell me twice. Emmy exclaimed. You kids, don't take advantage of us. The short villain transformed into a giant purple monster. Shoto sent a stream of ice towards the now giant, but the purple villain easily smashed through all of them. Looks like this is going to be harder than we thought. Izuku and the others burst through a door as they reached another dead end. This is no good there, Tenya said. Hey, what should we do? We're like mice caught in a bag. Mineta complained. Is this as far as we can go? Kaminari yelled. Izuku then saw something. Melissa, do you see something that looks like a door on the ceiling? Over there. Izuku pointed towards a small cover on the ceiling. Melissa nodded. The maintenance room for the sunlight system. Tenya smiled with hope. Wouldn't that have an emergency ladder? It's true that there's a manual one, but we can only access it from the inside. Even though we got this far. Ochako grumbled. There's still a possibility, Momo spoke up. She used her creation quirk to produce a small explosive device. She threw it towards the small room, and it opened up completely. If you go outside through the space in the vent, you can use the outside wall to get to the top floor. That's right. As long as there's something similar up top, Ochako began. We can get inside. Melissa finished. Izuku began to think, who can get into the cramped vent and climb up to the outer wall? They all then looked behind and looked directly at Mineta. Me? Please, Mineta. You're the only one who can do it. Ochako and Jiro said respectively as they pleaded with Mineta. Stupid. Stupid. Just what floor do you think we're on? Just then, Mineta was grabbed by the back of his shirt and lifted to meet Izuku's determined face. You're the only one small enough to fit through the hole, and your quirk has the necessary properties to hold yourself up, so I suggest if you want to live, you better bring your A-game, hero. Izuku then put him down, and Mineta felt scared but also courageous. Looking at the girls who were pleading with him, he clenched his fist and made up his mind. All right. I just have to go, right? He yelled with tears in his eyes and went through the opening, proceeding to climb the tower using his quirk. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. He started to slip down the tower but quickly recovered. He motivated himself to keep going. He started to slip down again but recovered once more, filled with unwavering determination while hearing the encouraging words from Izuku. I can do this. Before long, he landed in the maintenance room. He got up, panting, and then smiled, realizing that he had just completed his mission. I did it. I made it. Mineta then placed the ladder down so that the other students could climb it and go up. All right. You were amazing, Mineta. As expected of a student hero. Melissa complimented. Mineta blushed with joy and happiness, feeling even more fired up than before. He saw Izuku giving him a thumbs up, which made him smile. Come on, let's get fired up, everyone. Mineta yelled, raising his right arm. Yeah. They all said in unison as they raised their right arms to the sky. Izuku's smile disappeared as he looked through his phone and saw a text from May before the signals were cut off. Izuku, come on, we have to go. Kyoka called out to Izuku, who nodded his head. Let's talk later, he said quietly. Doesn't it seem like we got lucky? All the shutters have been raised since we passed the 100th floor, Kaminari noted. Could they have lost us? Ochako asked. That's probably not it, Jiro added. They're leading us somewhere, aren't they? Momo concluded. Yeah. That seems like a logical thing to do if I were them, Tenya said. Even so, to get just a little further up. We'll go where they want us to go, Izuku said as they continued forth. On the 130th floor laboratory, Ochako exclaimed, "There are so many." The group landed on the floor, which was filled with small red robots. "It looks like the enemy has changed from shutting us in to trying to capture us," Tenya said. "I'm sure they have realized that we're UA students," Izuku replied. "But in that case, we know what to expect too," Momo said as she created a conductor sheet from her back. Tenya nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's go with plan in." "Kaminari," said Electric Quirk user smirked. "All right, I'll do my best too. I'm counting on you, Ida." "Right." Tenya activated his quirk and began to spin Kaminari around at high speeds before throwing him up in the air. "Take this." Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. Kaminari fired a stream of electricity towards all of the robots. However, the attack barely fazed them. They defended it. Izuku called out. Kaminari grit his teeth, and it, then. 2 million volts. "Idiot. If you do that," Jiro called out. After the blast, Kaminari had a goofy grin on his face. "Yay. But then you'll turn dumb," Jiro finished with a sweat drop. "But thanks to him, the security machines have been stopped," Izuku said. Then, as if on cue, the machine started moving again and tied up Kaminari. "Kaminari!" Jiro yelled. "They're too sturdy," Mineta exclaimed. The robots started to advance towards the rest of the students. "We have no choice. Everyone, Plan B," Tenya yelled. "Right." Momo created a flashbang grenade and threw it at the robots. "We can jam their communications with this." "Take this." The girls proceeded to throw all of the flashbangs at the red robots. "Minoru!" Izuku called out. Mineta started throwing his grape-colored ball. "Give Kaminari back. He's got a harem waiting." The ball stuck to the robots, forcing them to halt. "How's that?" The robots then broke free from Mineta's ball and continued towards them. "Man, they won't stop." Tenya hit his teeth. "Let's go, Midorya." "Yeah." Izuku took off his blazer, running forward with a serious look on his face towards the robots. When the robots saw him, they opened fire, but Izuku jumped high enough, using the web shooters on one of the bots and using his strength to send it crashing into some of the other bots, rendering them damaged. "We!" Kaminari yelled as Tenya caught him. "Jiro, where are the security machines?" Jiro used her quirk to listen. "They are coming from the left." "Okay, let's keep going from the right." "Right." "Izuku, that was amazing," Ochako exclaimed as she ran beside him. "Thanks, but the credit goes to May and Melissa." "Is there any word from May?" Izuku asked as Melissa was running a little behind him and Ochako. Well, I was able to see another text that came from her, but..." Melissa noted. Izuku noticed the expression on Melissa's face, making him take a few deep breaths. "Okay, we need to hurry." "Boss, there's something interfering with the sensors on the security machines. We lost those kids." "Don't lose your presence of mind," Wolfram exclaimed. "There's probably someone among those kids with a hearing quirk." "I hear a lot of the security machine wheels coming from the floor below," Jiro said, her earphone jacks connected to a wall. "Any sounds from above?" Izuku asked. "No, it's fine." "All right then, let's go." On the 138th floor server room, the students were running along but were surprised to see a bunch of red robots appear from the door on the other side. "A trap," Tenya said, shocked. "Tenya, do you think you can break through?" Izuku asked, but before Ida could try, he was stopped by Melissa. "Wait!" Melissa cried out. "If the servers here are damaged, then it could affect the security system, too." Suddenly, numerous robots appeared from above. "Just how many are there?" Mineta shouted in horror. "We'll stop the security machines here," Momo said as she crouched in position. "Izuku, take Melissa and find a different route," Tenya said. Izuku nodded. "Lise, come with me." He then ran in the other direction to find a different route. "Ochako, you come with us too," Melissa said. But, please, Uraraka," Tenya exclaimed. Ochako nodded. "Right?" The two girls then followed after Izuku. Tenya activated his quirk, Torque Over. Izuku and Melissa finally reached the top floor of the tower. Together, they found David's shield inside a secure vault. In the storage room, David managed to unlock a special block and sent Sam to retrieve a unique item. David vowed to never let this device fall into the wrong hands, and Sam replied that everything was going according to plan. Melissa overhears the men talking about working with the villains. "Papa," she calls out, and David and Sam turn to see Melissa and Izuku with shocked expressions. "Please tell me it isn't true," Melissa pleads. But her father admits it. He was working with the villains to retrieve the invention that had been taken by sponsors. It was originally Sam's idea to hire fake villains to steal the research back for them. Izuku and Melissa are horrified by this revelation, and Melissa demands to know why. David explains that he was doing this for All Might because his quirk is disappearing. Izuku is confused about why All Might would lose his power until he recalls a memory of All Might's injury, realizing that David is acting out of desperation. Angrily, Melissa tells David that she and her friends risked their lives to save everyone. What? That can't be. The villains were supposed to be fake. David exclaims. Wolfram makes a dramatic entrance, saying, "The only act is pretending to be fake villains." Izuku sees the villain and rushes at him, sending out webs, but Wolfram uses his quirk to manipulate metal parts around the area, wrapping Izuku and tying him to a wall. Izuku! Melissa cries out in worry. So, he has a quirk that lets him manipulate metal? Izuku thinks. Venom, are you sure you don't want us to go full Venom on him? It's better to use strength that won't make me suspicious. Izuku replies mentally, glaring at the villain. Stay there quietly for a bit, kid. Sam, where's the device? Wolfram asks. Sam snatches the briefcase from David. Here, Sam says, walking towards Wolfram with the briefcase. Sam, David says in shock, don't tell me you were planning on giving the device to the villains all along. You're the one who tricked me. I served you for so long, but you let your research be frozen so easily. If I didn't get at least some money, then it was a waste of my time. And what's worse? You chose that other guy instead of me. I was there since the beginning. David can't believe it. His longtime assistant, who pledged loyalty to him, has betrayed him. Sam, how could you? Izuku's eyes widen as he hears this. So you're telling me that after all of that trust he put in you, you're just going to backstab him over something as superficial as money and jealousy? Sam scoffs. You wouldn't understand. You're just a child. Izuku narrows his eyes, feeling the metal struggling to restrain him. Oh, I understand more than you know. And as a child from the outside looking in, I completely understand that you are being dishonest. You may say that, but at least I'm getting a reward, while all of you get nothing. Sam retorts. And here's the reward I promised you. Wolfram shoots Sam in the shoulder. Izuku, David, and Melissa's eyes all widen in shock. Sam! Melissa yells. This isn't what you promised. Sam grunts. Promised? I don't remember. This is your reward. Wolfram shoots again, but David jumps in front of the bullet just in time. Professor, why? Sam asks. Run away. David urges. Wolfram steps on David's injured body, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop playing the hero. You can't go on being a scientist after this. He knocks David out, planning to use him to mass-produce the quirk amplification device. Please leave my dad alone. Let him go. Melissa cries, but her pleas go unheard. Wolfram threatens, it's better to get rid of you. When Izuku hears that, he gets angry and breaks free from his restraints, attacking Wolfram. However, Wolfram skillfully avoids the attack and sends metal flying at Izuku. Just then, Izuku's spider sense goes off, and he sees a blast aimed at Wolfram, who barely avoids it before fleeing the scene with David. Izuku turns his attention to Mei, who is breathing heavily while holding a large weapon. Mei! That's my name. Sorry to come in late, but I had to bring this because of the whole villain takeover, she says, walking towards them. Izuku clenches his fists, looking at Melissa. Don't worry, Melissa. I'll make sure I save David and get him back, but I need you to help everyone else. Mei, help her as well. They exchange determined looks, and Melissa nods before fleeing. Before Izuku can move, Mei hands him cartridges. Follow after Melissa, she says, and Izuku nods, ready to confront Wolfram. Together, Melissa, Mei, and Izuku manage to save everyone by disabling the security system. All of the drones return to normal, and I-Island is freed from the villain's grasp. Wolfram prepares to escape with David on a helicopter, and Izuku pursues them. Melissa calls All Might to update him on the situation. He promises to rescue young Izuku and David. David asked Wolfram to spare him, but he had other plans in mind. Izuku came rushing in with a determined look on his face. Wolfram, are you here to rescue this criminal? Izuku, I'm here to rescue the professor. He rushed in, evading most of the villain's attacks and using his web shooters to subdue them. But then he stopped when he saw Wolfram pointing a weapon at David. His instincts kicked in, warning him to dodge a metal pillar that came flying at him. Another attack followed, pushing him back, but it wasn't enough to tire him out. Wolfram continued to barrage Izuku with similar attacks and boarded a helicopter with David. Seeing this, Izuku increased his speed and jumped, narrowly missing the helicopter but managing to latch onto it with his web shooter. Izuku, Professor, Melissa. She's waiting for you. Wolfram tried to shoot Izuku, but David tackled him, causing the bullet to miss. Izuku ducked and quickly got back into the helicopter, web-shooting Wolfram in the face and tackling him, making him hit the helicopter floor. Izuku then delivered a punch that left a dent in Wolfram's mask. With quick thinking, Izuku signaled David, and the two of them jumped out of the helicopter. They fell through the air, but Izuku knew they would be okay, even if he didn't like the situation. It's alright, young Midorya, why? Because I am here. All Might soared through the helicopter, destroying it and sending the villains away. He quickly caught both David and Izuku in one motion and landed on the helipad. David tried to apologize to All Might, but Wolfram suddenly emerged from the wreckage of the helicopter. He attacked them both with a metal pillar, trapping David in a metal casing. Wolfram was using David's quirk amplification device to boost his powers significantly. The #1 hero tried to silence the villain, but Wolfram proved to be much stronger than before. Wolfram used his enhanced powers to turn the tower's roof into a chaotic scene. He nearly crushed All Might under a barrage of steel, but Shoto and Emmy rushed in to help. The other students joined the fight, with Tenya and Ijiro tackling the metal pillars. Motivated by his students' passion, All Might pushed beyond his limits and used his incredible power to break through Wolfram's defenses. Just when All Might had the upper hand, he was suddenly trapped in wires and felt the pressure around his throat. He was shocked to discover that Wolfram had another ability. All Might, you have 2 quirks? Wolfram, it's something, isn't it? Muscle augmentation. When I was planning this invasion, someone told me something. If All Might finds out his friend is helping a villain and going to the darkness, he will be devastated. Wolfram smiled maniacally, but All Might wasn't smiling at all. All Might, all for one. Wolfram, oh, where's your smile now? All Might tried to punch, but he was pushed back, and large chunks of metal were about to crush him. Wolfram, farewell, All Might. But then something unexpected happened. With a quick motion, Izuku pushed All Might out of the way, leading to a shocking moment for everyone as they saw Izuku standing strong amidst the rubble. All Might, young Midorya. But Izuku was caught in the debris. The reactions were intense. All Might dropped to his knees, the girls cried, and the guys stood in shock. Wolfram laughed. Wolfram, ha! Well, All Might, you just let a kid save you, and now he's in danger because of you. His laughter stopped abruptly when he was hit by a web to the face, causing him to scream. Izuku leaned against a large chunk of rubble. Well, that's a first. You thought I'd be out of the fight. All Might looked at him, surprised, and scolded him for being reckless, but he paused when Izuku glared at him. Izuku, I don't want to hear that from someone like you, hypocrite. Don't forget what you've told me. This made All Might look down, but he soon saw Izuku motioning him toward Wolfram, who was tearing the web from his face and screaming. It's your battle, hypocrite. Save your friend. With that, Izuku walked away, and All Might, with a determined expression, prepared to take action. Inside the home of Emmy Sora, a few days after the I-Island incident, Hisashi sat on the floor, feeling overwhelmed by the memories that haunted him since arriving in Japan. You know what must be done, Hisashi. Accept it. A voice echoed in his mind. Stop. Please. No more. He pleaded. They're resurfacing, aren't they? Your memories that you thought were lost. Now they're back, and you know what's going on, don't you? You had a family here in Japan. A wife. A son. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Hisashi shouted. You can't escape it. He won't let you, so now you know what you must do. Hisashi struggled, looking towards the mask that held the Goblin persona. What do I do? Instruct him in the matters of loss and pain. Make him suffer, make him wish he was dead, and then grant his wish. Hisashi approached the mask, wanting to know how. Tell me how. The heart, Midorya. First, we attack his heart. And I know just how to do it, but he needs our help. A few days passed after the I-Island incident, where the villains were captured. Izuku and his classmates from Class 1A, along with All Might, returned to Japan. Izuku was in a room filled with papers pinned to the wall and various electronic materials on a desk. However, he was not focused on that. Instead, he stared at the drive he had received from David, who had been taken into custody for working with the villains. David had trusted Izuku with the information, which was meant to be destroyed. Sighing, Izuku placed the drive in a compartment that was hard to see and headed towards the kitchen. Aren't you going to see what's inside the drive? I know you're curious, Venom said as Izuku ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You're right, but if it's information meant to be destroyed, I'd rather do that than get a headache, Izuku replied, taking another bite. So why not destroy it? Just waiting for the right time. Just then his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he answered, Hello? Izuku Midorya speaking. Mr. Midorya. It's nice to hear your voice after what happened during your little vacation at I-Island. How have you been, young man? Mr. Nizu's voice came through. I'm doing fine, Mr. Nizu. Just a few scratches that are already healed up. Even though it was a disaster on the island, I did have a bit of fun before. You know. Ah yes, well in the next few days, I was hoping you would have a bit of free time to help me with something. Okay, whatever you need. I owe you for dealing with the blonde red-eyed Pomeranian. I would help you again, but I would like you to experience what the hero course will do during the summer training trip that will take place soon. Sir, why do you want me to go? I appreciate it, but I know my limits, and I've reached them so far. The sports festival helped me narrow down what you're capable of, and don't get me started on the entrance exam when you saved those two girls along with the recent incident at I-Island. Izuku, you have a gift, and you've been proving it by overcoming obstacles with effort and determination. I want you to make a difference, but it's up to you. Izuku thought about it while looking out the window and taking a deep breath. Will it be okay for me to bring one of the students from my class? I had a feeling you would say something like this, and I agree. Don't worry, the transportation fee will be no problem for you and Miss Hitoshi. With that, Nizu hung up, leaving Izuku to ponder. I didn't say who I'll be taking, so how? Don't question the rat, Izuku. He's smart for a reason, Venom replied. Yeah, you're probably right. Just then, the sound of police sirens filled the air, causing Izuku to look out his balcony and see a high-speed chase. Well, duty calls. Venom mask. Copy that. With that, he jumped, and his clothes transformed into his spider suit as he swung into action towards the car chase. Meanwhile, Samuel sat in prison clothing at a table, talking to a man dressed in a long green shirt and brown dress pants, wearing a hat that cast a shadow over his eyes. Oh wow, it must be tough to feel let down by those you thought you could trust, the man said. I worked so hard, trying to earn the recognition I truly deserve. And this is how they repay me, throwing me in jail because I spoke out about their project. It's just wrong, I don't deserve this. Samuel, was it? I know how it feels to work under those who take what belongs to us. But let's change that. Samuel looked at the man, intrigued by his smile. I've already got one member, so how about I help you? What do you say? Samuel stared at the man's extended hand and smirked as he took it. I'd like that. But what should I call you? Me? You can call me Doctor. 3 days passed, and now on a cliff overlooking a large forest, the group prepared to spend a few weeks of their summer there. Finally taking a breath, one of them said. I gotta pee, another exclaimed. Anyway, does this even count as a rest area? Someone questioned. Where's Class B? Standing in a clearing overlooking the large and dense forest, the students looked confused as they thought they would be stopping at a gas station. Their sensei only said, there's no point stopping without a reason, which left them puzzled. One of them questioned where the bathroom was. Suddenly, 2 black cars pulled up, and the doors opened to reveal 2 young women and a young boy. Hey, Eraser, one of the women called out. Long time no see, Aizawa replied. Lock on with these sparkling gazes, the other woman said. Stingly cute and cat-like, they both exclaimed, posing together as they announced, Wild, wild. Pussycats. Class 1A watched in confusion. These are pro-heroes who will be working with us during the camp, the Pussycats, Aizawa informed the students, and one of the women chuckled. Hee wow. I can't believe I get to see the Pussycats. This made the class turn their attention towards Emmy Sora, who had just woken up from her nap. A 4-person hero team that set up a joint agency, specializing in mountain rescues, she explained. As soon as she mentioned veteran, a certain blonde-haired pussycat twitched her eye, which didn't go unnoticed by Emmy, who smirked and continued. So this year makes it their 12th working. Just as Emmy was going to continue, the blonde pussycat heroine tried to cover her mouth, but Emmy stopped her with a grin. I'm 18 at heart, she said, trying to use more force, but Emmy held her ground. The Pussycats formed 12 years ago, so I wouldn't think that you're She dodged a swipe from the heroine's paw, who glared at her, finding the situation amusing. Wow, she sounds desperate. Both Kaminari and Kirishima cringed at the heroine's defensive action while Emmy laughed at her attempts until the heroine returned to her fellow pussycat teammate. When Aizawa told the students to greet the heroes, Mandalay motioned towards the forest. We own this whole stretch of land here. You all will be staying at the foot of that mountain. The class widened their eyes at how far they had to go. Wait, then why did we stop here? Ochako asked suspiciously. Could this mean? Tsu tapped her chin thoughtfully. Sato nervously shook his head. No way. Oh boy. I probably should have seen this coming, Izuku thought to himself. Why don't we get back to the bus, huh? Fast. Siro said shakily as he turned away from the clearing. Yeah. Let's do that. Kaminari exclaimed. Others nodded in agreement as they attempted to file back into the bus. It's 9:30 a.m. right now, Mandalay said mischievously. If you're fast, maybe around noon. Kirishima dropped his jaw in horror. No way, guys. Let's go back. Mina yelled. Get back to the bus now. Kirishima shouted. Hurry. Class 1A attempted to rush into the bus, but it was already too late. Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay called out. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, Aizawa began. Training camp. Pixie Bob landed in front of the bus, blocking their path. She grinned at them. Dot has already begun. Pixie Bob placed her paws on the ground, which began to emit a blue light. What is this? The ground is rising up? The students yelled in surprise as they fell toward the forest. Hey, since it's private land, you can use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. After getting through the Beast's Forest, Mandalay informed them as they got back up from the fall. The Beast's Forest? That name sounds like it came right out of a video game. Who does stuff like this way too much? Suddenly, a beast made from the dirt on the ground rose up and roared at them. It's a beast. The students were then forced to tackle the beasts of the forest made from Pixie Bob's quirk. Meanwhile, in the second black car, Izuku Midoriya and Hikari Shinso, both students from the general course of UA, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. Izuku and Hikari exchanged glances, relieved they weren't part of that chaos. Then the door to the front of the car opened, revealing Aizawa. I see that the rat himself saved you two from following my class, but don't worry, you two will be doing training that matches what I have in store for 1A this summer. With that, he tapped on the hood of the car, and the driver nodded, driving the 2 students toward their actual location. Izuku. Yes. That I think you just signed a deal with a demon. Oh, trust me, he's not that bad. What who? The devil, well, not the actual king of hell, but yeah, like I said, he's not so bad. What kind of life have you gone through? A lot of things, Izuku. A lot of things. All Izuku could do was sigh while seeing Hikari stare at him. He patted her head, making her turn her gaze toward the window, while Izuku chuckled. In Hikari's thoughts, she clenched her fist in frustration because of a call she received a few days ago. She knew she couldn't, but I hate that I'm growing attached and I'm sure she feels the same way. I'm sorry, Izuku, that this might be the last time we see each other. She thought of this while seeing Izuku's reflection in the window, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter end. The time was now 5:20 p.m., and Class 1A finally arrived at the facility, looking tired and worn out. Shoto was the first to emerge from the woods along with Emmy and Tenya. They all had scratches, and their school uniforms were rugged. They panted due to exhaustion after dealing with Pixie Bob's monsters. The rest of the students followed one by one, each showing signs of fatigue and looking like they were about to drop any minute. But once they saw the entrance, they all sighed, and some dropped to their knees, gasping for air. Oh, you're finally here, meow. Pixie Bob chirped. That took quite some time, Mandalay added as the sun began to set. What, do you mean 3 hours? That's the time it would have taken us. Sorry. Mandalay replied with a sheepish grin. You were trying to boast about how much better you are? That's mean. Sato whined. I'm hungry. I'm gonna die. Kirishima groaned on the floor. Pixie Bob chuckled. But honestly, I thought it would take even longer. You guys did not have as hard a time beating my earth beasts as I thought you would. You guys are great. Especially. Her expression changed when she looked directly at Emmy Sora, who was busy stretching her muscles with a look of content. I have this rage because of what you said, and I wanted to make it difficult for you. Pixie Bob yelled as she continued her attempts to grab Emmy. Mandalay. Is she always like this? Aizawa asked with a deadpan expression. Mandalay shrugged. She's been looking for a partner for a while now. She prefers someone younger, and because of what your student said. Let's just say she's really mad. It was then that the students of Class 1A noticed two familiar figures walking out of the front entrance of the facility, some of them surprised. Midorya Izuku, what are you doing here? They all exclaimed towards Izuku, who scratched his head while patting Hikari, who grumbled a bit. Well, the reason is. He couldn't finish because two girls from 1A suddenly rushed towards him, causing him to hit the ground. Darn it, Izuku, you should have told us you were gonna be here. To be fair, the principal was the one who brought it up, and since I kind of owe him, it's the least I can do, he said while feeling both Kyoka and Ochako glaring at him, which made him sigh. Alright, after the training camp is over, I'll do whatever you girls want, deal? This made them think for a moment until they smiled and kissed him on the cheek, causing him to groan while his friend laughed. The girls got up, and Izuku stood up from the ground when he saw Emmy, who came by his side with a smirk. What's got you in a smiling mood, Sora? Oh, you know, just enjoying the fact that I can see a certain person I can tease during this summer camp. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that until he looked at someone with a curious expression. Question whose child is that? Izuku pointed towards Koda, who was awkwardly standing at the back, further away from the rest. Oh, he's not one of ours. He's my cousin's kid, Mandalay said, motioning towards Koda. Come on, Koda. Greet everyone. You will be with them for the next week. Koda merely stared at the students, not saying anything. He seemed unfriendly. Izuku took the initiative and walked up to the young boy, extending his hand. Hi, my name is Izuku Midorya. I'm in UA High School's general course. Nice to meet you. But instead of a handshake, Koda punched him lightly, causing Izuku to stumble back in surprise. What did I do wrong? Why would you do that to Izuku? Tenya exclaimed, looking shocked. Koda grit his teeth and turned his head to give Tenya a glare. I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes. Intend? Just how old are you? Enough with this charade. Get your stuff off the bus, Aizawa commanded. Once you've put your bags in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you'll bathe and go to sleep. We'll start for real tomorrow. Now, let's move quickly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy dealing with his friend. Why are you blocking my instincts? Izuku asked. I need you to train your body. Just because I've helped you doesn't mean you're able to tank hits, Venom replied. What if danger comes? With what we've heard, there's no way anything will happen. You don't have to be paranoid, Izuku. Venom, I'm serious. Alright, if there's any danger, we'll go straight into action. Happy? Yeah, that works. Thinking of this while staring at the sky, Izuku clenched his fist, not in anger but in determination. I don't want to lose anyone important to me again. He heard his name being called, making him walk towards his friends while giving them a smile that was a little forced. Really? So the girl's room is a normal size? Siro asked Jiro. Are the boys in a big room? Mina exclaimed. I want to see it. Hey, can I go see it later? She added. Sure, come whenever. Jiro replied. So good. Rice is so good. Kirishima exclaimed as he gobbled down his food. It is soaking into my internal organs. Kaminari cried out in glee. Pixie Bob's sweat dropped. Man, it looks like you guys were so hungry that you're acting weird. Anyway, today's the only day we'll be doing stuff for you, so eat as much as you can. Thanks. Oh, Koda, can you bring those veggies? Mandalay asked as she was going around serving plates to the class. Koda grumbled and picked up the box of vegetables. Izuku noticed him out of the corner of his eye. As he was eating his fill, he watched him carry the box while lost in thought. I wonder what's up with him. He has that look in his eyes. What do you mean, Venom? The look of losing someone close to you, the same eyes you had as a kid and still have them now. Izuku didn't say anything else but continued eating. After the class was done eating, they proceeded to the hot springs for a bath. As soon as the guys dipped into the steamy water, they all sighed in relief. Well, frankly, food and stuff isn't really that important. That's not what I'm here for. I know that much, at least. What I'm here for is beyond that wall, Mineta said with a towel covering everything below his waist. He looked up at the large wall that acted as a border between the boys' side of the hot springs and the girls. What are you talking about, Mineta? Izuku asked from the bath. This feels great. I love that there are hot springs here. Mineta smirked as he heard the girls enjoying their baths. See, there they are. Nowadays, for them to not stagger bathing times for men and women is an accident waiting to happen. Don't tell me you're... Kaminari stuttered. Mineta, stop it. What you're doing is not respectful. Tenya exclaimed. You're too fussy, Mineta stated as he began to pluck a ball from his head. Walls. He jumped towards the wall and used his ball to climb over it. Are meant to be climbed over. Plus ultra. As Mineta was nearing the top, he began to smile in victory. For a time like this, I... But before he could reach over the top, he was promptly stopped by Kota, who stood at the top of the border. Before learning to be a hero, you need to learn about being human. Kota slapped Mineta's hand away, which caused Mineta to fall back into the water. Darn kid. Mineta's fall caused a splash, and everyone reacted with surprise. Mineta really is the worst, huh? Thanks, Kota. Yay yay. Kota turned his head to look upon the girls of Class 1A, and his face immediately flushed red. Due to the shock and embarrassment, he lost his balance and fell off the top of the wall. Look out! Izuku, with assistance from Shoji, caught Kota just in time as he passed out. He just fainted from fear at the fall. Thanks for helping him, Mandalay said as she thanked Izuku for saving her nephew. Kota was lying down on the couch in her office, sleeping peacefully. I heard from Eraser that there was a concern among the boys, so I just had him there keeping watch. These days, kids grow up quickly, don't they? Mandalay placed a wet towel on Kota's forehead. Izuku chuckled nervously, yeah, they do. Anyway, I'm glad he's okay, Izuku said thoughtfully. For some reason, ever since he had arrived at the camp, he had developed an interest in the boy. He couldn't explain what it was. Something just pulled him towards Kota. You must have rushed to save him, Mandalay noted as he had come here pretty quickly. I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes. Izuku frowned as he remembered Kota's first words to him. Kota has a negative view of heroes, doesn't he? Is there a reason why he feels that way? Mandalay laid back in her chair and sighed. That's true. Of course, there are many people in society who don't think well of heroes. If he had been raised normally, maybe he would have admired heroes too. Izuku blinked in confusion. Normally? Mandalay's cousin, Izuku, saw Pixie Bob enter the office. Kota's parents were heroes, but they were lost in the line of duty. Izuku's eyes widened at Pixie Bob's words. Mandalay nodded and confirmed what her partner said. 2 years ago. Protecting citizens from a villain. For a hero, it was a respectable way to die. But a child barely aware of what was around him couldn't understand that. His whole world revolved around his parents. He felt abandoned. Society kept praising them, saying it was a good thing for heroes. A wonderful thing. He doesn't seem to like us much either, since we're also heroes. But it seems like he's just here because there's nowhere else for him. Izuku gripped his fists tightly as he heard Mandalay tell Kota's story. To Kota, heroes are a kind of human he can't understand and finds unpleasant. Izuku's mind began to flash back to his talk with Tamura. It's because that trash is smiling thoughtlessly, as if there was no one he couldn't save. Izuku processed Mandalay's words as he began to think about his own ideologies. Hearing these different opinions one after another, Izuku's mind came to a block. These people had gone through experiences much different from his own childhood. Nobody is born evil. Mandalay and Pixie Bob looked up at Izuku in confusion before he continued. That it's the experiences that shape and make us who we are. Kota may have an unfair and biased judgment on heroes, but that's not his fault. What he experienced in his life is much different than what I experienced. We may have different beliefs, but that doesn't make either of us wrong. Izuku took a deep breath as he chose his next words carefully. I don't know why, Mandalay, but I am drawn to your nephew. For some reason, I feel a responsibility to help and teach Kota so that he can truly understand what it means to be a hero. It may not be easy, but I vow to help and support your nephew. If I can't do that then... Izuku stopped his sentence while Mandalay and Pixie Bob sat and stood there in awe of what Izuku said. He spoke like a true hero, one who was willing to do whatever it takes to help someone. Mandalay smiled and nodded at Izuku. Thank you very much, Midorya. That is thoughtful of you. I don't think I can wait until you graduate. Pixie Bob yelled as she lunged at Izuku, only for the young man to avoid her tackle at him, but she still kept on advancing. Oh wow, it hasn't even reached the next day and you're already going after an older woman. Maybe even 2 older women. My, Izuku, you sly dog. I'm not doing this. You're the one who must have activated our pheromones. Dude, I literally deactivated our spider sense. Did you think I wouldn't deactivate our other powers? Mandalay chuckled at the two's antics. Izuku Midorya, huh? Maybe you will be the one who will show Koda the light. The sound of footsteps echoed in the environment, and the sound of breathing was heard, getting heavy, feeling scared, feeling helpless, feeling alone. He moved his head, looking around, but all he saw was darkness. He called out to his friend, but all he got was silence until the ground shook, and it started to crack. Multiple hands emerged from the ground and reached for him, pulling him in while he struggled to break free. Why did you let me down? You quirkless loser. You deserve to be alone. Waste of space. Freak. Why are you even here? They haunted him, their voices echoing in his mind, and it was driving him to despair, holding his head as he tried to find peace. Why won't you leave me alone? Why won't you leave me alone? Do you hate me that much? Do you hate for being born? Answer me. Eaweya. Izuku gasped and got up while struggling to breathe until he finally calmed down, looking around to find himself in the boys' room where they were still asleep. When he checked the time, he saw that it was 4 a.m. With a sigh, he placed his hands on his face while letting out a few tears. Why am I like this? Izuku. Please tell me what's going on? I'll be fine, Venom. Trust me. I'm fine. That's all Izuku said when he silently crept out of the room, careful not to wake any of his peers. He then went outside, taking in the morning air. With a thought in mind, he started to practice basic hand-to-hand fighting, imagining his opponent and throwing punches that could hit the upper, mid, and lower body of a person. By the time he finished, it was still pretty dark out. While wiping away his sweat, he suddenly heard the sounds of something being hit multiple times, which got his attention and made him go over in that direction. One by one, hit after hit, not even a miss from its mark. With a sigh on this person's face, they continued until they suddenly stopped, slowly grabbing one of their arrows. With quick reaction, they turned around and fired, but as soon as the arrow left their hand, their eyes widened when they saw someone they were familiar with. As the arrow sped towards its target, the target moved their head just in time while also grabbing the tail of the arrow tightly. Now this is a sight of you I've never seen, Hikari. Hikari dropped her bow and ran towards Izuku with worry in her eyes. Izuku! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. But Izuku stopped her while patting her on the head. I'm fine, Hikari, and besides, I guess I'm not the only one who's up bright and early. I don't stay too long in bed. I'm an insomniac, remember? And doing this helps me think. She said this while grabbing her bow and twirling it around for a bit until she grabbed one of her arrows and, with grace and quick footing, fired at the target, hitting it in the center. Nice shot. Thanks, she said while smiling at Izuku. I had a good teacher to help me improve my accuracy with the bow and arrow, so you better watch yourself because my quirk isn't the only arsenal I have. This made Izuku chuckle as he walked towards Hikari, who followed his movements until he went for a punch, which she blocked. Oh, are we going to have that rematch, my dear? Let's just call it a spar. I want to see those so-called arsenals you have under your belt that you're so proud of, little Miss Insomniac. This made her smile, and Izuku distanced himself from her while going into a basic fighting stance. You better take me seriously, Izuku, because I won't be holding back. Trust me that I intend to give you a challenge. As Hikari ran towards him, he knew he was back to being close to his quirkless self, but this time he was ready. Inside Izuku's mind, the very walls that held himself, the very walls he built to ignore the hateful words, the abuse, the bruises that they were slowly crumbling apart. Soon, the hour passed, and the others began to wake. They all met up outside where Aizawa told them to gather. They were surprised to see not only Izuku but also Hikari, who were both already up and about. The fact that the two of them had already been exercising was evident, with Izuku looking energetic while Hikari seemed a bit tired, leaning on him for support, which caused two certain girls to stare. Many students yawned as Aizawa came to address them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we will begin training camp to increase your strength in earnest. The goal of this training camp is to enhance everyone's abilities and help you all obtain your provisional licenses. It is to prepare you all to face challenges that are becoming more real by the minute. Proceed carefully. Aizawa then glanced at Izuku and threw a softball at him. So Midorya, try throwing that. I'm not part of your class. That may be the case, but since you're here along with Miss Shinso, I want to see just how much potential you have. This made Izuku sweat a bit until he lifted Hikari up, since the training they did had tired her out. He then walked towards the class and gave one of them, who happened to be Ochako, a look. She responded by extending her hands, and Izuku placed Hikari in Ochako's arms, which caused the Indigo Girl to float with Hikari in her grasp. Thanks to the principal, I got your middle school score, which happens to be 45 meters. Right now, you're a different person from back then, so let's see just how much you've improved. Oh, we're checking our progress? Mina exclaimed. Since a lot has happened these past 3 months, huh? I wonder what his score will be. Shiro said. Izuku arched his arm back as he prepared to throw the softball. Alright, no spider-like strength, just pure human physical strength. Making his arm flex, he sent the ball flying. They all waited a few moments before Aizawa's phone beeped. 200 meters. Not bad, kid. Aizawa then glared at Izuku. But to me, that's not enough. You're holding back a lot of potential. Izuku didn't say anything but stared at Aizawa, feeling a mix of determination and frustration. Aizawa grinned slightly. It doesn't matter. During the training today, there won't be any room for half measures. What do you mean? Izuku asked. It's been about 3 months since you all started high school. Through various experiences, you all have definitely improved. But that improvement has mainly been at the mental and technical levels, with some increases in stamina. But the quirks themselves have not improved that much. Aizawa said as the students in Class 1A began to understand the point of the training camp. That's why we will work on improving your quirk starting today. But since Midorya is different from you all, he will be focusing on the physical aspect during his training along with Miss Shinso. All of your training will be hard enough to fit your skill level. It'll be so challenging you'll feel like giving up. But try not to. Actually give up. What followed can only be described as a tough challenge for the students of Class 1A. Each student had to perform a training exercise that pushed their quirks to the absolute limit. Shoto Todoroki was in a bathwater tub, alternating between ice and fire to make the temperature of the bathwater uniform. This training was to help him control the temperature of his flames while getting used to freezing. He might even be able to use both quirks at once eventually. Kirishima and Ojiro were training together, with Ojiro using his quirk to strengthen their abilities. All of the students were engaged in activities that required them to exert a significant amount of effort. Vlad King stepped into the area with his class behind him to join in on the training. What is with this challenge? A Class 1B student asked. Those of you who are operative types will have to raise your maximum limits. Heteromorphic types and other composite types need to train the parts of their body related to their quirks. Normally this would occur as your bodies grow, but we don't have that time. Class B, you guys hurry up too, Vlad King said. But once we join, there will be 40 in all. Can just 6 people manage the quirks of that many? Kendo asked. That's why they're here, Aizawa said as 4 figures appeared. That's right. The 4 of us are one, a heroine with long green hair and a cat costume exclaimed. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Mandalay called out. We've come to lend a paw and help, the green-haired lady exclaimed. Coming out of nowhere. A masculine figure dressed in the same attire as the PP Cats said with a confident aura. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Pixie Bob shouted. Well, PP Cats. The full version. My name is Ragdoll. My quirk is Search. I can know all the info about up to 100 people by just looking at them. I can find out their location and weaknesses, too. I'm Pixie Bob. With my Earth Flow, I can create the perfect places for each person to train. Call me Mandalay. And with my telepath, I can give advice to multiple people at once. The name's Tiger, and my job is to motivate through encouragement. There is a lot wrong with that, a Class B student said with a deadpan expression. All you power-up types come to me. Tiger's boot camp has already begun. They saw Izuku, who was busy dodging not only arrows but also the playful attacks of Emmy Sora while delivering a few punches toward her. The girls worked together, trying to pressure him, and it looked like they were succeeding with a few scratches on his body. The trio took deep breaths while sweat poured from them. Izuku grinned at them as Emmy transformed, her eyes glinting with playfulness, and Hikari changed her bow to mimic Eskrima sticks. They had to stop suddenly when Izuku received a light punch from Tiger, who laughed heartily. You 3 sure are lively. Especially you, young man. I hope you can continue by doing 1,000 laps around this whole forest. Tiger ordered. The girls widened their eyes at that until they saw Izuku take the punch as if it were nothing. Yes, sir, Izuku mumbled. I can't hear you. Yes, sir. You want to go plus ultra, right? Then do it. Give me Ultra. Yes, sir. Everyone looked at Izuku in surprise. Someone who doesn't have a special power yet seemed to keep up with both of the hero class students. Don't fall behind Class A. Let's go, Class B. Vlad King yelled. Yes, sir. As Izuku, Emmy, and Hikari ran their laps around the forest, the girls only doing 500 laps, Izuku started reflecting on his past, from the loss of his mother to the challenges he faced, the discrimination, the scars, and finding friends who helped him along the way. And maybe even finding love? Izuku began to run faster and faster around the forest to complete the 1,000 laps as quickly as possible, leaving the two girls to catch up. Tiger smirked. I like this one. He's got a fire in his belly. That strength and spirit will take him a long way. Ragdoll got curious and decided to use her search on Izuku. She was about to find basic facts about him, but then she saw an image that startled her. This caused Ragdoll to stumble, almost losing her footing. Ragdoll, are you okay? Mandalay asked. Oh, it's nothing. Ragdoll replied, though she felt her hand shake as she looked back at Izuku. Izuku Midorya. You're hiding something. And it's making me curious. It was lunchtime now, and just like Pixie Bob said the day before, they had to make their own food. The class ate and laughed together, sharing jokes about the day's training. Koda, it's time for dinner. Mandalay called. Izuku noticed Koda walking into the forest. Koda. Koda sat alone on a rocky stump in front of his cave, which he considered his secret hideout, glaring at the faint light where everyone was eating. The sounds of crickets echoed around him, and the gentle breeze grazed him as he sat in silence. Koda looked down into his lap, ignoring the sound of his stomach grumbling. Heroes. Villains. All they do is fight using their quirks. They're so eager to show off to the world. It's frustrating, he thought as his stomach grumbled again. He then heard footsteps and a voice. You're hungry, aren't you? Koda snapped his head to the right and clenched his teeth as he saw Izuku walking toward him with a plate of curry in his hands. I can hear your stomach. You can eat this curry if you'd like, Izuku offered, giving him a kind smile. Koda shot to his feet. How did you find this place? Sorry. I followed your footsteps. Izuku confessed, stopping a few feet away from the boy and looking down at him. I just thought you might want to eat something. I'm fine. I don't need any food. Koda scowled. I told you, didn't I? I don't intend to hang out with you, so get out of my secret hideout. Secret hideout? Izuku repeated as he glanced at the cave. Koda then looked down at the ground, his cap shadowing his angry eyes. Getting into trying to improve your quirk. It's annoying. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Annoying? You want to show off your power that badly? He gritted between his teeth. That's what he thinks I'm doing? Izuku thought, furrowing his brow in frustration for a moment. Yet he decided not to confront him on that and sighed, then moved on to what else he came for. Your parents. Could they be the water heroes, water hose? The ones who had the water quirks. Koda's eyes grew wide with shock, but right after he immediately felt his anger boiling up once more. To him in fury, did Mandalay tell you? He demanded to know. I know. Well. Feeling guilty, Izuku then bowed. Sorry, I did overhear a part of it. I just connected the dots with what I knew. He looked up again and turned his head, admiring the landscape with a sad look. It was an unfortunate incident, I remember. I can't even imagine what you've been through after you heard about it. Koda's fists shook as he turned his back to Izuku. Shut up. Izuku turned back to him. Everyone's crazy. Calling each other stupid names like hero and villain. Fighting each other with their quirks. Talking, training, using their quirks to show off how strong they are. It's so pointless. Izuku's eyes held a look of understanding. It's not just heroes. Koda hates quirks and the whole concept of the superhuman society we live in. He only thinks about the negative influence quirks have had. The heroes that wish to use their quirks for popularity and money. The villains that hurt others due to their selfish needs. But it seems the part he hates the most is how they can get themselves hurt from fighting each other. Just like his parents. He looked down. Shigaraki and Stain both have a similar mindset. But Stain believes that the heroes who only work for selfish reasons are society's problem, while Shigaraki just seems to hate All Might and society as a whole. He hates the whole concept of heroes in the first place and wishes to get rid of them to show people that there is no peace. What if you got nothing else to say, then leave me alone? Koda shouted at Izuku. But Izuku didn't move, feeling his own emotions about to be let out, which irked Koda. Didn't you hear me? I don't want to talk to you. Why can't you all just leave me alone? I already said this before, I don't want to be friends with anyone who wants to become a hero. So get away from me. Koda turned his back to Izuku and started to march away, but Izuku's expression changed, feeling a surge of determination. I didn't come to this camp to become a hero. Koda stopped and partially looked back at Izuku with a confused look. What did he say? Izuku stared out at the scenery with a look of sadness. Heroes are people who are willing to fight and sacrifice themselves for the sake of others without expecting anything in return. Heroes are people that give hope and comfort to those in need. Heroes are people who keep fighting to win no matter what the odds are. I'm none of those things, Koda. Koda fully turned his body to face Izuku, still angry but confused by what he was saying. And besides, what's the point of being a hero when I don't have a quirk to begin with? But then why are you in that class? Koda asked angrily. I'm not in the class, like I said, I'm not here to be a hero. I just owe the principal of my school a favor, and this was it. To join the training of the class of students who are aiming to be heroes. Huh. Koda's eyes widened. Izuku walked towards Koda with a serious look on his face. You don't just hate heroes, you hate everything new about this society because you've focused on the negative aspects that quirks have caused. You hate how people use quirks to show off to one another, you hate how heroes and villains fight each other for their own personal needs, and you hate how many lives have been affected by the conflicts that quirks have caused. What are you going to say? That I shouldn't hate them, like that other guy said? Koda shouted. I was actually going to ask something instead. What is it? Koda growled. Do you hate your parents? Izuku then asked. Koda's eyes widened. Do you think your parents left you behind? That they kept fighting just to show off and gain the power and money they desired? That they fought for selfish needs? Izuku continued. Shut up. Koda grumbled, his hat shadowing his eyes as he clenched his teeth. If you really hate the idea of using quirks to fight and hurt one another, if you hate the people who do such things, then your parents fit such a description, don't they? Fighting and ending up gone because they tried to show off their quirks and power. Shut up. Koda shouted louder. They must have been quite the terrible heroes and parents, for them to just leave their son behind because of their own selfish needs. Koda's eyes shot a glare at Izuku, his eyes tearing up. Shut up. My parents weren't like that. He screamed at the top of his lungs, causing many birds in the trees nearby to get startled and fly away. Izuku didn't show any guilt on his face, it was stone cold. Then what type of heroes were they? Koda felt his hands shaking. They were. His head looked down at the ground, tears dripping down. They. Koda fell silent. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He can't think of what kind of heroes they were? Or does he think that his negative ideas might have actually been caused because of his parents and that he now just realized it? Not hearing anything from him, Izuku tried a different approach. Listen closely, Koda. In this current time, people like to categorize the world like this. There are heroes, villains, civilians, and vigilantes. Heroes and vigilantes protect civilians from villains. Civilians treat villains and vigilantes as if they're evil because of how they break the law, but they treat heroes like saviors. Villains break the law and hurt both heroes and civilians for their own goals, depending on what type of villain they are. Koda kept his hands clenched into fists. Izuku continued, but just because someone is a hero, doesn't mean that they're a good person. From what I've seen, there are heroes that fight for selfish reasons such as fame or money, hardly thinking about civilians and just thinking for themselves. But sometimes, despite fighting for those types of reasons, despite certain heroes not having the main goal of self-sacrifice for anyone, they can still be good people. They can still be heroes to someone. Izuku looked down. Even if they become heroes to help earn money for their family. He remembered Ochako's situation. Even if they become heroes to make everyone proud. He remembered Ida working hard to impress his brother. Izuku looked back up. They're still good people. They still fight for someone. Koda didn't say anything. There were only the sounds of sniffles coming from him. So let me ask again, Koda. Your parents, what kind of heroes were they? Were they the kind to work for the sake of money or fame selfishly? Did they work for the sake of saving people in general? Did they fight to make someone else proud? Or were they just people that used their quirks to show off and completely abandoned you? Koda's grip loosened. They were. He remembered watching the news about his parents' demise. The media even said themselves that the water hose were wonderful heroes, arriving on the scene to stop a villain from harming many people, using their quirks to distract and even injure the villain before they met their fate. Koda raised his head, tears streaming down his face. They were the best heroes. They just wanted to help people. Izuku paused his movement for a moment as he analyzed Koda's answer. He then went to move on. Then don't you think it's unfair for you to negatively think about all heroes and quirks when your parents use their quirks to become the best heroes? Koda looked back down again. You kept the mindset that heroes and villains only use their quirks to demonstrate their power and fight one another. But now, you've just realized that your parents didn't have reasons even close to that when they used their quirks. Their goals were never about showing off, it was just to save others and make you proud. Izuku, holding a plate of curry, walked towards Koda. Everyone has a goal that they wish to accomplish. And as of this day and age, people are forced to use their quirks to accomplish them, both heroes and villains. Even if there weren't quirks, there would still be people fighting to fulfill the goals they desire. Some are simple goals, such as money or fame, but there are many people with much deeper goals than that. So don't always assume that they fight for simple reasons. You shouldn't hate heroes, quirks, or even villains for just that. Izuku walked over to Koda, who kept his head down. You know your parents wouldn't want you to go hating quirks and heroes because of their death, otherwise, it makes it seem like you hate your parents for being heroes in the first place. Koda let out another sniffle. He was no longer as furious as he was before, but he still mumbled, "Shut up," to Izuku. Izuku stared down at the boy. He clearly knows that there's something wrong with his thinking, but he's too stubborn to accept it. There needs to be more than just facts for him to realize. Izuku crouched down and gently grabbed Koda's hand, placing the plate of curry in his palm. Just don't assume that everyone here is trying to become a hero for something selfish. You may even get saved by one of them someday. Izuku stood back up and walked past Koda, leaving him still. He then reached for the spoon and placed the food into his mouth. He chewed it until he swallowed. "It's good," he grumbled. With Izuku, he was seen walking until he stopped and tried to take deep breaths. "Venom, let's stop the training for a bit. Can you?" "Yeah. I'll turn them back on." "Thank you." Izuku felt a bit more powerful and then walked towards where his fellow peers would be. It was the third night of training camp. Everyone had trained the whole day and eaten dinner. Now they were ready for the next upcoming challenge. "Now, we filled our bellies and washed the dishes. Next." Pixie Bob began. "That it's time for the test of courage." Mina yelled in joy. "We're gonna test it." "Sorry, but for those who failed the exam, they will be taking classes with me." When Aizawa said that, Mina Ishido, Denki Kaminari, Edger Kurishima, Hantasiro, and Rikido Sato all paused from their excited phase. "You gotta be kidding me?" Eraserhead, using his support gear, started to drag them to the facility while the others simply watched in pity. Pixie Bob began to explain the rules. "Okay, Class B will be the first to be the scarers. Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them in the middle of the route, so bring those back with you." Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami dramatically stated. "Those being the scarers aren't allowed to make direct contact. Show us how scary you are with your quirks," Pixie Bob further explained. "The class that makes the most people scream with creativity and imagination wins." Tiger exclaimed. "Stop it. That's inappropriate," Jiro said. "I see. They're trying to make us refine our ideas by making us compete with each other, giving us more options for our quirks in the process. As expected of UA." Tenya shouted. "Now, you'll draw lots to determine your partners," Pixie Bob said as she handed slips of paper. As they were waiting for their turn, they began to smell something, and Izuku's spider sense went off, causing his eyes to widen. "Venom. Yet it looks like we have some unwanted guests." "Is that smoke?" Pixie Bob sniffed the air. "What's this burnt smell?" "Black smoke. Is something burning? Could there be a fire on the mountain?" Just then, a pink glow surrounded Pixie Bob, and she flew towards something. "Pixie Bob!" Mandalay yelled. "Those pet cats are in the way." "Why?" Mineta said as he started to back away. There were 2 unfamiliar and unfriendly figures standing beside Pixie Bob's downstate, who was knocked out due to a blow to the head. "Why are there villains here?" Mineta cried. "Pixie Bob!" Izuku yelled in worry as he was about to run straight to the 2 villains, but Tiger stopped him. "Oh no!" Mandalay whispered as she realized the situation they were in. They saw what was happening and immediately got into their fighting stance. Izuku widened his eyes as he remembered something. Or rather someone. "Kota!" Izuku clenched his fist, feeling his determination rising within him. In the mountains a few hours ago, The air was cold and crisp. At the top of a plateau stood 4 people. "I'm itching to go already. Let's hurry up and move," said a large figure who was being impatient under his dark cloak. "It's too soon. Besides, there is no need to do anything flashy," added a short-statured young man who wore a school uniform and a mask. "Yeah, but who died and made you boss?" a scarred man added. "I mean, this thing is not cute at all," complained Toga, fidgeting with her mask. "I designed them, they weren't meant to be cute," said the young man who goes by Mustard. "Who cares? Let's just get to it. My energy is pumping like crazy over here," the large figure growled, exuding excitement. "Shut up, everyone. We wait until the rest are here," Dobby commanded. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect, as the other 3 arrived on the scene: Magna, Moonfish, and Spinner. "Sorry to keep you waiting," said Magna, lugging around her weapon wrapped in cloth. "Job a job," Moonfish said, barely able to speak. Spinner didn't say anything and simply adjusted his costume. "We will make them understand that their peace rests in our hands," Dobby said loudly as the entire group, except for a certain green-suited individual who was busy flying above them, gathered. Koda was idly sitting down at his secret hiding spot, minding his business. He let the night summer breeze fly by as he stared at the ground intently, remembering what his Aunt Mandalay told him once after his parents died. "But you know what, Koda? I'm sure there will be a day where you will meet someone who will risk their life to save you. Someone who will show you the light." Koda frowned angrily. "There's no way anyone like that exists." Koda then began to smell smoke. He got curious and stood up to see that on one side, the forest was in blue flames, and on the other was some sort of purple gas. "What the heck is going on?" Koda exclaimed as, unbeknownst to him, a hooded figure stepped out of the shadows. "How are you this evening, UA High School? We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains," one of the villains announced. He had the form of a lizard with an outfit filled with swords and a headband that seemed inspired by a certain hero killer. "The League of Villains? Why are they here?" Bojiro asked in shock. Izuku stared, feeling his senses heighten. These must be Shigaraki's goons. But how did he find out where we were? "Shall I crush this girl's head? What do you think?" Magna said as she threatened Pixie Bob. Tiger yelled, "Like I'd let you." "Wait up, big sis Mag. Don't be hasty. You too, Tiger. It all depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not," the lizard villain said as he got between the two. "Stain," Izuku muttered. "So you're the ones his ideology brought?" Tenya growled. "That's right. Oh yeah, you with the glasses. You were the one who brought about the end of Stain at Hosu City. I apologize for the late introduction." He then equipped his swords. "I'm Spinner, the one who will spin his dreams into reality." Izuku widened his eyes and was about to step forward, but Mandalay blocked him with a paw. Tiger then stepped forward, having enough of all of this. "I don't care, but the woman lying there, Pixie Bob, has started worrying about getting married recently. She was doing her best to find her happiness as a woman, despite her age. You can't damage that woman's face and then just stand there laughing thoughtlessly about it. What's a hero doing trying to be happy like the average person?" Spinner roared as he prepared to strike. "Tiger, I've broadcast instructions with my telepathy. Leave the safety of the other students to Ragdoll. The 2 of us will hold them back here." Mandalay turned her head towards Ida and the others. "Go, everyone. Listen carefully. Do not fight. Ida, you're in charge." Understood. The students began to turn the other way and run except for Izuku. "Let's go," Tenya said. However, they noticed Izuku had not moved an inch. But when they saw the look in his eyes, it made them take a step back. "I'm sorry." That's all he said before sprinting off toward the direction where Koda was, ignoring the shouts for him to come back. Koda, can you hear my telepathy? Hurry up and come back to camp." "I'm sorry. I don't know where you usually go off to. I'm currently fighting against a villain, so I'm sorry that I can't go save you. But don't worry. Help is on the way. Just stay safe." Koda grimaced at his auntie's voice as a large hulking figure approached him. He had a large hood and cape that covered his entire body. He wore a white mask that had small holes in it, presumably to allow him to see and breathe. "I tried searching somewhere with a nice view, and I ended up finding a face not on our list." Koda began to shiver in fear as the large man got closer to him. He could sense a dark presence rolling off of him. His voice was deep and intimidating. "Hey, by the way, you've got a nice hat there, kid. Trade with me for this mask." They made me wear this toy since I'm new, saying they couldn't get the shipment in time or something. The man reached for his mask and began to take it off. Koda used that chance to run away, calling for help. Hey! The villain jumped in front of Koda, cutting off his path. Let me get a shot in to cheer up. Come on. His left arm began to grow in size, and Koda's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, remembering a news report about his parents. Water hose. They were wonderful heroes. But their bright lives were cut short by a cruel criminal. The suspect is still on the run, and police and heroes are on his trail. Koda's eyes began to tear up as he recognized the villain's face. Reality hit him hard as his worst nightmare came to life. The suspect's quirk is a simple power-up type, and he is very dangerous. If you see this face, contact the police or a hero immediately. In addition, the suspect is thought to have sustained an injury on his left eye from his fight with Water Hose earlier. Papa! Mama! Koda cried out in horror as he locked eyes with the same man who took everything from him. The villain had ash-blonde hair and onyx-colored eyes. His grin was unsettling, and it seemed as though he took pleasure in the fear he instilled. Just as the villain was about to strike, a green blur sped past him, grabbing Koda and pulling him out of harm's way. The villain's attack caused a tremor, knocking Koda's savior off balance. His phone slipped from his pocket and cracked on the ground. Why? Koda whispered as he saw his savior get up from the fall. Izuku coughed as he gazed at the villain intently. Koda, are you alright? He asked. The villain tilted his head. HM? You're the one on the list. Izuku looked at Koda, whose face was streaked with tears. He was shivering as he kept staring at the villain. Izuku felt a surge of determination. Is going to be okay, Koda, he said confidently. I'll definitely save you. The villain began to laugh. That sounds just like what someone who wants to be a hero would say. Your kind show up everywhere, talking about justice. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Don't let his words get to you. Just stay strong. You're the one called Izuku Midorya, right? The name's Muscular. You're the one who's quirkless, right? This is perfect. We were told to take the initiative and capture you. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Muscular took off his hood and charged at Izuku. Izuku prepared himself, letting his instincts take over. He dodged the powerful blow and quickly moved away from the villain, but Muscular was relentless. Izuku ducked and used his legs to propel himself into the air, delivering a kick to the villain's face. It only seemed to amuse Muscular, who grabbed Izuku's leg and slammed him to the ground. Whoops. I thought you could take that. Come on, you can't handle me? Muscular taunted. Izuku struggled to get up, feeling pain from the impact, but he was determined to keep fighting. Muscular smirked, enjoying the challenge. Show me how much you can take, he shouted, lunging at Izuku again. Izuku managed to dodge just in time, flipping back to avoid another attack. Muscular was relentless, but Izuku was focused. As Muscular charged again, Izuku prepared himself. He jumped onto the villain's arm, delivering a kick to his jaw that surprised Muscular. Muscular held his head in shock. Is this my blood? He muttered, his expression shifting to one of anger. Izuku took advantage of the moment, charging at Muscular again. He ducked low and kicked the villain in the face, pushing him back. Muscular, however, was not done and charged at Izuku with renewed fury. Izuku dodged the attack, but Muscular grabbed him, slamming him down repeatedly. Izuku felt the weight of the blows but remained determined. Don't make promises you can't keep. Muscular shouted, walking over to where Izuku lay. Izuku focused on Koda, who was still watching in fear. He knew he had to protect him. With a surge of energy, he got back on his feet, ready to face the challenge ahead. He saw the green-haired boy struggling to get up from the pain and gave a cruel smirk. You're no hero, you're just a fraud, and you'll die that way. Muscular raised his arm to finish the job, only to stop as he felt a pebble hitting him on the back of his neck. He turned to see it was none other than Koda, who had thrown the pebble. His eyes were full of tears. Remember Water Hose? My mom and my dad. Did you torment them too? Izuku opened one eye as he saw Muscular's foot off of his head. Seriously? Those losers were your parents? Muscular laughed. Well then, this must be fate. The Water Hose heroes, they're the reason I have an artificial eye in my left socket right now. Koda sniffed. This is all your fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore, and it's all because of people like you. Muscular sighed. Little kids are always so quick to say it is someone else's fault. Don't get the wrong idea. I wanted to kill people, it's as simple as that. And those two tried to stop me. What happened was the result of all of us doing our best. Muscular raised his arm towards Koda, but before he could land a hit, he heard footsteps coming his way. Nice try with the sneak attack, but I'm ready. Muscular yelled as he turned around to see Izuku running towards him, his speed enhanced by determination. You ruined his life, and you won't take the blame? Izuku yelled in anger. He then stuck his hand through one of his muscle fibers. Muscular smirked as he prepared another punch. But what's your next move? You gonna punch me with that puny strength of yours again? It's not a matter of whether or not I can do it. Koda gasped as he heard Izuku's passion in his words. And it doesn't matter if I risk my life if I can turn a promise into a reality. As Izuku said that, he delivered a punch to Muscular's face with all his strength. Muscular felt the impact, and Izuku, with his hand through the villain's muscle fibers, held a device he had made and pressed the button, causing sparks to form and glow. Muscular widened his eyes. What? Don't tell me this kid. The result was a blast that sent shockwaves through the area, causing Koda to tumble off the cliff. He yelled in fear, but Izuku caught him just in time by his shirt. Gotcha! Sorry about that. Izuku lifted Koda back onto the cliff. Koda saw that Izuku was covered in injuries, and he felt sorry for him, realizing he was risking his life to protect him. Thank you for, Koda started, but noticed Izuku was panting heavily. He realized that Izuku had been training all day before this battle and must have been exhausted. Yet here he was, still fighting to defend Koda. Why? Koda whispered as he saw all of Izuku's wounds. Let's get back to camp. It's not far away, Izuku began to say before they heard a rumbling behind them. Izuku turned around and widened his eyes. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Muscular stood up, looking even larger and groaned from the blast. Demon brat, if you weren't so reckless, I thought I saw a little bit of our boss in ya. But not too bad, Midorya. No. Stay away. Izuku yelled as he defensively got in front of Koda. Nah, attacking sounds more fun, Muscular retorted. Izuku grit his teeth, feeling his strength returning, but his mind was still weary. He felt worn out and his eyes were getting blurry. Koda, stay back. Izuku warned. Koda nodded. Okay. I only need to take him out, right? Just enough to render him unconscious. Izuku, feeling a surge of energy, got into a stance and dashed towards Muscular, who simply chuckled in amusement. Man, this is the kind of kid Shigaraki wants to capture? You're nothing but a weak, quirkless brat. Muscular went to intercept Izuku, but Izuku countered with a fist to the jaw. Muscular stumbled back, and Izuku continued to deliver more punches. Muscular, increasing his speed, dashed towards Izuku, but Izuku dodged the attacks with precision, sending a few kicks to push the villain away. Damn it, he keeps dodging. I can barely hit him. Muscular yelled as he fell to the ground. But Izuku wasn't done. He quickly ran towards Muscular again and uppercut him with even more strength, pushing the villain back with wide eyes on his face. This can't be happening. How can I lose to this brat? Who's quirkless? Izuku jumped into the air and sent a flying kick to Muscular's head, causing him to tumble down to the ground, anger etched on his face. This brat I'm gonna... Wait. Izuku ran even faster, clenching his fist tightly and feeling a trickle of blood from his mouth. He let out a scream of determination. Muscular, seeing the attack coming, blocked it with his left arm, but it wasn't enough. When Izuku's attack made contact, the sound of impact echoed, and Muscular was sent backward, hitting the wall of the mountain, creating a large dust cloud. Izuku, panting heavily, stood with his shirt ripped and dried blood covering his body. He felt exhausted but relieved. Just then Koda rushed towards him, concern in his eyes. Hey, are you okay? Koda nervously asked, still recovering from the shock of the attack. He had no idea Izuku could go toe-to-toe with a villain without a quirk. It made him wonder what he needed to do to gain that kind of strength. He noticed the dried blood on Izuku's arm and the small scars on his chest and back, grimacing at the thought of what Izuku had just endured. And I'm over here punching him for no reason. I'm such an idiot. Izuku smiled reassuringly. I'm okay. Just a little sore, that's all. He got up. Alright, let's get out of here. We need to help the others. Suddenly, they heard a rumble and Izuku's eyes widened in horror. No way. It can't be. He turned to see Muscular getting back up, his muscles looking damaged but still standing. Muscular glared at Izuku with fierce determination. That hurt. Muscular walked towards them, each step sending shivers down both Izuku and Koda's spines. How can he even still walk? Koda cried out, unable to believe that this monster could still be on his feet. That really hurt, Muscular growled, and Izuku felt fear coursing through him. It's no good. What am I supposed to do now? I just need some time to think. Tell me, why have you come here? What does the League want with me? Izuku asked the villain, trying to stall for time. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just glad they finally let me off the leash. As long as I get to use my quirk all I want, I really don't care. Remember what I told you earlier? We've just been playing around. Having fun. Until now. Now, I'm serious. Recess is over. I'm coming at you for real. Because truth be told, you're pretty strong. I see that now. For someone who's quirkless. Muscular finished by putting on a new artificial eye to replace the one that was damaged. Quick, grab on, hurry. Izuku yelled to Koda as he bent down to let him climb onto his back. Koda quickly jumped on. Izuku leaped out of the way just as Muscular's fist hit the ground, shaking the entire area. His quirk has been supercharged to the point where one hit from him could be disastrous. He was just toying with me before. Muscular rushed towards them, but Izuku quickly dodged, causing Muscular to get stuck against a wall. I got too excited. Izuku and Koda grunted as they fell to the ground. Izuku slowly got up on his knees, assessing the situation. If we can just get back to camp, Aizawa should be there. Then he can erase this guy's quirk. I need to get him to chase after me and Koda. But I'm feeling so tired from the fight before. I have no choice but to fight him, and I'll make sure Koda is safe. He stood tall and faced Muscular. Listen to me very carefully, Koda. Stay back. And when it's time, run as fast as you can back to camp, Izuku commanded, powering up. You're attacking him again? You can't do that. Let's just go. Your strongest attack barely did anything to him earlier. Besides, both your arms are hurt. Koda pleaded, worried for Izuku's safety. Izuku smiled sadly. It's going to be fine. Muscular cackled as he freed himself from the wall, ready to attack. I'm coming for you. Muscular yelled as he charged at Izuku. Izuku screamed as he let Venom cover his forearms, using them to block Muscular's punch. The impact created gusts of wind, forcing Koda to struggle to stay on his feet. What's wrong? I thought you would save the brat? You think you can just block my attack? Let's see if you can hold on. Muscular taunted, pushing Izuku down. It'll all be okay. I will not let him get past me. Koda, run. Izuku yelled, feeling his balance falter. Muscular was relentless, and Izuku felt his muscles straining under the pressure. Koda hesitated, frozen in fear. I can't leave you here. Go now. Izuku yelled, his strength waning. Muscular grinned, still looking after him. You're something else, aren't you? Izuku's arms began to ache, but he grit his teeth and pushed on. Shut up. His eyes burned with determination as he fought against the overwhelming force of Muscular's attack. Izuku. Koda looked on with tears in his eyes, but why? Show me. Your blood. Muscular put even more power into the attack, causing Izuku to fall to the floor. Izuku started to shed tears, going over his memories meeting his friends, being something he always dreamed to be, being in love, finally ending a friendship that did him harm, and then finding out he still has family. All those memories started to crack, and darkness covered Izuku's mind. He felt overwhelmed, unable to hear Venom, his partner, his brother, his hero. Not strong enough. I'm too weak. I'm going to lose here. Please, forgive me, Venom. I tried my very best. I'm sorry. It looks like I'm going to see you soon. Mom. I'm gonna crush you. Muscular yelled as Izuku was pinned to the floor. He closed his eyes, feeling the many blows hitting his body, overwhelmed by darkness. That it's better this way, that it's better? Flash. Muscular looked up in confusion. What the dash? Is that water? Stop. Let him go. Koda had splashed Muscular with water using his quirk. Izuku widened his eyes as he heard Koda's voice, and not only his but Venom's as well, urging him to get up and keep fighting. Izuku felt his senses returning, and his eyes sharpened. Hold on there, Kay? I'll deal with you after I'm done with Green Boy over here. Muscular was cut off by a quick punch to the face that pushed him back. Crap, I was distracted. Muscular exclaimed. Izuku, who had gotten up, felt his blood drip, muscles clenched, and his mind focused. I won't let you hurt Koda, Izuku said, staring at Muscular with determination. Muscular laughed and charged at Izuku, only to feel his jaw break upon contact with a kick that pushed him back. What the hell? That hurt even more. Why is he different? I thought once I clicked that little gizmo he would be weak. Did that green gremlin mess with me? He growled in anger as he saw Izuku walking towards him. Muscular grew annoyed by Izuku's silence. You insect. Prepare to be squashed. Muscular raised his arm, only to widen his eyes in shock. Huh. Muscular looked to his left to see Izuku standing there, holding his arm with a blank look in his eye. Why don't you wake up? You're hurting people. What have they done to you? Izuku asked, his voice deeper and sharper than usual. Muscular pulled his arm away and punched Izuku in the gut, only for Izuku to block the attack and deliver a powerful punch that sent Muscular back, leaving him confused. I can't let you take your unhappiness out on other people anymore, Izuku calmly stated. Muscular backed away, raising his eyebrows. What are you talking about? I kill when I want. The weak die and the strong survive. That is how the world works, kid. Izuku felt something snap inside him, the memory of his mother fresh in his mind. He stared at Muscular with hollow eyes. What the? Before Muscular could finish, he was hit with a quick punch to the face, followed by a kick to his gut that made him feel sick. He was then slammed to the ground, feeling the weight of Izuku's hand pushing him down. Muscular tried to get up but was met with another punch from Izuku, who continued his relentless assault. Muscular felt fear as he realized his body wasn't responding, and he was overwhelmed by Izuku's determination. With one last ounce of strength, Muscular pushed Izuku away but struggled to get up. That was all Izuku needed. He moved behind Muscular and put him in a hold. Muscular struggled to escape, feeling his life flash before his eyes as he stared into Izuku's determined gaze. Please. I'm sorry. When Izuku heard that, he tightened his hold, and Muscular blacked out. Izuku dropped Muscular to the ground, finally unconscious, and stared at the night sky with tears pouring from his eyes. Koda stood in shock, dropping to his knees. Why? Koda. Your mom and dad, the water hose heroes. It's true that they left you behind in this world. But they saved so many lives through their sacrifice, you'll see that someday. Koda sobbed. Why did you risk your life? You'll meet someone and then you'll understand why we do this. Even though you don't know me at all. Why did you try to save me? Koda asked through his tears. Someone who will risk their life. Someone who'll be. Koda looked down as Izuku looked up. A hero. Izuku then roared to the skies, letting out his anger, sadness, and every bit of emotion he had bottled up. Izuku, I'm proud. And I'll do what I can to make sure your dream shines even brighter. A large smoke cloud engulfed the rocky area where the battle had taken place, signaling the end of the fight. Koda stared wide-eyed at what he had just witnessed. Never in his life would he have expected something like that to happen right in front of him. After the loss of his parents, he had tried to avoid any hero-related news or battles. But seeing one up close was a life-defining experience. He stood frozen, watching the battle unfold, one side risking everything to protect him, while the other sought only destruction. Suffice to say, Koda was absolutely frightened during the battle. The same monster who took his parents away from him was about to take another life right in front of his eyes, and then take his own. Koda didn't know what to do. Izuku had told him to run, but he just could not. Something in him said to stay and watch the events unfold, as it would change both of their lives drastically. And so he stayed. When he saw the green-haired teenager about to face danger for his sake, his hands moved on their own. They sprayed water, something he never thought he would do again after the loss of water hose, but an inner voice urged him to protect Izuku. No matter what, he could not let him down. Then he witnessed Izuku miraculously get up, looking different despite the damage he had taken. Yet he still didn't give up. Koda watched in awe as Izuku, a boy without a quirk, took down the villain using only what he had learned and his trained body. It was truly amazing. Koda looked up at Izuku, who had just finished a powerful shout, as if he was giving everything he had left. He couldn't help but admire the boy. You were right, Auntie. Koda thought back to the speech that Mandalay had given him about heroes showing the light. He had never believed someone like that could exist, someone so pure and selfless, willing to risk everything to save a boy he barely knew. A boy who had once disrespected him and everything he loved. Muscular, the man who had taken everything from Koda, returned to finish what he started. Koda thought it was over. The same man who had caused him so much pain was about to take his life as well. But then, Koda's hero swooped in and defeated Muscular, removing the man who symbolized all of Koda's sadness and sorrow. Koda would forever be in Izuku's debt. Izuku panted heavily, sweat dripping down his body. His battle wounds were still fresh, and he stared at the unconscious body of the villain, feeling his determination build up. He tried to move his arms, but they wouldn't budge. The pain reminded him that he was still being watched by Koda. Both of my arms are hurt and I feel drained. Hey, Venom, how's it looking on the healing front? You're lucky my kind can help our host, otherwise, you'd be feeling even more pain. I'm doing what I can to heal the damage, but it's getting tricky. What do you mean? I keep hearing a sound, and it's getting worse the more I focus on your injuries. Izuku felt worried for his symbiotic friend because he, too, sensed something was off. After rendering Muscular unconscious, he heard a noise that made it hard to concentrate. Izuku slipped on his feet due to fatigue and looked like he was about to collapse. Koda immediately rushed towards him. Hey, are you okay? Izuku slowly nodded. Everything's okay. Just give me a second, and then there's something I have to take care of. But you're hurt. What more could you do now? Koda exclaimed, looking over Izuku's injuries. It was clear he needed medical attention as soon as possible. I knew he would be strong. Being quirkless, I knew I wouldn't escape without injuries. That's why I had to try to defeat him here. I thought I could inflict enough damage. Turns out, I underestimated how powerful his quirk was. Izuku grunted, looking towards the forest covered in smoke. If every villain attacking us tonight is on the same level, all of our lives are at stake. I have to let Eraserhead and the Pussycats know they're after some of us students. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he struggled to get up. I may not be in the best shape, but I am not beaten yet. There are more people in the forest facing who knows how many villains. I may not be a hero in training, but I can't just rest while my comrades are out there risking their lives. I'll use whatever strength I have left to help as many people as I can. The most important thing was saving you. Now I have to do even more to ensure our safety. Koda stared at Izuku with admiration, honored that Izuku was the one to save him. He knew who would be his all-time favorite hero and idol. Izuku looked towards Muscular's unconscious body. We'll leave him here for now. He's not dead, but he won't be getting up anytime soon. Even if he did, he'd be too weak to fight. For now, I just need to make sure you are safe. Izuku bent down. Now, get on my back. We need to get you to camp fast. Are you sure you can carry me? You're hurt. No need to worry. My arms hurt, but I can still move them, plus I can use my legs that aren't injured. As Koda got on Izuku's back, he felt his body drain again, but with a calming breath, he got ready. Hang on tight. This could be a bumpy ride. Izuku said as he started running, thinking back on why these villains were here. It was because of him. And it made him narrow his eyes. Shigaraki, what's your endgame in all of this? Chapter end. Chapter end. After Izuku defeated Muscular in the forest, both Shoto and Emmy were helping a student from 1B. While running to the facility, they encountered a villain, to which Emmy asked Shoto who was supposed to be ahead of them. He answered that Fumikage Tokoyami and Mizo Shoji were ahead. The villain was admiring something on the ground but soon realized he had work to do and turned his attention to them. Outside the forest, Mandalay was fighting Spinner. Spinner was about to strike Mandalay, but she used her telepath quirk to distract him, allowing her to evade. Mandalay slashed Spinner with her cat claws, injuring him. Seeing her fellow villain in trouble, Magna used her quirk to pull Mandalay towards herself. Suddenly, Tiger punched Magna, freeing Mandalay from her grasp. Tiger punched Magna again, but this time she was able to block his attack. While getting up, Mandalay informed Tiger that she was unable to communicate with Ragdoll, which she found strange since Ragdoll normally answered her immediately. Meanwhile, a villain named Dabi was attacking Aizawa. However, Aizawa easily dodged Dabi's attack and counterattacked, overwhelming him with his capturing weapon and melee combat. Having apprehended Dabi, Aizawa demanded information, but Dabi refused. Shota saw the wildfires and wondered what was going on. Tenya, Mashireo, Minoru, and Koji arrived at the facility. Suddenly, Dabi broke free of Shota's grasp, but Shota still had his capturing weapon around Dabi. Suddenly, Dabi began to disintegrate and disappeared. Shota ordered Tenya, Mashireo, Minoru, and Koji to go into the facility and decided to head into the forest. Somewhere in the forest, it was revealed that the Dabi Shota was fighting was a clone created by a villain named Twice with a duplicating quirk. The real Dabi asked Twice to make 2 doubles of him so that he could resume his fight with Shota, to which Twice complied. Izuku, trying to hide his pain, continued to run with Koda on his back but was gritting his teeth. The reason they're here is because of me. This is my fault. This isn't your fault, Izuku. You didn't know villains would be here at the camp. But nothing. Listen, you're only one person. You alone can't save everyone. Don't strain yourself, Izuku. Izuku sighed while running when he saw the facility along with someone else who was outside. Aizawa. Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Midorya, you're here. Thank goodness. Aizawa looked Izuku up and down, noticing the injuries on him and the way his eyes looked deprived and lifeless. No time to explain. I need to catch you up on what I've learned about the villains, but we don't have much time. Hey. Plus, I need to get back to Mandalay. There's something I have to tell her. Hold on. Please take care of Koda while I'm gone. Aizawa sighed. This kid is running on pure adrenaline. I'll be back soon, Izuku said as Koda got off his back and was about to run, but Aizawa stopped him with his support gear that wrapped around Izuku's arm. Wait, Midorya. Izuku stopped and turned around towards Aizawa, who pointed at the injuries. Those injuries. He motioned towards his broken arms. You shouldn't even be moving with those. That I don't have time. That I need to go, so release me. But Aizawa didn't budge, which made Izuku clench his teeth. That I'm not your student, Aizawa, and the way you keep looking at me because of something I don't have makes it every reason to let me go. With that, Izuku used his strength to pull Aizawa for a moment, which was what he needed, causing the support item to break. Izuku wrapped a piece around his arm and ran off. Aizawa could only look at the boy who ran with a look of regret. That kid is gonna hurt himself even more. Aizawa sighed as he picked up Koda and began running. The knight hero thought back to what one of Dabi's clones had said to him before he dispelled. Tell me, hero, are you worried for your students? I wonder if you can save them in the end. His words made it clear to me that our students are the targets. So it's unavoidable. They have to protect themselves. And each other. Midorya, what you said, that I have a feeling you don't care what happens to you, but there are those who see you as someone important. Don't let them feel sadness for your sake. Mister, is he gonna be okay? Aizawa's eyes motioned towards the child in his arms. I sort of punched him before. And still, he got beat up just so he could protect me. Koda began to tear up as he gripped tightly onto Eraserhead's scarf. I never apologized or even thanked him. Please tell me. He's not gonna get hurt more, right? Aizawa smiled as he patted Koda's head. Hey, don't worry. That kid is strong. He sustained those injuries because he has no intention of giving up. But he'll get a scolding for being reckless. Koda gasped, really? Aizawa nodded. You'll get your chance to talk to him again. And when you do, put more emphasis on the thank you part. Midorya, that he's a special kid. From what I've heard, even though he doesn't have any powers, his drive and determination put him on par with those who have trained for years. To my students, his drive inspires hope in others, making him a symbol. A symbol willing to put his life on the line. And I think I know why he does this. You want to know? Koda nodded. Aizawa smiled. Because this is his responsibility. Tiger growled as he kept pummeling away at the villain, Magna. The villain easily sidestepped and dodged all of his strikes. No fair. Back off. Let me equip my item. Tiger growled even harder as he continued to fail to land a single hit. Demand it. How is he predicting my moves? You're not a real hero. Spinner exclaimed loudly as he swung his sword at Mandalay. She grunted as she narrowly avoided the large weapon. You brought this on yourself, girl. Geez, you're persistent, Mandalay yelled as she jumped out of the way. As are you. But it's time to knock you off your false throne. Spinner jumped above Mandalay and was about to strike her down when suddenly, a scarf grabbed Spinner by the arm, and he was kicked in the face and pushed to the ground hard. The person who attacked landed on his feet with a glare on his face. Mandalay. Koda. He's safe. You saved him? Mandalay whispered in shock. She felt a huge weight suddenly disappear from within. When the villains attacked, the first thing on her mind was the safety of her nephew. Hearing those reassuring words from Midorya cleared her mind and heart of all worry. She then looked Izuku up and down, noticing his injuries, which made her grow worried. Midorya, your injuries, Mandalay said with a look of concern. Don't worry about me. Use your telepath. Tell everyone in Class A and Class B that Eraserhead has granted them permission to engage in combat with the villains. Mandalay nodded as she relayed the message. Everyone in Class A and Class B. In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, use your training. You may fight these villains. Mandalay bit her lip, hoping Eraser knew what he was doing. She looked towards Izuku, who was on the ground panting. Get back to camp right now. Those injuries are serious. Mandalay yelled as he executed a high kick towards Spinner. She noticed the state of his arms and gasped, realizing that Izuku must have sacrificed himself to protect Koda. Mandalay was astonished by his heroism. He was already more heroic than many pro-heroes and he was still a freshman in high school. Exclamation point. Izuku replied as he began to run away from the heroes and villains. Oh, you need to send one more message. The villains are after a student me, Izuku Midorya. Please, you have to let the others know. Izuku yelled as he was about to make his way out. Mandalay raised her eyebrows. Wait a minute, they are after you. You need to get to safety. Magna, one of the villains, thought to herself, that rumble earlier. Only 2 people in our group fight with that kind of power. Could it possibly have been muscular? Magna advanced towards Izuku with a fist ready to strike. This child must be stopped. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Magna, sensing her punch coming. Even in his fatigued state, he knew he could still fight, but he heard one of the other villains shout toward Magna. Don't, big sis Magna. Spinner threw a knife between Izuku and Magna to block her from engaging him. Magna jumped back, surprised by the blade. What was that for, Spinner? He was our #1 priority. Shigaraki is the one who wants him captured. Yeah, and he's the reason we're here. But that boy reminds me of Stain, which means he was deemed worthy of being called a true hero. If Stain saw this and spared him, then... Before they could continue, both Magna and Spinner were knocked down by Tiger and Mandalay, respectively. About time I got a solid hit in. Mandalay exclaimed, panting as she saw Izuku disappear into the forest. Can't stop the boy. But I can relay his message. Mandalay activated her telepath. Listen, we've discovered the villain's target is Izuku Midorya. Midorya is in critical condition but refuses to listen and will engage in combat. If you see him, do your best to support him. He has lost use of both arms. Protect him at all costs. After relaying the message, Mandalay thought to herself, take care of yourself, Midorya. Ding, who knew Midorya would be such a magnet for trouble? Emmy, Sora said while dodging a multitude of sharp blades. Just as a blade was about to strike her, a large stream of ice saved her. Don't rush into this fight carelessly. Shoto yelled, having defended Emmy while carrying an unconscious Class B student on his back. They had just heard Mandalay's message. Emmy was excited to hear they had permission to fight back against the villains, but when she learned Midorya was a priority target, her concern for him grew. Have to keep going. Have to do my job. The villain known as Moonfish growled as he walked on his long blades. With his quirk, Blade Tooth, he manipulated his teeth into sharp blades. He had a terrifying appearance that could give anyone nightmares. This guy is infuriating. Emmy yelled in anger, charging at Moonfish, only for him to throw his blade at her. Shoto quickly shot another stream of ice to redirect the attack. Moonfish jumped into the air, and Shoto attempted to hit him with ice, but the villain easily deflected it. Damn it. The bicolored teen gritted his teeth in frustration. He's good at moving through this terrain. This freak looks like a scrawny little sidekick to me. Emmy replied, feeling fired up. Come on, you toothy villain. This clearly isn't his first battle, Shoto noted, studying the way Moonfish moved. His graceful steps showed signs of years of battle experience. It seemed the League of Villains knew how to recruit members. Show me your exquisite flesh. Moonfish said as he hung upside down from Todoroki's glacier. Shoto frowned in annoyance. We can't start fires around here because the flames will spread. Everyone could be in danger if we are not careful. He noticed Emmy itching to confront Moonfish. Do you understand me? Emmy sighed and lowered her arm. Yeah, I get it. I'm not trying to hurt our friends. Even if we retreat, there's poison gas everywhere. They're trying to corner us. Shoto realized they had no choice but to confront this villain until the other students could handle the purple gas. Sora, we need to buy time and keep this villain busy. Use your speed, it might give us an advantage. Don't aim to defeat him, just distract him. Do you understand me? I get it. They better hurry up. I'm ready to take on some pests. Shoto sighed. God help us all. Izuku panted as he ran through the forest. He tried using his spider sense and strength to keep moving, but the more he tried, the more he felt like his body was breaking down. His mind raced with a plan. Sora and Todoroki went second in the test of courage. If they haven't returned to camp yet, they're definitely around here. My spider sense. Even though it's straining me, I can sense it, but only a little. The purple smoke seems to be disappearing. I can sense Kendo and Tetsu near the center of it. I'm glad they are okay. As Izuku processed what had happened, he felt his senses go off, causing him to try to move, only to feel a sudden pain in his mind. A dark shadowy hand appeared and attempted to grab him. Izuku struggled to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Venom, help. I'm trying. Something isn't right. Just then, Izuku was saved by a familiar student with tentacles who tackled him out of the way. Izuku strained to speak. Shoji, what happened? Izuku noticed one of Shoji's arms was injured. You should be resting, but you're here to save your friends. You're really stubborn, Midorya Izuku. Izuku frowned. You're injured too. Shoji sighed as blood dripped from one of his tentacle arms. We were ambushed by villains and I tried to protect us. But the attack triggered Tokoyami's quirk, even though he was trying to hold it back. Izuku's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Shoji nodded. Yeah. If we want to get through here, we'll have to face Dark Shadow first. Dark Shadow growled as Tokoyami struggled to control him. Normally a small shadowy figure, Dark Shadow was now transforming into a force of destruction, darkening the forest. Stay away from me. Tokoyami shouted as he felt himself losing control. If Dark Shadow took over completely, it could harm everyone around. Tokoyami, no. Izuku realized he had to stop Dark Shadow before it was too late. But how did he get this way? Keep it down. After Mandalay warned us, we were on high alert. But one of the villains caught us off guard. I tried to protect Tokoyami even after getting hurt. Izuku looked at Shoji's bleeding arm. Really? Shoji nodded. It's bad, but my dupli arms can create duplicates. One was cut off, but I'm okay. The problem is, Tokoyami couldn't handle seeing me injured, and his quirk went out of control. Dark Shadow roared as Shoji and Izuku looked at the looming figure. The darker it is, the less control Tokoyami has. I didn't know his quirk could explode like this. Shoji agreed. It's fueled by his anger and regret. He tried to hold it back, but it only made it worse. It's attacking anything that moves. Tokoyami gritted his teeth, trying to tame Dark Shadow. Forget about me. Go. Find our classmates. Help them. Calm down, Dark Shadow. His quirk is weak to light. If we can lead him to a fire or back to camp, we can contain it. I can't leave my friend behind. You pushed through your pain to get here because you care about your friends. I'll distract Dark Shadow for you. You need to run. Shoji said with determination. Izuku gasped. But the fire and camp are far away. You'll be in danger if he... Dark Shadow interrupted as it slashed toward them. The two students jumped out of the way. I know that. Shoji exclaimed. But to save people, you have to take risks. That's what makes a hero. Shoji looked Izuku in the eye. Will you stay with me and help Tokoyami? Or will you rush to help the others? You have to make a choice. Izuku paused for a moment, but the look he gave Shoji and the smile he wore made Shoji smile back. I've made my decision. Shoji raised an eyebrow. And that is... Izuku shouted with determination, I'm putting my life on the line to save Tokoyami and everyone else who is hurt. I don't care if I can't use my arms. I will just have to find another way. Izuku thought, going through plans in his mind until he began to think more like Spider-Man than Izuku Midoriya. It was risky. Izuku and Shoji then heard Dark Shadow roar loudly, and Izuku gave Shoji a sign that he had a plan. Izuku, your arms are almost healed, but you're draining even more of your energy by continuing to fight. If it means saving my friends, then so be it. Flesh. Pieces of meat. Flesh. Moonfish howled as he sent a dozen of his tooth blades towards Emmy and Shoto. Shoto responded by blocking the onslaught with a huge block of ice. Teeth attacks? Seriously? It's time to take this freak down. Emmy yelled, her adrenaline pumping. They had been holding Moonfish back for a while now, but they still couldn't make a dent in the death row convict. Both teens felt frustrated as Moonfish prepared to attack. However, they turned their attention elsewhere when they heard a loud sound coming from across the forest. They're fighting. Moonfish turned his head in confusion. They saw a large purple shadowy beast destroying every tree in its path. Todoroki, give us some light. They saw Shoji yelling and running towards them, with someone on his back. More flesh. Moonfish howled as he aimed one of his tooth blades at Izuku and Shoji. But Dark Shadow interjected, roaring and destroying part of the ice wall that Shoto had put up. Dark Shadow landed on Moonfish, keeping him pinned to the ground. Both Shoto and Emmy gasped as they saw Tokoyami in distress. He screamed as he desperately tried to regain control. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Shoji, I have a plan. It's not perfect, but it might work, Izuku said, feeling his eyes blur for a moment. What is it? Shoji asked. If Dark Shadow reacts to sound, then you can make duplicate arms to bait him, so he'll follow us without attacking our actual bodies. We can lead Dark Shadow to Todoroki. He'll be able to weaken him with his flames. Izuku grit his teeth. I don't want to choose one or the other. I want to save them both. And I'm going to do that just being human, no quirks attached. Back to the present. Shoji and Izuku. And is that Tokoyami? Shoto asked. Dark Shadow roared in response, destroying even more of Shoto's ice. Everyone gawked at the sheer power of the creature. They had no idea Tokoyami's quirk could become so powerful and uncontrollable. This is insane. Emmy felt a chill run down her spine from the aura of Dark Shadow. We need some light right now. Shoji exclaimed. He's out of control. Shoji narrowly escaped a strike from Dark Shadow. He's attacking blindly. I'll use my fire, Todoroki said, putting down the student he was carrying, only to be stopped by Emmy's hand. Wait, not yet, Icicles. Shoto raised his eyebrows in confusion. He then looked where Emmy was pointing and saw Moonfish still conscious. Flesh. Slabs of meat. No good. Can't allow it. I'm the one who gets to slice them open. Don't steal from me. Moonfish fired his blades towards Dark Shadow, but the creature effortlessly tanked the attack. You don't matter. Insignificant bug. Dark Shadow grabbed Moonfish and began to overpower him, easily destroying his tooth blades. Emmy smirked in approval. Now finish him. Dark Shadow roared as he sent Moonfish flying. The villain crashed into a tree, the force of the impact knocking him out. Not enough. It's not enough. Dark Shadow growled, growing larger. He was about to go on a rampage. Shoto quickly reacted, rushing towards the beast and activating his quirk. Dark Shadow shrank back to its normal size. Tokoyami panted in relief, having just come back from a terrifying experience. You're really a terrible match to fire, Fumikage, Emmy scoffed, but inside she was relieved that the fear was gone. Tokoyami sighed at Emmy's comment. Thanks. You saved me. Todoroki looked at Moonfish, who lay unconscious by the tree. He widened his eyes at the damage Dark Shadow had caused. We could barely defend against that guy, but you beat him instantly. Shoto had never realized Tokoyami was this strong. It motivated him to train even harder. Shoji and Izuku walked up to the fatigued Tokoyami. My friend, are you okay? You did what we needed you to, Shoji said. Tokoyami lowered his head in shame. I apologize. You too, Midorya. I'm still far too immature. Anger consumed me, and I let my quirk take over. The influence of the darkness, combined with my fury, spurred Dark Shadow into a frenzy. I never wanted to hurt my friends. Tokoyami clenched his fist in frustration. He had come to UA to become a hero, to help people, and he felt he had failed. We'll deal with that later. That's what you'd say if our roles were reversed, Shoji said with a smile under his mask. Tokoyami gasped as he heard Shoji's response. Izuku chuckled as Shoto and Emmy smiled at the scene, but it got cut off when Izuku hit the ground, feeling pain and hearing a loud sound. Hey, are you okay? Emmy asked while going towards him, only to see the state he was in. His bruises made her shiver. Don't worry that I'm fine, he said, but the rest of them saw that he was close to falling again, and yet he still kept going. They wondered what drove him to put his body through so much damage. Right now, our main priority is to find the rest of our UA classmates, but I'm pretty sure the League will want to capture me alive. I think we should get back to camp. It's the safest place now, as long as Vlad King and Mr. Aizawa have regrouped there. Tokoyami nodded. I understand. So our mission is to get you back to safety by serving as your protectors. It's possible the Pussycats are still fighting in the clearing. Going that way would draw the attention of the villains. Plus, it is longer. We should cut straight across, Izuku suggested. We don't know how many enemies there are. We might come across some by chance. Tokoyami noted the danger of that plan. After the whole Dark Shadow incident, he did not want to face any villains again. We can use Shoji's search ability, with Todoroki's freezing power, and Emmy's quick attacks. And if Tokoyami's okay with it, we can always use Dark Shadow now that we can actually control him, Izuku said. Alright then. We'll surround you as we walk, Shoto said to Izuku, who nodded, while Emmy wore a worried expression. Shoji began to walk in front of the group. Let's go. Izuku communicated with Venom through their mind link. You healing me is your main priority. After this, we'll get something to eat to satisfy your sweet tooth. Venom sensed the injuries on Izuku's body and felt something was close to breaking him, which he didn't like. Chapter end. Next chapter, why? Ochako, is your arm okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Ochako held onto her left arm, which had a minor cut. She and Tsuyu were partners for the test of courage. As they walked together, they saw blue fire and smoke, realizing that villains had infiltrated the camp. Then a girl, who seemed to be about their age, appeared and identified herself with the League of Villains. Ochako and Tsuyu immediately went on guard, and when they received Mandalay's message, giving them permission to use their quirks, they prepared to fight. But the second message about Izuku being a target put them on edge. Ochako was especially worried about Izuku, who was in a bad condition. Himiko Toga stared at her knife, which she had just used to slash Ochako's arm. She had a black mouth mask on and a tank on her back, which seemed to carry some sort of liquid. When Shigaraki told her and the Vanguard Action Squad that they would be attacking UA's first-year summer training camp, she got excited at the prospect of meeting her crush, Izuku Midorya, in person. She knew she had to capture him but thought she could play with him a little first. What kind of person slashes people out of nowhere? Just who do you think you are? Tsuyu exclaimed at the female villain. She didn't expect to encounter such a wild villain tonight. Himiko pointed her knife at them. I'm Himiko Toga. Geez, you two are super cute. Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui. How does she know who we are? Ochako asked, taking a step back. Maybe from the sports festival? We know nothing about her, so we're at a disadvantage. Stay on guard, Tsuyu replied. She knew they were in for a fight. Thankfully, there was only one villain and two of them, giving them the number advantage. There's not enough blood. Normally I'd get it directly from the cut, but there's no time. Himiko brought out a needle connected to her tank. Don't worry, girls. This machine will start pumping it out as soon as I stick it in you. I'll get my fill and move on. Who's first? Himiko rushed forward with her knife and needle ready. Tsuyu quickly reacted. Ochako! Tsuyu grabbed Ochako with her tongue and swirled her behind. You have to get back to camp. We got permission to use our quirks to protect ourselves, not to counterattack. I'm sure that's what Mr. Aizawa meant. Tsu, come on. Ochako wailed as she reached her palm forward to use her quirk on Tsuyu to make her float. I'll be right behind you. However, when Tsuyu turned around, she got cut in the tongue as Himiko slashed her. She flinched in pain as she jumped backward. Tsu? Tsu. Himiko ominously repeated as she gazed at Tsuyu. Rib bit? Tsuyu said, feeling the blood dripping. What a cute nickname. I think I'll call you that too. No, you won't. Don't even think about it. Only my friends get to call me that, and you're not my friend. The nickname meant a lot to her, representing her bond with her comrades. Tsuyu jumped up but was intercepted by a needle flying toward her hair, pinning her to a tree. That means I must be your friend too. Himiko said with a grin. Ochako saw Himiko trapping Tsuyu and immediately started to run towards them. We're gonna be such good friends. Get away from her. Himiko attempted to grab Ochako, but she quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her grasp. When your opponent is aggressive, pivot on one foot to disappear from their line of sight. Ochako grabbed onto Himiko's wrist and neck. Grab the wrist and the base of the neck. Pull with all your might. Ochako lifted Himiko up and gently placed her down on the ground. With a look of seriousness, Ochako took a moment to gather her thoughts. Ochako, that was amazing. Tsuyu complimented from her position in a nearby tree. Tsu, can you help restrain her hands? Ochako asked, recalling how Himiko had previously hurt Tsuyu. It'll be fine in a second, Tsuyu replied, which made Ochako sigh in relief. Himiko smiled from her position on the ground. Ochako, you're delightful too. Huh. Ochako replied, now focused on the girl she had just subdued. You've got the same smell as me. You've got a crush on someone, right? Ochako stared at her with no emotion on her face while tightening her hold on the girl. Himiko took her silence as confirmation. So do I. And I bet you also want to be just like that special person, huh? Ochako tried to keep her breathing steady as she remembered her thoughts from the sports festival. She admired Izuku's strength, confidence, and heroism, wanting to be just like him. I can tell. Two lovesick girls, Himiko said, liking her lips. Ochako kept trying to ignore her, But Himiko continued talking. At first, you try to model yourself after the person you want. You start dressing like them. But then you realize you actually want to become that person. And once you get to that point, there's no going back. That's how love works, right? Himiko looked over Ochako, but she didn't see any hint of fear on the girl's face, only a blank look that caused her to pause. The way Ochako looked at her was calculating, but Himiko kept talking. What kind of charmers caught your eye? I'm fond of people who are strong and confident. That's why I admire them. Hey Ochako, isn't this fun? Just two girls hanging out, talking about our crushes. Suddenly, a new group arrived on the scene. Uraraka? Shoto questioned as he and the rest of the team made it there. They were confused by the situation in front of them. Quickly guys. Help her. Tsuyu cried out desperately. When Himiko heard that, she quickly pushed Ochako away and escaped into the forest. Stop! Ochako shouted after her. There's too many people here now, and I don't feel like getting caught tonight. Toodles. As she was about to leave, she noticed someone who caught her attention. She met eyes with Izuku, who was looking determined. Toga gasped as a bright blush enveloped her face before she ran into the forest to regroup with her team. Get her! Ochako yelled. No, it's too dangerous. Tsuyu said as she held her back. We have no idea what kind of abilities she has. Who was that girl just now? Todoroki asked as he and the rest of the group ran up to them. One of the villains. She was unsettling, Tsuyu replied, still creeped out by the encounter. Ochako, you're hurt, Izuku noted, looking at the marks on her leg. It's not bad. I can still walk okay. You're the one who looks worse. Ochako said, concerned for him. We can't stand here and talk. Let's move, Shoji said. I'm just glad you didn't get hurt too badly. Now come on, join our group. We could use your help to head back to camp, Izuku exclaimed while trying to stand, with Ochako helping him up. Tsuyu put a finger on her chin. Is this all of you? Because I know I heard Emmy not too long ago. What are you talking about? She's right over here, behind you. Izuku turned around to see that Emmy was nowhere to be found. This made Izuku's eyes widen in shock. What? What happened? Where's Emmy? Nice trick. Izuku looked up and saw someone standing on a branch of a nearby tree. I took the young lady you're talking about with my abilities. A talent like hers would be wasted as a hero. We'll provide her with a grander stage where she can truly shine. The person who had said that was none other than the villain, Mr. Compress, who had taken Emmy away. Izuku glared at Mr. Compress. Give her back. Mr. Compress raised his eyebrows. Give her back? What an odd thing to say. Emmy doesn't belong to anyone. She's her own person. Don't be so arrogant. I can be arrogant all I want. If you don't give her back right now, I'm going to make sure you regret it. Izuku yelled, feeling his determination rise. Oh really? So do you see young Sora as your property then? Some friend you are. Izuku's eyes narrowed, filled with resolve. Give her back right now. Izuku roared out with pure determination as he sent out a piece of Eraserhead's capture tape at Mr. Compress. Such intensity in your eyes. Did I strike a nerve? Mr. Compress asked as he jumped from the tree to avoid Izuku's attack. Midorya, calm down. Shoto yelled as he got up. He could barely withstand the fierce energy that was emanating from the enraged boy. Why the aggression? We merely wish to show her that there are options besides the fantastical world of heroism she's drowning in. Mr. Compress had jumped into the air and landed on the top of another tree. It is important to choose a path that aligns with your core values, after all. It's not just Bakugo. Tokoyami's gone. Shoji noted. Shoto gasped. He snatched two of our strongest classmates without a sound. What power is this? The bicolored teen looked up at the villain. If you're monologuing because you think you've beaten us, you're mistaken. I don't know if you noticed, but you've upset my friend Midorya over here. And trust me, you don't want to mess with him when he's angry. Mr. Compress twirled around his marble. A bad habit of mine. I was once an entertainer, you know. Taking Tokoyami was a bit of improv on my part. Unfortunately, I couldn't snatch our number one target, Izuku Midorya, due to his overwhelming will and ability to avoid as much as he can. I wouldn't want to fight him when he's angry. So I think I'll take your advice, Mr. Shoto Todoroki. And also, I'll be taking another person as well. When he said this, he showed them a third marble. And inside held Hikari Shinso, causing Izuku to suddenly stop moving. Ochako growled as she saw her friends in those marbles. How dare you? Mr. Compress chuckled. Poor moonfish. Our dear Blade Tooth. He may not look it, but he's a dangerous individual. When I saw the Avarian take him down so easily, I decided he should join our troop. A second marble appeared in his hand. Give them back. I said give them back. Izuku shouted in frustration, causing the others to shiver in fear. Izuku, calm down. Here, take this guy for me. Shoto said to Ochako as he passed her the unconscious Class B student. Shoto then summoned a large glacier that covered multiple blocks of the forest. Apologies, but sleight of hand and escapology are my specialties, not combat. Mr. Compress called out as he jumped into the air to avoid Todoroki's onslaught. I'm not foolish enough to fight hero candidates from UA. He then touched his earpiece. Vanguard Action Squad. I've acquired one of our targets. Our little show has officially come to a close. Meet me at the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes for the final bow. They're going to take them. Our friends. Shoto said as Mr. Compress ran off. They can't. Izuku roared. You're right. We'll stop them. Shoto said as he and the rest of the group ran after Mr. Compress. Darn it, this guy's quick. Shoto complained as they chased after Compress, who was hopping from tree to tree. Izuku then suddenly stopped while grabbing the capture tape, starting to make a makeshift slingshot. This caused the rest to widen their eyes at what he was doing. Midorya, what are you doing? Shoto yelled while Izuku was pulling the makeshift slingshot, feeling his body straining. I'm doing what I can to save my friends. I'll catch that guy. Izuku growled, while Shoji and Shoto tried to reason with him, but it fell on deaf ears. No. I won't let him get away. With one final pull, and despite his friends trying to stop him, he let go, and the momentum caused him to be flung across the forest. The others couldn't help but admire Izuku's determination but also worry about him. They followed on foot, but they had to deal with someone who gave a sinister laugh. With Mr. Compress, he heard the sound of yelling behind him. What in the world is that OHNO? I'm the only one here, Himiko said when she reached the retrieval point. Hey, did you get the blood? How many different kinds? WS. One person's. Just one. Hey, what gives? Weren't you supposed to get at least 3? Twice exclaimed. That's just the way it went down. I thought those kids were going to overpower me, Toga replied nonchalantly. Whatever. You're looking a little too happy right now. Strange. Shouldn't you be full of shame? Toga giggled. Yeah, but I made some great new friends. And I found someone I'm interested in. Is it me? No thanks, I love you too. Twice said, his multiple personalities in full effect. Both of you be quiet. You're too loud, Dabi commanded. The blue flame user then noticed something in the sky. He widened his eyes as he saw who it was. Ah! Mr. Compress yelled as he was slammed onto the ground. Whoa, what's this? Oh hey, wait, I know that kid. Who is he? Twice exclaimed. Give them back now. Dabi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Out of the way, Compress. Got it. Compress glowed green and materialized out from under the boy. Dabi then sent a torrent of blue flames at Izuku, who avoided just in time but was then attacked by Twice. The beat-up guy is our #1 target. But you are on Shigaraki's list. Izuku dodged the attacks, ducked, and then sent a powerful kick to the villain's gut, pushing him back and giving himself some breathing room. But it was cut short when he had to dodge a couple of knives thrown his way and saw that Toga was the one who threw them. Hi Izuku. My name is Himiko Toga. Toga jumped on top of Izuku. I've been thinking since I saw you. She brought out her knife, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. That you'd be even more interesting if you just bled a little. I can help. She aimed to stab Izuku, but he intentionally raised his right arm, causing the knife to dig into his flesh. He quickly pushed the girl away while pulling the knife out of his arm and holding it tightly with a glare in his eyes. Himiko stared at Izuku, who was bleeding slightly, making her blush. Yes, I knew it. You're meant for me, Izuku. This made Izuku run towards her, determined to stop her, only to avoid a punch from Twice and a few more coming his way. Ha! This is easy. Give me all you've got. Hey man, cut me some slack. Izuku narrowed his eyebrows angrily. Get away from me. Saying this, he used the knife to make a few cuts on Twice's clothes and then sent a punch to his face, feeling the impact. Just then, Mr. Compress materialized from a marble. I can't believe you messed up my exit. Unrehearsed amateur. So what do you got since our target is still fighting? Dabi asked. Of course. He reached into his pocket for the marbles but didn't feel them. Huh. Izuku laughed as he held out the 3 marbles in his hands. Just before you hit the ground, I snatched the marbles from your pocket. Mr. Compress chuckled. Haha, well, color me impressed. Just as I'd expect from someone with a mind such as yours. How splendid. Moron. Dabi aimed his hand, but Compress stopped him. No, wait. As Izuku attempted to run back to his friends, he was stopped by a familiar purple portal. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The warp villain. Kurogiri. It's been 5 minutes since the signal. Let's go, Dabi, the warp villain commanded. Himiko waved at Deku. Sorry, Izuku. But I'll see you later, Kay? She walked through one of the portals that Kurogiri created. Twice jumped through one of the portals as well. Hold on. We're not leaving without at least one of the kids, Dabi warned. Don't worry. He was so proud of himself rooting through my pockets that I thought I'd let him gloat, Compress said. What was that? Izuku snapped. But allow me to explain a basic tenet of magic. If I'm flaunting something shiny, it's because there's something else I don't want you to see. Mr. Compress partly removed his mask and opened his mouth to reveal 3 shiny blue marbles on his tongue. You've got to be kidding me! Izuku yelled. Mr. Compress snapped his fingers to reveal what was really in those 3 marbles that Izuku had. It was just 3 shards of ice. Shoto's ice. That's right. During the freezing attack, I prepared dummies and slipped them into my right pocket, Compress said. Darn it. Izuku began to run towards the villains. His quirk lets him compress and hold things. A little bit of misdirection. Forgive me. I do adore a twist ending. Compress began to slowly disappear into the portal. You can't do this. Compress bowed. What? Last bow. And then the curtain falls. Out of nowhere, a blue laser beam shot right through Compress' mask. Izuku looked towards the bushes. Aoyama? Mr. Compress spat out the 3 marbles. This caused Izuku to scream and push himself even more. He grabbed 2 of the marbles and was close to grabbing the other until he saw a hand getting ready to grab it. The smirk on the villain's face caused Izuku's eyes to widen. With quick precision, he sent the knife he still had towards the villain, making contact with his hand and causing him to pull back. This allowed Izuku to grab the last marble and roll on the ground in pain, but he got back up and ran to get some distance. Dabi growled while clenching his hand. Izuku suddenly landed on top of a building, his eyes narrowed as he conjured webs to create a slingshot. He waited until the sound of explosions echoed around him, then let go and soared into the air. The chaos below was intense, explosions, flames dancing around buildings, and civilians fleeing from the destruction caused by large creatures. The heroes were struggling to manage the situation in Hosu. One particularly large Nomu, muscular with its brain exposed, was suddenly hit and pushed down to the ground, letting out a noise of pain. Every hero was shocked to discover that the person responsible for this was ready to help. What's this? I didn't know my time here in Hosu would be so interesting. I guess I chose the right night to stop by, Spider-Man said, his voice filled with excitement. He quickly dodged an attack from the Nomu, grabbing it and body slamming it into the ground, creating a crack. Not finished yet, he delivered a powerful punch to the Nomu's head, causing it to stop moving. He sighed and looked towards the heroes. If you did your jobs right, you should have figured out their weakness. As more heroes arrived, Izuku was seen sitting on some rubble until he heard his name being called. He looked up to see Kyoka running towards him, jumping into his arms and pushing him back until he hit the ground. The sound of her crying made him realize she was worried about him, but he was soon enveloped in a hug from Mei, Melissa, and Ochako. David thanked All Might for saving him, but All Might credited Melissa and Izuku, the 2 heroes who saved the day. Melissa appreciated everything Izuku had done, and he reminded her that her actions helped save everyone. She smiled and leaned in to give him a quick kiss on the cheek, which didn't go unnoticed by the group. That's a thank you, she said, causing Izuku to blush and laugh while Venom sighed. All Might spoke to David, who admitted he was afraid the symbol of peace would fade away. David realized he had been trying to hold on to the past and now knew that Izuku and Melissa would protect the future and ensure peace. All Might looked at Izuku with a sad expression, regretting what he had said earlier. David noted that he could see the same light in Izuku that came from All Might, the light of a hero. Now out of the hug, Izuku stared at the rising sun before turning his attention back to Melissa. Oh right, Lise, you mentioned something about changing your last name, right? Oh yeah, it got me thinking about my legacy. So what's your new last name? From now on, my name is Melissa Stark. Izuku smiled at that, while in his mind, Venom's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Izuku was thrown back by an explosion that caused him to hit a tree, groaning in pain. Ding, what took you so long? Sorry, I got a little held up. Izuku felt something around his neck, lifting him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of menacing eyes staring back at him. Hello, little spider, the figure laughed. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt a punch to his gut, followed by a kick that sent him to the ground. We still need him. Oh, don't worry. We don't need him for this. Besides, I left him a little parting gift, the figure chuckled. Izuku raised his head while still clenching 3 marbles in his hands, only to see hollow eyes staring at him. Confirm it now. Release them. With a snap of his fingers, Tokoyami, Emmy, and Hikari appeared from the marbles on the ground. But Izuku didn't see them, he only saw the person whose body was cold as ice, someone who used to visit him, who enjoyed spending time with him, and who he felt a connection with. Naomi. Izuku heard laughter and looked up to see the green goblin waving goodbye as he left with Dabi and Compress. Silence surrounded Izuku, but to the others who had run, injured and frightened, the sight of him brought tears and cries of recognition. He thought he could save everyone, but now, with his mind in turmoil, he felt uncertain about what would happen next. Darkness enveloped Izuku as he lost himself in thought. Suddenly he found himself standing before graves, and his heart ached as he saw his mother's grave, then his father's, and finally, a new grave bearing the name of someone he considered a friend. Naomi. I'm sorry, he whispered, tears streaming down his face. Just then he heard footsteps behind him and turned around, only to feel a grip around his throat, making it hard to breathe. He looked up to see the goblin, his menacing mask fixed on Izuku, holding a lifeless Naomi in his hand while laughing maniacally. Wake up, little spider. You only have yourself to blame. Suddenly, the ground began to shift, and hands emerged from the earth, revealing familiar faces that sent Izuku into a panic. He could only scream as tears flowed freely. Izuku! Izuku, wake up! Wake up, Izuku! A gasp broke the silence as Izuku shot up in bed, causing those in the room to jump in surprise. His panicked expression quickly caught the attention of his classmates from Class 1A. Hikari, sitting closest to him, moved in to comfort him, helping him steady his breathing. As he looked around, he saw most of his classmates present. He tried to speak, but was interrupted by Tokoyami, who approached and bowed his head. Forgive me, Midorya, for causing you trouble during the training camp. Please accept. Izuku stopped him, forcing a smile. Don't worry, it's fine. But his friends could see the pain he was hiding. They realized that Izuku had put his body and mind on the line to save others, and it was taking a toll on him. Then you shouldn't move too much. You're the one who got hurt the most, Hikari said, concern in her voice. Izuku chuckled lightly but asked if everyone was okay. Ida, noticing the desperation in Izuku's eyes, reassured him that everyone in Class 1A was alright, though he mentioned that Hagakure and Kyoka had not yet regained consciousness. He also informed Izuku that Yaoyorozu had been hospitalized due to a serious head injury but had regained consciousness the day before. When Izuku asked about Ochako, Ida hesitated before telling him that she was in critical condition. The Green Goblin had attacked them, throwing pumpkin bombs that caused significant damage. Ochako had suffered the worst, badly injured and left in a dire state. Izuku fell silent, memories of Naomi flooding back and causing him to shake with grief. His friends, sensing his turmoil, quietly left him alone, unable to bear the sight of his pain. Hikari remained, looking at Izuku with concern. Izuku, are you going to be okay? Yeah, he replied, raising his head and forcing a smile. I can handle it. I've done this for 10 years. I'll be fine, Hikari. She sighed, unconvinced, but hugged him tightly. This isn't your fault, she said softly, giving him a kiss on the cheek before leaving the room. Alone, Izuku clenched his fists, tears brimming in his eyes. He knows who I am. That's why he went after Naomi. That's why Ochako is like this. It's because of me. It's all my fault. Please, Izuku, don't do this to yourself, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't say that, Izuku. You're my host, but more importantly, you're my friend. You're important to me not just because you give me meaning, but because you give meaning to yourself. You are someone who helps those in need. Venom, I don't. Listen to me. You put your body on the line for a reason, but for what? Not because I had to. And because of that, you saved a child from danger. You helped your friends, and you helped those your age to live to see another day, Izuku. That's your responsibility. Even though you didn't use the suit, you still used your own strength and willpower to fight the odds, no matter how broken you felt. Just like him, you and he are so different yet so similar at the same time. Izuku, I won't leave you, no matter how many times you say it. I'll always be there to help you. Remember that. All Izuku did was sigh, but he appreciated Venom's words. Did it help him? A few minutes passed, and Izuku found himself looking into the room of one Ochako Uraraka, who was laying in her bed, blissfully unaware. He couldn't help but go through the happy memories he had with her and the others. "That I'm sorry." With that, he closed the door. If he had waited a bit longer, he would have seen Ochako's eyes staring at the spot where he stood, filled with sadness. "And I'm sorry for what's to come. Izuku." The next day, Izuku was seen looking at the news that centered around UA and the summer camp incident, where heroes and the police were doing everything they could to find those responsible for harming the students. Izuku sighed as he glanced to his left at the many get-well cards from Class 1A and from where Naomi worked. This made him close his eyes to hold back tears. The sound of the door opening caused Izuku to look toward the entrance, and he was a bit surprised to see Aunt Mitsuki. Mitsuki smiled as she approached Izuku and gave him a hug. "It's good to see you're okay, Izuku. I'm just glad you don't look to be in pain." "That well. I'm getting better, so it won't be long until I get discharged." "That's good. But how are you really? Mentally?" This made Izuku look down while taking deep breaths. "That honestly, I think I'm the one at fault for those villains who attacked the summer camp." "Izuku, you can't blame yourself for something you didn't know. You're not at fault for this." "But I tried. I did what I could, but it wasn't enough. My friends were injured. Someone dear to me. She died because of me." Tears streamed down his face, prompting Mitsuki to pull him into a comforting hug. "But you did do something right." This caused Izuku to look up at his aunt, who turned her head toward the many cards on the table and picked one up that had the handwriting of a child. "You still helped, from what I heard from your friends. You put your body on the line, and you didn't do it for fame, you did it because it was right. Honestly, you've been like that since you were merely 3 years old. Even as you got older. I should have done something at the time. Hearing how not only your father but your mother, who left you alone in this world, that you needed someone all those years. But I still handled it. I kept on living. I made it to UA, made friends, and I even showed those that someone who's quirkless can achieve first place in the sports festival. I even faced the one person who put me through a lot of trouble, and now he's facing his consequences." Mitsuki, seeing the young man before her, couldn't help but see the image of her friend Inko. "That you remind me so much of your mother, Izuku. And I'm sure she would be so proud of the young man you've become." "That yeah, I hope she is." Izuku said this with a smile, making Mitsuki chuckle, which confused him. "Seeing you smile reminded me of a time when you were younger. Yes, when you were 4 years old, a lovely couple moved into your neighborhood. Can you guess who they were?" "That I'm not sure. It's been years since then, Aunt Mitsuki." "Well, they would know you, considering you're friends with Kyoka." "That what?" This made Mitsuki laugh until she told him that the first time he saw Kyoka, he grabbed his mother and said in the sweetest little tone, "Mom? Is that an angel?" This made Izuku blush even more. "Geez, I really said that?" "You sure did." Izuku smiled, but then he sighed. "I'm not so sure if she and I can still be friends." "Well, isn't that up to her?" "What do you mean?" "Izuku, tell me this. Do you feel like you want to do anything to make sure Kyoka is happy?" "Of course. But not only her. Takuda, Hikari, Mei, Melissa, and even I wanted to do anything for Naomi as well. I care for them more than anything. But they don't know who I really am. Because you won't let them. You're so mysterious that it's hard to understand you." She shook her head. "Tell me, would it be so dangerous to let them know how much you care?" She laughed. "Everyone else knows." Izuku's eyes widened, and his smile faded. When he saw Kyoka's parents by the door, he said, "I'll be right back." He got off the hospital bed and went outside, leaving Mitsuki confused. When Izuku saw Kyoka's parents, they told him that Kyoka was missing, which put Izuku on high alert. He knew the only one who had been discharged was Yaoyorozu, while Kyoka, Hagakure, and Ochako were still bedridden until they became conscious and okay to leave the hospital. Izuku told them to stay calm and call the principal so he could be informed, which they nodded at while placing their hands on Izuku's shoulders and left. Izuku then ran toward the nearest phone and dialed Kyoka's number, sweat pouring down his forehead as he waited for her to pick up. "Come on, pick up. Pick up." He smiled at hearing her voice, only to feel disappointed when he realized it was her voicemail. He sighed and left a message. Kyoka, it's Izuku. Are you there? You there? Well, I'm just calling to make sure you're okay and not hurt, but will you call me when you get back in, okay? He breathed. All right, well, don't go into any dark alleys, okay? The phone picked up, and Izuku felt relieved. Hello. Kyoka? Then his soul shivered as he heard the laugh of the Green Goblin on the other end. Can Spider-Man come out to play? He said maliciously. Izuku clenched his fist in anger, his face showing pure determination. Where is she? I'll tell you the location, little spider, if you follow my instructions. Darkness was all she saw as Kyoka stirred awake, feeling the cold breeze hitting her. She slowly got up, confused, trying to remember what happened to her until she felt something on her neck, a collar that nullified her quirk. Kyoka, dressed in hospital garments, staggered a bit, almost falling over a ledge as she realized she was on a bridge. What the hell, she thought. Just then, she ducked just in time to avoid an attack from the Green Goblin, who instead focused on a gondola that held young children inside, laughing in excitement. The children in the audience shook in fear, marveling at the flying villain as he sailed away to his real target, the train station. The itsy-bitsy spider ran up the water spout. Down came the goblin to take the spider out. He sang as he fired a missile at the station, causing a massive explosion that led to a large car crash on the bridge. This alerted Spider-Man of the goblin's location. In shock at the villain's actions, he exclaimed, "Goblin, what have you done?" The cable snapped, and the gondola went into free fall until the goblin grabbed the cable and carried the gondola of children back to Kyoka's location. With no time to lose, Izuku devised a plan to reach the bridge quickly by using 2 posts to create a slingshot. He pulled on his webs with all his might as his theme song played, filling the audience with hope. He let go and was propelled forward at high speeds, sailing through the air with ease. He swung between the openings of the bridge and landed before the goblin, holding Kyoka in one hand and the other gripping the cable car full of children. The mood turned serious as the hero faced the villain and his hostages. Spider-Man. This is why only fools are heroes. Because you never know when some lunatic will come along with a sadistic choice. The goblin explained his master plan. Either let the woman you love die. Kyoka screamed as the goblin shook her, making her slippers fall over the edge, or suffer the little children. He shook the arm holding the cable car, causing the children to scream while the adults tried to calm them down, all pleading for Spider-Man to save them. Izuku was shaken. This was not happening. Make your choice, Spider-Man. And see how a hero is rewarded, he mocked, knowing either loss would deeply affect him. Spider-Man pleaded, please, stop. Don't do it, Goblin. We are who we choose to be. Now choose. The Green Goblin released both his emotional burdens. No. Izuku could see both Kyoka and the gondola, both in danger. What to do? Then, as if he heard words of encouragement across time and space, Izuku nodded. He realized what he had to do. He gave a running start and leapt off the bridge. He knew what to do, but he had to be quick. He tackled Kyoka, wrapping her arms around himself. Using the angle at which he collected Kyoka, he fired a web, and with the momentum, he made it to the other side of the bridge. He let go of the web he held and grabbed the gondola. He fired a quick web that saved them all from the waters below, to the shock of the crowd watching from above at what Spider-Man had managed to do. I am gonna save you all. The goblin growled as he saw what Izuku did and clenched his fist. Spider-Man, straining, did his best to hold on as he planned his next course of action. You gotta keep the webs as strong as ever, you hear me? I hear you loud and clear, Izuku, but be careful. Who knows what this villain has planned for us? Suddenly, a light flashed in Spider-Man's face. Ahoy up there! The light was removed to reveal a large barge. We are going to bring the barge right under you. He heard them, but he had to look up as he saw the goblin with Kyoka, who was scared. They had to act quickly. They did not have a lot of time. Listen. Spider-Man spoke to Kyoka. I need you to climb down. But Kyoka wasn't hearing his voice. Instead, she felt her beating heart echoing in her ears. Shaken, she focused on the vigilante. Listen. Hear my voice and climb down. I'll make sure you're not hurt, okay? He said to her. The girl recognized the voice and nodded, slowly making her way down. Spider-Man noticed the goblin getting closer. Hurry! Kyoka made her way down but looked up to warn Spider-Man as the goblin flew toward him. The goblin struck Spider-Man, causing him to shake the cable, which in turn shook Kyoka, who held on for dear life along with the scared children. The Goblin returned and delivered another punch, forcing Spider-Man to release the cable. Both Kyoka and the kids fell for a moment until Spider-Man reclaimed the cable. However, the sudden jolt caused Kyoka to let go and she fell. Using his strength, Spider-Man swung the cable just enough for Kyoka to catch the railing of the cable car, saving her life. The barge's first mate exclaimed that Spider-Man wouldn't make it, but the captain told him to be quiet, he was going to make it. The Goblin, no longer playing games, shouted, "It's time to end this," as he prepared to attack Spider-Man. Spider-Man could do nothing but hold on and hope for the best. "DM it," he thought. Just then, a toolbox flew out of nowhere and hit the Goblin on the head, causing him to miss Spider-Man. The Goblin regained his composure, confused. "What was that?" "Come on, big guy. I got something else for you," shouted someone from above. The people of Japan, witnessing Spider-Man's bravery, decided to help. They threw objects to distract the Goblin. "Leave Spider-Man alone. You're going to pick on a guy trying to save kids." With the last of his strength, Spider-Man released the cart, and it finally reached the barge, with everyone safe and sound. Spider-Man was victorious, and cheers erupted from the crowd. But then, the Goblin returned, swinging a lasso of wire as he approached the dazed hero. "Spider-Man, watch out!" Kyoka yelled, but it was too late. The lasso wrapped around Spider-Man, pulling him into the air. As he struggled to break free, he heard a familiar sound that made him cry out. The Goblin flew toward the outskirts of the lakefront, throwing Spider-Man through a wall. Spider-Man groaned in pain as he broke through, and with his spider sense, he realized he was about to land in a pile of sharp debris. He was about to fire back when Venom helped him avoid the danger, but Venom felt weak, leading them both through a broken window. Spider-Man rolled on the ground, groaning as he felt the effects of the Goblin's attack. He was exhausted and injured. The Goblin, having recovered, approached him with a sinister grin. "Misery, misery, misery, that's what you've chosen," he taunted. Spider-Man struggled to his feet, using all his strength to stand. "I offered you friendship, and you turned it down," the Goblin continued. He threw a punch, which Spider-Man tried to block, but the Goblin landed a hidden blow to his gut. The Goblin followed up with another punch, and Spider-Man staggered back, trying to regain his balance. As Spider-Man attempted to get back up, the Goblin leaped in and delivered a quick combination of punches, leaving Spider-Man reeling. The hero managed to fire a web line to the roof of the building, planning to leap over the Goblin for a counterattack. But the Goblin was quick and executed a spinning maneuver, bringing Spider-Man back down to the ground. Distance was what Spider-Man needed. Spider-Man rolled past an open doorway as the Goblin approached him. He webbed the doorframe with a thick cobweb to prevent the Goblin's entry. At least, that was the plan, but the Green Goblin began tearing through the web, the sound of fabric ripping echoing in the air. Seizing the opportunity while the villain was distracted, Spider-Man rushed forward to attack, only for the Goblin to push him away with a high kick to the chest through a hole in the web. The Goblin then swipe-kicked Spider-Man, throwing him against a nearby brick wall. Spider-Man hit the ground hard, feeling the weight of the bricks that fell on top of him. Struggling, Spider-Man clawed at the dirt and grass, feeling sore and dizzy. A voice in his mind urged him on, reminding him not to give up. With sheer willpower, he lifted his arm to try and fire another web. Suddenly, the Green Goblin stomped on his hand, causing Spider-Man to yell in pain. "You've spun your last web, Spider-Man," the Goblin mocked. He taunted Spider-Man about his loved ones, claiming that their suffering was his fault. Spider-Man's eyes widened as he felt a surge of anger. The Goblin continued to threaten him, promising to make things worse for those he cared about. Spider-Man glared at the Goblin, determination burning in his eyes despite the blood and sweat on his face. The Goblin retrieved a long staff from his glider, pressing a button to transform it into an electric trident. "Kyoka and I? We're going to have a great time," he declared. Spider-Man rose to his feet, faster than before. As the Goblin moved the trident at him, Spider-Man managed to catch it just in time. They struggled, with Spider-Man pushing through the electric shocks, finally overpowering the Goblin. To the Goblin's surprise, Spider-Man's suit repaired itself as he threw the villain across the abandoned mansion into a brick wall, causing the Goblin to drop his weapon. The Goblin quickly got back up, but Spider-Man anticipated this and webbed the villain's feet, pulling on the thread to make him fall. While the Goblin was distracted, Spider-Man webbed the top of the brick wall and pulled, causing the bottom bricks to break away and fall on the Goblin. For a moment, there was silence before the Goblin crawled out from the rubble, his helmet and suit damaged. He looked around for Spider-Man, only to hear a growl that sounded animalistic. Suddenly, Spider-Man swung down from above, hurling the goblin into another brick wall. Spider-Man wasn't done yet. He dropped down in front of the goblin, grabbing him by the throat and delivering a punch to his gut, followed by a right hook to his face, sending him to the ground. Without giving the goblin a moment to recover, Spider-Man pulled him back to his feet and sent him crashing down repeatedly. But then, the goblin shouted, "Izuku, stop! Stop!" Spider-Man froze, recognizing the voice. The goblin slowly removed his mask to reveal the beaten face of Hisashi Sora. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "Sora-san." "No, Izuku, it's me," Hisashi said, his voice a mix of desperation and familiarity. "Dad?" "Yes, son. Thank God for you, Izuku," he replied from the floor, looking vulnerable. Izuku felt horrified. "Killed those people during the sports festival. The goblin did that. I had nothing to do with it. Don't let him take me again. Protect me." Hisashi pleaded, his voice wavering between his normal tone and the goblin's. Izuku shook his head, stepping back. "You tried to kill Naomi. You tried to kill Ochako. You tried to kill Kyoka. But not you." Hisashi insisted. "I tried to stop it. I would never hurt you." He subtly pressed a button on his gauntlet. The goblin's glider began to rise into position. "If anything were to happen to me, I knew you would save me." Hisashi opened his arms wide. "Give me your hand, believe in me. I can be the father you've always wanted." Izuku stood his ground, looking Hisashi in the eye. "I have no father. The only parent I've ever known was my mother, Inko Midorya." Hisashi smirked, "Godspeed, Spider-Man." Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the glider was revving up behind him. He quickly dodged the attack, but the glider zoomed forward, striking Hisashi. Hisashi screamed in pain, looking at Izuku with a smile as he said, "Izuku, take care of your sister." Before he slumped, blood pouring from his mouth. Izuku could only stare in shock as Hisashi, his father, died before him. Bowing his head in mourning, he felt the weight of loss settle in his heart. The image of the goblin's mask fading away lingered in Izuku's mind. Later on, he was seen delivering Hisashi's body back to his home on a comfortable easy chair, ensuring Hisashi's identity remained protected. He knelt down, unable to hold back his tears. Despite being a villain, Hisashi was still his father. "I'm sorry, Dad," he whispered. Just then the door opened, and Emmy walked in. She saw Spider-Man kneeling near her father's body. Izuku, still wearing his mask, turned towards her as she approached silently, moving past him to get closer to her father. "How did he die?" she asked, her voice trembling. Izuku struggled to hold back his emotions. "He was hurt by a villain. I was too late to stop it. I'm really sorry." That was all he could say before he turned to leave. However, Emmy stopped him with a hug. "Thank you for bringing him here," she said softly. With that, Izuku swung away, leaving Emmy alone with her father. She finally let her tears flow, mourning the loss of the one parent who truly cared for her. Meanwhile, Izuku perched on one of the tall buildings, overlooking the bustling city below. He watched the giant jumbotron displaying the aftermath of the battle he had fought against the Green Goblin, as well as the confrontation between All Might and his nemesis. All Might had emerged victorious, but at the cost of revealing his true identity. Izuku removed his mask and shed more tears. A few days passed since the chaos of Kamino, the defeat of All for One, and the disappearance of the Green Goblin. The city was slowly returning to normal, and Izuku was seen swinging through the streets, helping those in need and stopping crimes to ensure the safety of innocent lives. Yet even heroes need moments of solitude. Izuku found himself at a cemetery, holding bouquets of flowers while staring at a recently buried grave. "Hey, Naomi," he said softly, placing the flowers near the gravestone with a sad expression. "I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you. I know you would tell me not to feel sad and to keep going, but it's hard. I've lost my mom, now you, and my own father." "Why?" Venom, who had been silently supporting him, wished he could find the right words to comfort his friend. Just then, the sound of footsteps caught Izuku's attention. He turned to see familiar faces approaching. "Kyoka, May, hey guys," he greeted them, his expression still heavy with sorrow. These were the only two who could truly understand what he was going through. The reason is that both Ochako and Hikari were given an opportunity to study overseas. Ochako, having healed up safely, carried a scar, but that didn't stop her from continuing to live and achieve her dream. Even though it meant saying goodbye to her friends and parents, the farewells were heartfelt, filled with many goodbyes. Izuku shared a kiss on the lips with Ochako, which caused cheers from the girls and chuckles from the guys, along with happy smiles from Ochako's parents. Hikari also had to say goodbye to her parents, and Izuku was there for her as well. He understood how close she was to her classmates, so he was the one to say goodbye and share a kiss with her. She knew she wouldn't see him for a while, but that kiss meant everything to her. Izuku also had a talk with Melissa, who was now overseas pursuing her dreams. They occasionally video chatted, sharing interests. Mei decided to stay at UA until she felt ready to take the next big step. Mei and Kyoka, who was fully healed, walked towards Izuku and hugged him tightly, trying to ease any negative thoughts he might have. "I'll be fine, guys." "Really?" he reassured them, though his expression told a different story. He had already lost his mother, and now he was facing the loss of a good friend. It felt overwhelming. His mother had been his whole life, and losing her had broken him. Now, with the revelation about his father and the loss of a friend who shared her life stories with him, he felt the weight of it all. A few minutes later, Mei had to leave to sort out her application for overseas studies, leaving Izuku and Kyoka together. She hugged him tightly once more. "You miss them, don't you?" she asked. "Can you blame me? I thought I was finally all right." "I guess that was wishful thinking on my part," he replied. Kyoka looked into his eyes, which held a hollow look, and it hurt her to see him like this. "Izuku, I need to tell you something. That night when I was kidnapped, there was only one thing on my mind." "You were glad your hero was there to save you?" Izuku questioned, but Kyoka grabbed his face with a serious expression. "Know what I was thinking when I thought I was going to die? I thought of you, Izuku." As Izuku heard that, his eyes widened. "You were my only friend since junior high. Ever since we were kids, and I've always thought of you. That will never change. I love you, Izuku Midorya, so much." Then she kissed him, and as their lips met, they both felt the connection between them. The kiss felt longer than they expected, and they missed the person who watched them with tears in their eyes. As they separated, Kyoka smiled at him, but Izuku had a sad look on his face. "Can't," he said softly. "Why?" she asked, hugging him tightly. "Because there's so much to tell. To tell you and everyone I care for." Kyoka silenced him with a smile. "I understand. It doesn't matter if there's someone else you love, I will still be by your side. I want to be with you, Izuku. Until your heart and mind can agree. Let's be friends for now, okay?" Izuku kissed her on the forehead, tears in his eyes, and smiled. "That's all I have to give. I'll see you later, Kyoka." As he walked away, Kyoka felt the urge to cry but instead touched her lips, remembering their kiss. She looked back at Izuku, only to see he was gone. Izuku returned to his apartment, his head down. He knew he could have been happier, but he didn't want to bring any more pain to those he cared about. "Izuku," he heard a voice call and he turned to face Venom. "Sup V? You could have been happy again." "I don't think I deserve it. Not now at least. Sorry, I guess I'm broken." Venom sighed. "Izuku, as you take this path, a path where you know you'll never turn back, will you accept it? Will you accept this burden?" Izuku listened to Venom while hearing the police scanners. "I've already accepted it ever since you bonded with me, Venom. Because no matter what life holds for me, these words will always be within my very soul. With great power comes great responsibility. I won't be the same boy I once was before. I am the person who will change and prove to those that I am still standing. Will you still help me, Venom?" Venom grinned widely. "Until the day you have no more use for me, friend." With that, Izuku suited up and jumped out of the window. The duo swung through the city, leaping off buildings and using momentum to reach new heights, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "I am Spider-Man," they both declared in unison as they swung through the city, ready for their next adventure. Chapter end. Izuku Midorya was seen inside his room, enjoying a book at 3 a.m., lost in thought. He just couldn't sleep because of the memories from before. They kept getting stronger as the days passed by, and he couldn't think of any way to shut them off. He wanted help. He needed help, but he felt like he deserved to hurt himself. He looked over to see his symbiotic friend, who was busy going through the many channels on the TV while eating a bowl of chocolate chip cookies. Izuku smiled at his friend's behavior until he heard the sound of his phone ringing. He used his web to pull the phone towards him and looked at the caller who was calling him at this hour. "The what?" That was all Izuku said, with Venom coming close to see what was going on. He pressed the answer button on the phone, and Izuku looked at his friend in surprise. Hello, is this Mr. Midorya I am speaking to?" A cheerful voice came from the phone. Izuku sighed. "Yes, Principal Nizu. It's me." Is there a reason why you're calling me at this hour? Izuku asked, and he could hear Nizu laughing. Well, I couldn't help but be curious about my favorite human who still refuses my offer to join the hero course and also refuses to go through the dormitory protocols. It pains me to see such a rebellious young man, but I accept your reasons. Even though it would still be safe to have you. Izuku couldn't help but feel guilty. I understand, sir, but I'm staying true to my words. I appreciate all you've done, but I still want to stay where I am and be part of the general course. I hope you understand. He heard Nizu sigh, but he sensed that the rat was smiling from the other end of the call. And that's why I like your honesty, but I do have a favor to ask. And what's that? Izuku asked when he suddenly got a message from his phone that caused his eyes to widen. It's just that I need help with something that a certain vigilante would like to do. Sir, I don't follow, Izuku said, sweat pouring down his face, but he heard the rat laugh. Well, since you've always been a great help, I want the friendly neighborhood vigilante to assist me. If you know where he is, that would be really appreciated. Until we meet again, Mr. Midorya. The call ended with Izuku's mouth wide open, and Venom chuckled. Well, that's certainly a surprise, huh buddy? Thought he knows it's us. What? Izuku exclaimed until he calmed down. But it feels like he doesn't even care that we're the ones behind the mask. I'm going to get a headache. Well, too bad. He knows, and we know that he won't say anything to the police or that hero commission because he doesn't care. Which makes him a great ally to us. Izuku was silent for a moment, and he couldn't help but agree with what Venom said. Well, he said he needs help from Spider-Man, might as well help the rat. Izuku checked the time. Geez, I really need to sleep more? But a hero's job is never done. Or should I say a vigilante's job never sleeps at all. V-mask. Copy. As that was said, Venom covered Izuku in a full-body cloth-like suit. He went over and grabbed the suit he made and put it on. You know I don't mind making us a suit, right? I know, buddy, but I want to do something that screams out, me, to show them my originality. That's all Izuku said as he jumped off the balcony and web-slung towards his school. Inside the office of Principal Nizu, we see him drinking his tea with delight. At this hour? Yes, he didn't care about the time since he was waiting on a certain someone. Checking the time, he pressed a button that opened the window behind him, and someone landed inside his office, sticking to the wall with their lenses widened as they stared at a smiling Nizu. So nice of you to drop in, Spider-Man. Spider-Man landed on the ground and removed his mask to reveal Izuku Midorya with narrowed eyes. So what exactly do you need me for, Mr. Rat? As those words came out of Izuku's mouth, Nizu chuckled. All right then, since you're so eager, let us get right down to business. Nizu took out a holodisk and it activated, projecting an image of a very large man in a white suit. That guy would really compete against Fat Gum for the Best Fat Man award, Izuku said jokingly, which almost caused Nizu to do a spit take. Wow, you actually caused the rat to almost spit out his tea. This fellow is Onaka Akane, Tho of Akane Industries, Nizu explained. But to villains and heroes alike, they know him as the kingpin of crime. So he's a powerful individual, using his businesses to obscure his criminal actions, Izuku guessed. And my guess is that he's also using his power to make sure no one can interfere with his empire? Very astute of you, Nizu praised. He's responsible for a list of crimes so long that we'd be here all day if I tried to list them. However, he has friends in high places, including those in charge of the police and the heroes. He's made it so that taking action against him is extremely difficult, legally. And that's why you're asking me, Izuku assumed. Once again, you are correct, although that is not the only reason, Nizu told him. The Kingpin has been pursued by underground heroes and vigilantes before. All of them have disappeared. He's most likely used his resources to amass defenses beyond your standard bodyguards and security systems. Like mercenaries? Izuku asked. Or even villains, Nizu explained. Given his resources, he could afford to hire rather powerful people. Which is another reason I'm sending you. You've defeated villains who would give heroes a tough time, and you also escaped from heroes who have years of experience. But don't get overconfident. Even if a single villain whose power is of higher caliber isn't a threat to you, an army of them might be. Of course. Izuku wouldn't underestimate unknown opponents again. So you want me to gather evidence on Kingpin and give it to you? But wouldn't any evidence you got through me not be accepted? Izuku asked, recalling the last time he attempted to gather evidence on his own, which almost compromised his cover. He really didn't want to reach that conclusion again. I have my ways, Nizu dismissed. There are many people who want the kingpin toppled, many of whom hold a lot of sway in the legal system, and they'll be happy to look the other way regarding the source of this evidence, as long as they're sure it will lead to his downfall. So I'm going to need a lot of solid evidence, Izuku said. I'll do it of course, but this is going to take some time. I'd imagine so, Nizu replied. This will prove to be your most complicated mission yet. But I have faith you'll prove yourself capable. Alright, I'll see what I can do, Izuku said as he moved toward the window, but Nizu stopped him. Midorya that it's alright to grieve. As Izuku heard that, he placed his mask back on. I've already grieved for my mother. I'll be fine, Principal Nizu. That's all he said as he swung out of the window, heading toward his location, while Nizu sighed, thinking, that young man, you're really going through too much, but I hope you'll find closure soon. Nizu could only hope for the young man, who he saw as someone capable of achieving far greater things than he was doing now. Meanwhile, Izuku was seen swinging from building to building. Izuku. Maybe he's right. Venom. Not now. That was all Izuku said to his symbiotic friend as the sounds of the wind and busy cars filled the air. Izuku took a look at the imposing Akane Tower while perched on the building opposite it. This was where Nizu said he'd find the most useful information. He couldn't help but sigh as he checked the time, realizing it was close to 1 in the afternoon. He was ready to dig up some dirt. But there's a problem. I know, Vita, we have to find a way in. He finished his thought as he climbed to the top of the building, finding the vent where he would make his entrance. He removed the grate and climbed into the ducts. Alright, now let's head to the data room. Izuku started crawling through the vents, knowing exactly where to go. Nizu had been planning to take down the kingpin for years and had gathered plenty of information that would be useful for such a task, including blueprints of the tower. That was how Izuku knew where he was going. After several minutes of crawling, Izuku finally found himself above the data room. While hanging upside down to avoid being seen, he thought, alright, there are a few guards here. I need to take them out quickly before they can sound the alarms. As he pondered this, he let go of the web and landed softly, only to find a couple of guards unconscious on the floor. What the suddenly, Izuku felt his spider sense activate, and he turned around, catching the hand of his would-be assailant. Or rather, a claw, one could say. His would-be assailant was a white-haired girl who looked to be close to his age, maybe a bit older. She was wearing a black catsuit and had white cat ears on her head, along with a black mask that obscured her identity. She looked at him for a moment, her eyes widening with realization. Spider-Man. The one and only, miss, Izuku said, his persona activated, while Venom stared at the feline-costumed woman with a blank look on his face. Mind letting go of my hand now? Still trying to figure out if you're friend or foe, Izuku explained. And given that you attacked me, I'm leaning toward foe. Don't take it personally, a girl has to stay on her toes in a place like this, she explained. Otherwise, a guard will get the drop on me, and you don't want to know what crime lords do to pretty girls they capture. Fair, but did the fact that I came out of a vent or the spider logo on my back not tip you off that I wasn't a guard? Izuku argued. Well, I wasn't expecting any pleasant company, so when I heard someone come in, I attacked, she said. Even if I did think you were an enemy, I probably wouldn't have attacked someone whose skin is tough enough to break my claws. That's not fair, Izuku said, still not letting go of her hand. But what exactly is a high school girl doing in a crime lord's data room? Same thing I imagine you're doing, trying to take down the kingpin, she said with a cocky smirk. The name's Black Cat. A pleasure. Black Cat. Wait a minute. I know that name. Izuku squinted. You're that thief who's been stealing from criminals and ZOs. The one and only, Black Cat teased. Look, I bet you're here to take down that BS duty too, right? I mean. Yes, Izuku answered, not liking where this was going. Then let's team up, Black Cat suggested. This is going to be a tall task, and you know what they say, 2 heads are better than 1. Izuku paused for a moment, considering this. On one hand, a bit of help would be useful in a mission like this. But on the other hand, this girl was a notorious thief. And since when did he work with criminals? Black Cat seemed to sense his hesitation and rolled her eyes. Look, I'm just a thief that steals from the worst of the worst. Who's the bigger priority? Or the kingpin of crime? Besides, it's not like you're going to knock me out and sneak me out of the building all the way to the police. I could try it, but that's a bit DM in it. Fine, Izuku reluctantly agreed. He could work with someone like her for a little while. Do you have a plan? I imagine it's the same plan as yours. Download some data, find some dirt, expose him, Black Cat explained. So, let's get digging, shall we? Black Cat then moved to a terminal and stuck a drive into one of its ports. Izuku took out his own data extractors that Nizu had given him and quickly got to work, hoping to find something useful in the data. Otherwise, Nizu is gonna have to search through all this data for nothing. This process of data collecting went on for a while, until suddenly Izuku's spider sense went off, telling him that something was about to happen at the door to the room. Get down! Izuku grabbed Black Cat and moved them to the other side of the room, just in time as the doors slid open and a burst of yellow lightning shot out, striking the machinery and causing it to malfunction and shut down. Thanks, Black Cat said as Izuku set her down. It was then that a villain stepped into the room. The villain was bald and wore mostly yellow with the exception of his brown, lightning-patterned vest. All right, who's in here? Shouted the electricity-powered villain. The guards didn't report back, so I know someone snuck in here. Come out. Izuku and Black Cat were hidden behind one of the data panels, looking at the villain in front of the door. He's blocking the door and if I get hit, it'll damage the data extractors and also hurt Venom, Izuku thought. The vent was in his line of sight. I could sneak out with the extractors, but how would Black Cat get out? I can't rush him either, not when he's covered in electricity like that. Hey, I can practically see the gears turning in your head there, Spider, Black Cat whispered. Hope you're thinking of a plan. Yeah, Izuku said, pulling out the data extractors and giving them to her. Alright, take these and get out of here. I'll distract him so you can get into the vents. Then when you're out, I'll leave. Really? Black Cat said, looking slightly surprised as she took the data extractors. Thought you didn't trust me much? I don't. But this is the best way of getting you and these out of the building unharmed, Izuku told her. And you better not screw me over on this, otherwise, next time we meet, I'll take you down on sight. Izuku said with his lenses narrowing at Black Cat. Oh, scary, Black Cat smirked. I'll meet you on the rooftop, 6 buildings south of here. Understood, Izuku said before jumping out into the villain's line of sight. Hey, don't shoot. I'm just here to deliver your shampoo. What? Spider-Man? The villain shot out another bolt of lightning at Izuku, who jumped to the ceiling to avoid it. Man, your aim is just awful. Izuku said, jumping down to the ground to dodge another bolt of lightning. With aim like that, you'd think your hair would be in your face. Oh wait. Growling. Cut it with the bald jokes. The villain roared as he shot out more lightning for Izuku to dodge. Meanwhile, Black Cat used this opportunity to quickly jump into the vent and crawl away. Seeing this out of the corner of his eye, Izuku now felt safe to move around the room more, flipping and ducking and dodging around the various bolts that were thrown at him. Stay still, you little pest. The villain shouted at him. Damn it. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Suddenly, the villain shot out an explosive burst of lightning that blasted Izuku into the wall. Ag! Izuku shouted as the electricity coursed through him. Venom also reacted to the sudden attack. In it, Izuku. Why now of all times? Venom had to force a protective barrier onto Izuku to lessen the pain for the boy as the symbiote had to bear with the electrical charge that coursed through him. When the attack ended, Izuku groaned as smoke came off of his body. He growled a bit as his spider sense went off, and he had to roll out of the way of another bolt. Not wasting time, Izuku ducked behind a terminal and used the dark shade to hide himself. The villain moved to find Izuku but discovered that Izuku wasn't behind the terminal or anywhere else for that matter. Where the heck did you go? While the villain looked around for Izuku, he was seen crawling on the ceiling into the vent, escaping the villain's wrath. Izuku sighed in relief but clenched his fist as he felt his anger surfacing. Damn it, he hurt Venom. V, you doing okay? Oh, don't mind me. Just glad we're not fried spider kebab, why ignorant little pest. Venom yelled at Izuku, who grabbed a chocolate bar from one of his pockets and tossed it into Venom's mouth, who enjoyed it as he calmed down. Alright, you're calm now, but we still haven't finished our mission. It's time we see a certain Black Cat. Once Izuku got out of the building, he headed exactly where Black Cat told him to. As he swung onto the building, he saw Black Cat waiting for him. He landed in front of her, and she simply smirked when she saw him. About time, Spider. You should know better than to keep a girl waiting. Izuku only folded his arms across his chest. Sorry, I was dealing with a lightning bolt shooting maniac. It's hard to avoid a lightning shock that could paralyze me, Izuku replied while raising one of his lenses at Black Cat. I'm kind of surprised you actually kept your word. Thought there was no honor among thieves. Well, I'm not your ordinary 2-bit thief, Black Cat smiled, pulling out Izuku's data extractors and handing them to him. I happen to have a bit more class. Izuku then took the drives, inspecting them to see if they were fakes, but couldn't find anything wrong with them, so he secured them away in his pocket before turning back to Black Cat. So, what's a thief doing trying to take down a crime lord? Wouldn't it be easier to just steal his credit card than expose him? Black Cat gave him a mixture of a chuckle and a scoff. And have the city's most powerful crime lord put a target on my head for the rest of my life? No thanks. I have a better idea. And that is... Izuku asked her to elaborate. Simple, once the kingpin is knocked down, all his minions will be scrambling to see who gets to be the next big boss. And once that happens, it'll be easy to loot the broken fragments of his empire, she explained. Still seems like an awful lot of trouble, Izuku pointed out. Seems like you could just stick to lower-level criminals. That caused Black Cat to get closer to Izuku, with one of her clawed hands tracing on his chest. I could, but where's the fun in that? Black Cat responded. So, is this a one-time thing, or do you want to take this partnership a bit deeper? Once she said that, he leaned closer to Izuku with a smile that could charm anyone. But not Izuku, who lifted Black Cat's chin and got close to her face. We'll see, Izuku said, peeking beneath his mask as Black Cat found him interesting. But how would I get in contact with you? Izuku asked, separating himself from Black Cat, who simply smirked. Why don't you check your pocket? Izuku looked down and saw a slip of paper had been placed there. When did you? He looked up and she was gone. This made the boy in the tight spider suit scratch the back of his masked head with narrowed eyes. Oh, that's going to be annoying, Izuku muttered to himself. Venom chimed in. Oh, is it because you're getting it instead of the other way around? Wow, talk about surprising. Izuku sighed. Are you that petty over what I just said? Yes. Yes, I am. And also don't even think about avoiding that question, you hear me? Izuku chuckled before looking back down at the paper. He flipped it around, and a phone number was written on it. Honestly, he didn't even know what to think of that. How about thinking about calling her right now and asking her to dinner? Venom. She and I just met, and there's no way I'm going to be looking for a relationship with a thief. You've stolen secrets from corrupted companies for less than a year while wearing the suit. How is that any different from what she's doing? Touche, you know what you're talking about, Izuku thought as he swung towards where Nizu would meet him. Meanwhile, Kingpin sat in his chair, looking out the window at the top of his tower, overlooking the city. He heard the door open behind him and turned around to see the villain Izuku fought, walking into the room with a simultaneously annoyed and nervous expression. Ah, Electro. Did you investigate why the guards in the data room didn't report back? Kingpin asked. Why, boss? Spider-Man took them out, Electro reported. Kingpin paused to take in what Electro just told him before scowling. Spider-Man, as in currently one of the most powerful and most difficult to catch vigilantes of all time? Why, that one. Electro cringed as he saw Kingpin look even more displeased. And I don't suppose you killed or captured him? Kingpin asked. That I tried my best, boss, but that guy was really fast. Electro defended himself. Only managed to hit him once before he disappeared. Kingpin glared at him for a moment before giving an irritated sigh. I suppose it's unrealistic to expect you to have taken him down when even All Might himself failed. Such a tragedy that Hero is now retired. That being said, if Spider-Man was in our data room, then he likely snuck away with some incriminating evidence. Obviously not enough to stop me, but this is still a matter of grave importance. If someone like Spider-Man wishes to oppose us, then the only proper response is to do everything in my power to end him. I want a bounty on his head. And get me all my greatest enforcers. Now. Yes, sir. Electro said before running out of the room to do as he was told. Once the villain had left, Kingpin turned around and looked back out at the city. This is my city now. And no hero or villain, not even Spider-Man, thinks he can take it from me. And so that's what happened. Izuku finally finished explaining yesterday's events to Nizu as the two sat in his office for the debriefing. I see, Nizu said. A very interesting story for sure. Give me a moment. Nizu then pulled out a laptop, opened it, and started typing away. After a bit of a wait, he turned the laptop around, showing an image of the villain Izuku fought. Is this the villain that attacked you? Yep, that's him, Izuku answered. I'm guessing you know who he is? Nizu sighed, feeling like he was starting to get a headache. I do in fact. And he's related to one of your friends. As soon as Nizu said that, Izuku was confused until realization hit him. This is Electro. An A-rank villain with a powerful electricity generation and manipulation quirk, Nizu explained. He can create and control electricity at will and has complete immunity to it unless he comes into contact with water. Any significant amount of water will cause him to lose his immunity, which often results in him shocking himself. He was defeated about a year ago by Backdraft, but his prison transport truck was attacked, and he went missing. Well, now we know where he went, Izuku said. Right into Kingpin's pocket. But you didn't tell me how exactly this villain is related to any of my friends. Oh no, not Denki? Yes. However, Mr. Kaminari doesn't know about his uncle being a villain since his parents seem to have cut off their relationship with him. It also looks like my suspicions were correct. He's hired high-profile villains as protection. And I doubt Electro is the only one, Nizu said. But let's put that matter aside for now. I believe we should discuss the matter of Black Cat. Right, so what should we do about her? Izuku asked. She offered to assist you, did she not? Nizu asked him. Well, then I believe you should accept her offer. Izuku crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. And why should I agree to her offer when I can handle this by myself? You know, you might enjoy the company of the girl who might have a thing for you, Venom suggested. I swear. You're starting to get really close to having any of that chocolate sundae. That got the symbiote to be quiet for a moment. It's better to have more hands on deck since you yourself don't listen to authority, and she seems to be in the same position, Nizu explained. Okay, let's say I do accept her offer. How can we be sure she won't turn on us if the opportunity suits her? We don't, however, I believe the reward outweighs the risk, Nizu explained. She has no idea what you're actually capable of and thus has no clue that any ordinary methods of backstabbing or entrapment won't work. Given how little of a physical threat she poses to you, I think you should be able to deal with her quickly should she turn on us. On the other hand, this is a very important and difficult mission you're about to undertake, and I can't provide you with any other form of backup. Not to mention she has experience with breaking and entering as well as information gathering, so she could be a very useful ally to have. Izuku groaned a bit, not looking happy about this. Alright, I see your point. Don't be too hung up on the fact that she's a thief, Nizu advised. Ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, she has better morals than most other thieves and doesn't seem to have robbed anyone innocent. If anything, you could call her more like a vigilante than a typical thief, and you wouldn't be incorrect. If that really is the case, then maybe working with her is fine. Izuku said, slowly coming around to the idea. Still, I'll keep my guard up around her. That would be wise, Nizu told him. This is a complicated endeavor, so you'll need to pay attention at all times, both in your costume and even when you're not. Be very careful, Mr. Midorya, because we have no idea what the full extent of Kingpin's plans are. Meanwhile, in a small, dark apartment in the rough side of town, a burly man sat on his sofa, cleaning a spear. Suddenly his phone rang. He stopped cleaning and leaned over to pick it up. Yes, he answered. Craven, said Kingpin's voice on the other end. I'd like to offer you another bounty. How about 100 million yen for Spider-Man? As Craven heard that, he couldn't help but smile. This will be fun.